the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council with Successor Agency, Housing Authority, and Parking Authority. Today is Tuesday, May 21st, 2024, and as always, it's great to see a really packed chamber right here in Burbank City Hall, so thank you all for being here. Before we proceed tonight, I'd like to note that unfortunately, Councilmember Zizette Mullins is not able to join us tonight. However, we do have a quorum with 4, so one of us can use the bathroom at any time, okay? If 2 got to go, I'll take a break. Before we go forward, I ask, as we always do, that each of you with us tonight, present in person and those joining virtually, join us for a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin each of our meetings with a positive and collective support of our beloved Burbank community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening, and we encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work that we will be doing together tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we're united in our shared passion for this wonderful city that we all call home. And as we pause, let us all consider our individual contributions and what it means to everyone in Burbank and all of those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and collaboration and partnership, we will always act for the betterment and responsibly for Burbank. Thank you all. And now if you'd please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? And begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, how are you this evening?
I'm fantastic. How are you, Mr. Mayor?
Doing great. I'm here with all of you. Could you call the roll, please?
I will. Councilmember Anthony?
Here.
Noting the absence of Councilmember Mullins. Councilmember Takahashi? Here. Vice Mayor Perez? Here. And Mayor Schultz.
I feel like I'm going to be a little different tonight. I'm present.
Thank you.
But we do have a quorum, 4-0. There will be 4 periods of public comment this evening. This is always the tough part, everyone, but I promise if you bear with me, take 2 minutes, we'll get through all the instructions, and then we'll just roll into your comment period. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period only, and the public hearing. The first public comment period tonight is for general public comment. That's on any matter concerning city business and or any agenda item that we'll be discussing this evening. If you're here in person and would like to speak during the general public comment, you should have submitted and still can submit a yellow public comment card, and you will have the option to address the council for either 1 minute or 3 minutes. If you elect to go with 1 minute, you will move to the front of the line and you'll be the first group of speakers that we'll hear from, and then we'll move to the 3-minute speakers, and then we'll go to everyone else. Speakers, if you'd like to participate in the general public comment period by phone, which is after all in-person public comment has been done, done, you can call right now and get in the queue. And that number is 818-238-3335. And again, you will be waiting in the queue until all in-person public comment is completed. There is a second period of public comment for tonight's public hearing regarding the proposed ordinance. And you will again, for that one, be able to give public comment both in person or by phone. We ask that you not call in quite yet, and we'll signal you when is the right time to call in for that public comment period. There will be additional periods of in-person only public comment for the two reports to council this evening. That would be regarding the proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year and then our wildfire mitigation plan. So if you're hoping to speak to those, you can address them in a general public comment, or you can wait till those agenda items. And with that, we go to announcements, and we have 7 announcements to start our evening.
The following are announcements for May 21st, 2024. Join us at McCambridge Veteran Memorial on Monday, May 27th at 11 a.m. to remember and honor those who served. Our Memorial Day ceremony features a pre-ceremony concert from the Burbank Band at 10:15 a.m., followed by the Ceremony of the Roses and a Condor Squadron flyover. Get ready, Burbank. Summer is almost here. May is Water Safety Month, and we're diving into water safety awareness head first. From poolside fun to beachfront adventures, let's make a splash while staying safe in and around water. Follow us on social media for water safety tips and resources.
The City Clerk's Office is currently accepting applications for a total of 27 upcoming vacancies on the following boards, commissions, and committees: Art and Public Places Committee, Board of Building and Fire Code Appeals, Board of Library Trustees, Burbank Water and Power Board, Civil Service Board, Community Development Goals Committee, Heritage Commission, Landlord Tenant Commission, and Senior Citizen Board. The deadline to apply is Thursday, May 30th at 5 p.m. If interested in applying for any of these openings, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov.
Calling all Burbank restaurant owners. Join Mayor Nick Schultz, the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, food service industry experts, and fellow restaurateurs for a town hall meeting on Tuesday, June 18th. Hosted by the Burbank Chamber of Commerce in partnership with the Digital Restaurant Association, this meeting is a platform for all restaurant owners to voice their experience in the industry and discuss ways the city can help restaurants thrive in today's digital world. Learn more by visiting burbankca.gov. Burbank Public Library's summer reading program returns from June 1st to July 31st. All ages are welcome to participate. Read a book or magazine, listen to an audiobook, read aloud to a child or as a family. All types of reading count. Track your daily reading and collect prizes throughout the summer. Mark your calendar to attend the free and family-friendly summer reading kickoff party on June 1st from 4 to 5:30 p.m. at Buena Vista Branch Library, featuring live music from the Jazz Cartel. Enjoy a summer of reading with Burbank Public Library. For more information about the summer reading program, visit burbanklibrary.org/summer reading. The City of Burbank is updating its Media District Specific Plan, and we want your input. RSVP for our in-person workshop on Wednesday, June 5th at the Buena Vista Branch Library for a formal presentation that will introduce and provide an overview of the draft specific plan, followed by a Q&A session and the opportunity to give your feedback to the project team. Visit burbankmediadistrictsp.com to RSVP. The Burbank Animal Shelter is excited to offer 50% off adoption fees for all animals from May 21st to May 31st. The shelter will also host Adopt a Pet Day on Saturday, June 1st, where all adoptions will be free thanks to sponsorships from the ASPCA in partnership with Cal Animals. For more information, contact the Burbank Animal Shelter at 818-238-3340.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone. We now go to the 4 presentations that we have to start tonight's meeting. Before we get to the agenda at hand, first we're going to be recognizing National Public Works Week right here in the city of Burbank, and I'd like to invite on down Ken Berkman, our Director of Public Works. Hey, Ken. So Ken, you know the drill. You're going to read the proclamation to all the right? I'm kidding. Public work does all the work in Burbank, right? I'm kidding. You guys do important stuff, though. So I'm going to read the proclamation, and then do you or any other member of your team want to say anything?
Yeah, I'll give some words, and we have several members of our team here.
Outstanding.
Join us for a picture.
Outstanding. Let's do it. So whereas public work services provided in our community are a vital part of our citizens' everyday lives, and whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is important to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs, such as the operation and maintenance of, and drum roll please, get ready, this is everything they do daily for all of us, maintenance of wastewater systems, streets, buildings, traffic signals, vehicles, equipment, solid waste collection and disposal, pollution prevention, parking management, graffiti abatement, the planning, design, and construction, of course, of our capital improvement projects, which I think we'll be talking a little bit about tonight. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and our services. And whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction, is vitally dependent on the efforts and skill of our public work staff and officials. And thank you all for being here and for your service to Burbank, by the way. And give them a round of applause. That's right. And whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff the Public Works Department is materially influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work that they perform. Now, therefore, I, Nick Schultz, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the week of May 19th through 25th as National Public Works Week in the City of Burbank. And I call upon all of our citizens and our civic organizations to better acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works services and to recognize the contributions which public works employees make every single day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Ken, thanks for being here. Mike's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor, council members, we really appreciate this proclamation. It's so cool to have Public Works Week celebrated tonight with the Capital Improvement Program budget presentation, because it highlights the millions upon millions of dollars in projects and maintenance that we do. There's so much more that happens behind the scenes that people don't see but get to experience here in Burbank. This year's theme for National Public Works Week is Advancing Quality of Life for All. And what an appropriate phrase that is for especially Burbank here. It's pretty amazing when you think about the fact that we truly are a full service department. As the mayor said in the proclamation, we're a solid waste company that does it all, from collections to operating our own landfill and recycle center. We operate and maintain our own wastewater treatment plant, which there's an item tonight about that. And every time somebody calls about a pothole or a sidewalk issue, it's handled within 24 hours, if not the same day. And it's really a testament to the crews that do that. The engineers that deliver all those projects and issue the thousands of permits a year to our residents and businesses. I could go on and on about the great work that they do. But the bottom line, there's just so many great dedicated people in public works who take immense pride in what they do. And it's an honor to be the leader of such a great team. So from all of us, I just want to say thank you. And we appreciate you celebrating Public Works Week with us.
Public Works, come on down. Ken, why don't you introduce everybody? I mean, these are the people that make the city move every day. Tell us who we're looking at.
Please, thank you. And I gave them a warning, and please slide in. They were going to introduce themselves, so let me hand it off this way.
Good evening, everybody. Edward Yu, I'm the Traffic Engineering Manager.
I'm Jackie Batena, the Administrative Officer.
John Molinar, Assistant Public Works Director over Streets and Waste Management.
Damian Skinner, Assistant Public Works Director over Fleet and Buildings.
Artin Megarichian, Principal Civil Engineer with Engineering, CIP, and Inspection Section.
David Null, Senior Civil Engineer, Project Manager over at CIP Section.
Good evening, Steve Walker, Assistant Public Works Director, Wastewater and Stormwater.
Good evening, Anthony Roman, Principal Civil Engineer, Land Development and Permits.
Good evening, Anna Hartunin, Associate Civil Engineer, Public Works, Permits.
Good evening, Jose Rodriguez, Associate Civil Engineer for Land Development and Permits.
Good evening, Amber Duran. I'm the Recycling Coordinator over at the Recycle Center.
Good evening, I'm Michelle Hoffman. I'm the Senior Analyst at the Recycle Center.
All right. Maybe we can get two of you over on this end. We'll balance it out a little bit. Thanks. Thank you.
He's on air. All right.
More? Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, we did just eat, so. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
And by the way, folks, before we go to our next presentation and they take their seats, we often talk about how great it is to live and work in Burbank. You know, you go around Los Angeles County and you see roads and sidewalks that are in pretty poor condition. This team keeps the city running in pristine shape. And so, Ken and whole team, I just want to thank you for doing everything that you can. We really are a shining example of a well-run city in Los Angeles County. We couldn't do that without all of you. So thank you so much. So our next presentation this evening is a presentation of the Austin Cook Award for Youth. And with that, I'd like to welcome up our Youth Board Chair for the great city of Burbank, Neha Ramesh. Neha, come on up. So I know you have a statement prepared, so I'll let you do that, and then I'll lift this heavy equipment right over here.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and council members. My name is Neha Ramesh, and I am the chair of the 2023 to 2024 Youth Board. I am here to present the Burbank Youth Board's 2024 Austin Cook Award for Outstanding Youth. This award is in recognition of the wonderful character modeled by Austin Cook throughout his life. Austin Cook attended Jefferson Elementary School and John Muir Middle School. Austin's life was suddenly cut short while he was in middle school, but during his time with us, he touched many hearts and served as an example to his peers. Austin was a hardworking student and very active in the Burbank community. Tonight, we want to recognize one student in honor of Austin, who has gone above and beyond to make a positive impact in our city. We distributed nomination forms to all of the middle schools and high school administrators in Burbank. There were numerous applications with outstanding students nominated, and after a thoughtful discussion, the Youth Board selected one student, and I am very proud of our selection. The recipient of the 2024 Austin Cook Award is Sydney Roberts, a 12th grade student at John Burroughs High School. Sydney Roberts exemplifies the spirit of dedication, leadership, and community service. Sydney is an instrumental force behind the Burbank Unified Robotics Team, which is sponsored by industry giants like NASA, JPL, and numerous other organizations. Despite the significant time commitment of 20-plus hours outside of school, she leads with passion, juggling the roles of electronics and pneumatics lead, competition technician, and managing the team's social media and graphic design efforts. Sydney has broken barriers as a female in a traditionally male-dominated field. Sydney demonstrates exceptional perseverance and talent. Sydney and her team made it to the World Championships this year in Houston, Texas, where they competed against 600 teams. Her passion for robotics began in her middle school years at Dolores Huerta Middle School, where she joined the First Tech Challenge program. In 2020, her technological prowess earned her the distinction of having 2 questions selected by Congressman Adam Schiff to be posed during the live broadcast of the NASA Mars rover launch. As a soon-to-be graduate, Sydney will attend Cal Poly Pomona, where she will major in biotechnology. She hopes to one day become a biomedical equipment technician. Sydney, along with her twin brother Aiden, have grown up in Burbank, attending Roosevelt Elementary School, Dolores Huerta Middle School, and John Burroughs High School. Her dedication extends beyond robotics. Sydney was presented with the March 2024 Student of the Month Service Award for volunteering over 100 hours assisting teachers as well as advocating for cancer relief by creating origami paper cranes and actively participating in organizations like Teen Court, Model United Nations, and the Woodworking Club. Through her passion and dedication, Sydney exemplifies the true meaning of being an outstanding role model for others. Sydney Roberts, the Youth Board is proud to have you as our recipient of the 2024 Austin Cook Award for Outstanding Youth. Congratulations. Thank you, Mayor Schultz, members of the City Council, and the community for helping us recognize this year's recipients of the Austin Cook Award for Outstanding Youth.
Family want to come on up? Hey, you got to. You got to.
Let's do one with you and then we'll
Get
go
over
back.
here.
Let's say robotics on 3. 1, 2, 3. Robotics. Family. One more.
We might want to have you sign that. Might be worth something one day pretty soon here. We expect big things. All right. Next up, we have our third presentation and our second proclamation this evening. This is recognizing Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Burbank. And to help me with this proclamation, I'd like to invite up two people. I'd like to invite up Diana Abasta from the Burbank Human Relations Council. Give it up for Diana. And in a few minutes, Diana will be introducing Valerie Kamea to join us at the podium. So Valerie, be on standby. So Diana, you know the drill. I'll read the proclamation and then I'll turn it over to you for all the good stuff. Whereas Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is observed during the month of May to recognize the contribution and influence of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islander Americans to the history, culture, and achievements of the United States. And whereas Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders make up nearly 7% of the population of the United States, and I bet you all didn't know this, nearly 12% of the population of the city of Burbank. And we are proud to have a strong Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community, part of our Burbank community, that contributes greatly to our prosperity and enrichment. And whereas for more than a century, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander men and women have made valuable contributions to all areas of life in California, including government, business, arts and sciences, medicine, education, law enforcement, then the military, and the list goes on and on. And whereas diversity represents one of our greatest strengths, and by recognizing the contributions and accomplishments of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders, our community celebrates the importance of inclusion to building a brighter future for everybody. And whereas the Burbank community is committed to providing comprehensive support to ensure that we remain a place that is equitable and welcoming to all people. And whereas the city of Burbank is proud to celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and we commemorate the essential contributions, sacrifices, and accomplishments that they have made in the city of Burbank. Now therefore I, Nick Schultz, Mayor of the city of Burbank, do hereby recognize May 2024 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in our city, and I encourage everyone to observe, recognize, celebrate, and learn more about the culture, heritage, and contributions of these incredible peoples to our country, our state, and the Burbank community. Diana, mic's all yours.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, members of the council, and city officers, and of course our community. My name is Diana Abasta, and on behalf of the Burbank Human Relations, along with two of my colleagues who are also on the board, we have Suzanne Wirtz and we have Rabbi Sobel. And of course, Mike, who's going to be speaking just a little bit as well. I'd like to introduce Ellen and Harold Kamea and their daughter, Valerie, and son, Darren. And Valerie has been living in Burbank for the past 14 years, and along with her daughter, Lauren, who is a graduating 8th grader at Dolores Huerta Middle School and soon to be JBHS freshman. Yeah. So with that, I would like to ask Valerie to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you to the Burbank City Council, Mayor, the community, and Burbank Human Relations Council. I'm thrilled that you asked my parents to speak to you about their experiences as Asian American parents of a gay kid, and just learning your willingness to learn more about our community. I really enjoy living in Burbank, and I plan to continue to enjoy living here for much longer. And I appreciate the work that your council does and has done since 1958 to celebrate different peoples, like the Holocaust Commemoration Day and the Martin Luther King Jr. Breakfast. So anyway, thank you for listening, and I look forward to working with you to making Burbank a even better place. Thank you.
Our son, I want him in.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, just balancing it out for the photo. Anybody else have anything you'd like to say? No? Okay. Thank you. And as always, thank you, Burbank Human Relations Council, for being a wonderful partner for the Burbank community and observing these things. And last but not least, we have one final proclamation this evening, and that is the recognition of Harvey Milk Day here in the city of Burbank. So we have two representatives. I'd like to invite them both down. We have Burbank Police Commissioner and Human Relations Council Member Mike Chapman. Come on down, Mike. And it's always good to see him on this end of the dais. Superintendent of Public Education here in Burbank, John Paramo. Dr. John Paramo. Okay, so I'll read the proclamation, and then who'd like to go first? Outstanding. Whereas Harvey Bernard Milk was born on May 22nd, 1930 in Woodmere, New York, graduated from the University of Albany in New York in 1951, and thereafter served a short time in the United States Navy. And whereas in 1972, Harvey Milk moved to the city of San Francisco and opened a camera shop called Castro Camera, and soon emerged as a community leader, founding the Castro Valley Association of Merchants, and eventually becoming known as the mayor of Castro Street. And whereas he was elected to the Board of Supervisors of the City and County of San Francisco in 1977, being the first time in history, that marked the first time in history of the United States that an openly gay man was elected to a prominent political office. And whereas Harvey Milk was successful in forging coalitions with San Francisco's other minority leaders, and his message was one of unity against oppression in all of its forms. And whereas on November 10th, 1978, Harvey Milk was shot and killed in a daytime political assassination that also included San Francisco Mayor George Moscone. And whereas in accordance with the code of the state of California, specifically section 6721, in case anyone's checking, May 22nd in the city of Burbank shall be proclaimed Harvey Milk Day for both the city of Burbank and the state of California. Now, therefore, I, officially, Nick Schultz, as the mayor of the city of Burbank, do hereby proclaim by this proclamation May 22nd as Harvey Milk Day in recognition of his life as an example of triumph of nonviolent social change, the ongoing fight for equal rights for everyone, and the personal price that is often paid for political courage. Mike's all yours.
Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. On behalf of the Human Relations Council and the gay and lesbian members of the Burbank community, we thank you for this proclamation. In 2009, the state of California designated May 22nd, which is Harvey Milk's birthday, to be Harvey Milk Day. Milk is primarily remembered for his activism in gay issues and equal rights. Harvey was a minority member who, rather than standing safely on the sidelines, became actively engaged in his local government. He showed it was possible for minority members to make a positive impact on the entire community. This proclamation speaks highly of our Burbank community and of its leadership. It represents the weaving together of threads in our community into a strong social fabric. We truly appreciate this proclamation. Thank you. Thank you. We are very honored to have Dr. John Paramo. Thank you.
Thank you so much. When Harvey Milk won the San Francisco Board of Supervisors election in 1977, he made history as the first openly gay elected official in California and one of the first in the United States of America. His camera store and campaign headquarters were centers of community activism for a wide range of human rights, environmental rights, labor rights, and neighborhood issues. During his tenure as supervisor, he helped pass a gay rights ordinance for the city of San Francisco that prohibited anti-gay discrimination in housing and employment. Harvey Milk, a proud gay man, dedicated his efforts to securing civil rights for all, with a particular focus on the gay community. His bravery serves as a beacon, inspiring not just the LGBTQ+ community, but also all those who champion the civil rights of every individual. I'm deeply appreciative of his leadership, which has paved the way for me to carry out the work I do as superintendent. In a world where you can be anything, be kind. It's a great place to start, and we can all benefit from human kindness. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you both so much for being here. Give it up for them one more time, and let's all endeavor. Let's all endeavor to be just a little bit more like Harvey Milk, and I think the world will be a better place for it. Mr. City Manager, I think you have something big to report tonight, huh?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After a competitive recruitment, I am excited to introduce our new General Manager of our Burbank Water and Power, Mandeep Samra. She is taking over. She was previously the Assistant General Manager of Power, and she is here, and she'd like to say a few words. So please welcome and join me in wishing Mandeep.
I just wanted to say a few words. First of all, thank you. I do just want to give a brief background about myself. I do have 20 years of utility experience, having worked at Anaheim Public Utilities, Pasadena Water and Power, Edison, and the last 3 years I manage the power supply team here. I also just want to give some gratitude for being in this position today. First and foremost, thank you, City Manager Mr. Hess, for offering me this role and the opportunity to lead BWP. Second, I really want to give thanks to my BWP power supply team. It's been phenomenal working with them, as well as the BWP team overall. They're just a phenomenal, hardworking group of people. I also want to thank, finally, my family. My husband's here today, so thank you. My children, my son, Michael, who's 10, and my daughter, Carol Ann, who is 8, my parents, and my siblings, who have always been very supportive of my career and my desire to do public service. I look forward to partnering with the City Council, the BWP Board, and the community as we move forward to a sustainable, reliable, safe quality of services for electric, water, and fiber. We have a lot of challenges ahead. I plan to be here for the long run, testing pilot projects, being here where they're implemented in the ground. We have a lot of things to cover, and I'm really proud to be able to lead this team. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, Ms. Samra. And in what's already a very deep bench of talented professionals at Water and Power, tough decision, Mr. Hess, but I think we're clearly in exceptional hands moving forward. So congrats again. Mr. City Attorney, would you please report on tonight's closed session items?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, and for the benefit of the community, City Council met this afternoon, actually this evening at 5 p.m. to discuss one matter in closed session, a matter of conference with the labor negotiator concerning Burbank Firefighter Chiefs Officers Unit pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City Council took no reportable action this evening.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. McDougall. So folks, now is the time for general public comment. We do have a slight wrinkle that we hope you will actually find to be more helpful to keep it moving fast. So bear with me as I go through these instructions. As always, I will be calling out each speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak. In order to keep public comment moving in a timely manner, because we do want to hear from all of you, we have a designated seat in the front row for speakers who are next up, so that way you can leave your seat where you're sitting, you can be right there by the podium while you're on deck, and then when it's your time, you're right up there at the microphone. And then Ms. Clark and Ms. Ty, would someone mind just pointing out exactly where the seat is, because there's a couple open seats right here. First one right there nearest the podium, so hopefully you all know. Okay. A timer is also available on the podium so that you can keep track of how much time you have remaining. Again, you may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but you won't be able to then later speak when that public comment comes up for the report. So basically, you can't speak twice on a particular item. We ask that you, of course, state your name, or if I misstate your name, please feel free to correct that mispronunciation before your time starts. For those who are wishing to call in during the general public comment period, if you haven't already done so, right now is the time, and you can do that by calling 818-238-3335. You'll be placed in a queue until all in-person public comments have been received. So with that, I do have our comment cards. I'm going to start with the 1-minute speakers, and then when I'm done with all of those, I'll let you know we're moving to our 3-minute speakers. So first I have Gabriela Ambriz, followed by Samoon Pendekar.
Good evening, council members. My name is Gabriela Ambriz, and today should have been the day to pass a ceasefire resolution. It was supposed to be on the agenda, and yet Zionists managed to threaten and bully the city council into postponing it. I come here today as a proudly anti-Zionist Jew to demand that the resolution be put back on the next agenda on June 4th. Time is of the essence, as tens of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza have lost their lives since October 7th, and hundreds more are murdered and injured each day. We must not continue to fund Israel's genocide. We must call for an end to the bombing so that we may free Palestine. At what point do we start to care? Are the 35,000 innocent lives of men, women, and children not enough? What number will be? Is the devastation of land and entire ecosystems not enough? Day after day, we see firsthand accounts of the devastation Israel has brought and continues to bring to the people of Gaza. This has to end. It is not anti-Semitic to stand against Israel and its genocide. I and countless other Jews have been raising our voices to make this clear and to end the conflation of Zionism and Judaism. Never again is now. We must have a permanent and lasting ceasefire. We have an opportunity to be on the right side of history and to stand against oppression in all of its forms. The resolution must be added to the next agenda and put to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And before you go, not a rule, but I always ask if you can use the jazz hands. That allows us to visually see your support, but it also makes it, you're doing it perfect. But then it makes it so folks next in line can hear and can get in position. So next we have Samoon Pendekar, followed by Nico Marshall.
Thanks for allowing me a moment to speak here, City Council members. I'm really grateful to be in front of you, especially with so many of our comrades united to work for a ceasefire and a peaceful resolution in Gaza, Palestine, and Israel. My name is Samoon Pendekar. I am a 12-year Burbank resident, a homeowner, and a voter. I'm an educator. I have my own educational consulting firm. I work nationally. I also happen to be finishing up my second year as the DEI chair for my son's school PTA, Jefferson Elementary. And recently was awarded the Honorary Service Award, very nicely signed by you, Mayor Nick, as well as Congressman Adam Schiff. So I'm grateful for that recognition. And I say all that to say that this is, of course, a global issue, a geopolitical issue, but it's an issue deeply close to home. For me, for so many of us here, Burbankians, however we like to call ourselves. My family is originally from India.
Thank you. That's
Time is expired.
my time's
the 1 minute.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. Well, I'll finish by saying we know the scars of colonization over our lands, and we hope that it continues no longer. We asked for the ceasefire resolution to be put onto the agenda for discussion and a vote, and we brought the resolution for you today.
Thank you. You
That
can
passed around.
submit that to Ms. Clark.
got it.
As a reminder, folks, all these folks, I'm calling your name. You're on the 1 minute clock. So I get there was some confusion. So 1 minute for all of you going forward. If I call your name and you want to use the 3 minutes, you can indicate that, but we're trying to stick to the timing, okay? And thank you for your comment. So next we have Nico Marshall for 1 minute, followed by Vicky Kirschenbaum for 1 minute.
My name is Nico Marshall, and I live and work in Burbank. I'm proud to call Burbank home, and that's why I'm here today to ask that a ceasefire resolution be part of the agenda on June 4th. It's heartbreaking to see what's happening in Gaza, as well as the profound effect it's having on members of our own community here in Burbank. Everyone deserves safety and security. It deeply saddens me to think of how much more destruction and violence against innocent people there's going to be in Gaza before we say something, and that this is funded by all of our tax dollars. I cannot stay silent as a genocide is being committed, and believe that we all want to stand up for what's right. We need an end to the violence and an end to the suffering, and we need peace and a ceasefire now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Vicky Kirschenbaum, followed by Kyle Hardy, each for 1 minute.
Hi, thanks. I'm Vicki Kirschenbaum. Thanks for this opportunity to address you tonight. I am the chair of the Sustainable Burbank Commission, and I am speaking on behalf of the commission this evening. We had our monthly meeting last night, and we did draft a request for funds, which I believe you received by email, I hope so. And we're asking for funding of $15,000 annually that would fund our events and those of grassroots organizations looking to educate our community in areas of sustainability. I'm really proud that our commission has really stepped up over the past year or so with successful events for Earth Day, with community forums, but the money for those events comes out of the pockets of us commissioners, and that, that cannot continue indefinitely. Also, I know some of you attended Burbank Eagle Council's terrific Earth Day event. Just tremendous. They ran into some unexpected costs. How wonderful if they could have come to us, the commission, to ask for some of those additional funds. So I hope you will consider our request. It would fund our events and others.
Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it. Next we have Kyle Hardy, and then my last 1 minute comment card is Mike Van Gorder.
Can I just say that I am looking really good, supercuts. Clap it up for them.
You do, Kyle.
Thank you. Look at that. So good evening, council members, Vice Mayor Perez and Mayor Schultz. I recently joined Burbank Toastmasters, so actually structuring a speech rather than just going off the cuff is something new for me. And in my year-long appointment on the Community Development Goals Committee, I have to say I've learned that being a part of the community is a spectacular learning experience, and that I've got a lot to learn when it comes to being a leader in the community. The key word there is learn. I think you guys can agree, and all of us here, that it's important to constantly learn and challenge ourselves to become better as professionals, community members, and ultimately leaders, because leading ourselves first will allow us to truly lead others. And what I'm really doing up here today is that I want to make it clear that my application for the second term on a public board here in Burbank is more than just something to do or a resume builder, but an opportunity for myself to learn and grow as an individual and as a community leader. Good luck to everyone.
Thank you. I love you brought that energy, Kyle. That's what we needed. Okay, final 1 minute comment card, Mike Van Gorder.
Good evening. My name is Mike Van Gorder. I'm a tenants' rights advocate, a homeowner, a parent, someone that cuts his own hair. I hope that's okay.
Looks great too. I don't pick. That's great.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll tell my stylist. I'm proud to announce my candidacy for Burbank City Council. I wanted to thank the council tonight for advancing the rent control conversation and for being excellent stewards of the city's budget. And I know that operating the black is not something that has been traditionally done. Commendable. Thank you very much. The other thing I wanted to bring up tonight is, as the son of a firearms instructor who learned responsible firearms handling at the tender age of 8, I support tonight's amendment to the municipal code that would increase responsibility by curbing the amount of the places where gun stores may be located. We're a national leader of just the number of gun stores. I don't think we need to do any more than that. This is the first part of a larger conversation about gun safety, and I thank you for having that. Cheers.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Ron Bax, and these are now 3-minute public comments, everyone. So you're starting with 3 minutes. So first up, we have Mr. Bax, and I'm pretty sure I know who this is, but we have J.G. Wentworth. I know it's Mr. Schlossman. We're going to call him J.G. Wentworth. That's a good one. I'm looking for it this time.
I didn't get the warm-up call.
Don't worry, Mr. Bax, take as much time as you need. We won't start till you're ready.
Oh, not going to do a Twilight Zone version of the timer again, huh?
Not tonight, but stick around. I might just try that again on you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Miss Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, same like him, City Council and members of the staff. Several times, representatives of the Burbank Tenants Union have accused housing providers of what I would classify as bad faith. We have been open to meetings. A group of us was invited to and attended the round table. We agreed with many items that would help tenants. Responding to the claims housing providers have not proposed solutions, the state of California proposed for us AB 1482, which is the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, tenancy rent caps, SB 567, termination of tenancy, no fault, just cause, gross rent increases, AB 12, tenancy security deposits. You would be hard pressed to find anything in those favorable to housing providers. The best that can be found are small carve-outs. These and whatever housing providers could additionally propose are givings. I see all the BTU proposals as takings. I challenge anyone to find me a law passed in the last 50 years that is favorable to housing providers, thereby a taking. In the staff report presented at February 13th, 2024 City Council meeting, there were 14 solutions resulting from the roundtable that received no opposition. The city attorney, in his May 7th, 2024 budget paper, seemed to address 7 of the 14. 2 were beyond his and the Director of Community Development's abilities to address. 2 appeared to encompass others. 2 are extremes, and 1 could be addressed by referring to the State of California Department of Consumer Affairs, a guide to residential tenants and landlords' rights. This is my copy. It's a 2010 version. It was unrevised until about 2020, and then it was revised again in 2022. I expect to see it revised again with AB 67 and SB 67, AB 12. I see the 7 having 4 levels of scope. In order of broadest to narrowest application, they are coordinating social services, provide tenant resources and referrals, investigate complaints and habitability concerns, review and initiate civil enforcement actions. The first would cover supplemental food, BTAC, for example, childcare, employment, leads, housing programs, and et cetera. These could precede any housing opportunity and could span the entire time a person is a citizen of the city. This is clearly outside the purview of a housing provider, but should be very beneficial as a resource. The second will be a source of available housing leads to inform tenants of housing provider and housing providers of their rights and obligations. Here too, it is outside the purview of the housing provider, especially since in some cases the housing provider will be one of the parties. And I will be back on June 4th to finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bax. We'll see you on next week's episode of The Twilight Zone, right?
2 weeks.
Oh, 2 weeks, you're right. Mr. J.G. Wentworth, followed by Caleb Carr.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mr. Anthony. I spent a lot of time lately on this school bond, and I kind of feel like I've been neglecting you. So we'll see what we can do to make you feel better tonight. Of course, this bond is a disaster for everybody. You've heard me say that. The economy's tough. Every time I read the news, there's some some negative thing happening, and I worry about people being able to pay their bills. And this bond is actually a loan against your house if you own it. If you can't pay it, you can lose your house. It takes a little time, but it can be done. So I was at the school board meeting, by the way, Thursday, and to show you how disjointed they are, they're on the same agenda, they're cutting a bunch of jobs, but also giving raises to 4 or 5 people. And, retroactive raises over $100,000 worth. So stuff like that, I notice it. It just doesn't make sense. And it shows how, the poor management decisions they make over there with our money. They should be better stewards with our money, not coming to us with parcel taxes and bonds and keeping us all in the poorhouse. Okay, some business regarding this bond took me down to Norwalk, where the register recorder is. And, Mr. Anthony, I've heard you make a lot of claims over the years, and I've challenged you on those claims. And the claims that you make are easily disproved via public records or information requests. For example, you claim to go to a college in the San Francisco area. Well, I sent that administrator a request for to see if you attended, and there's no record of you attending. And I checked under all your names that you've used, through your life. So that's, just an example of how easy it is to disprove your claims that you went to that college. So I read and I heard you say that you got married. And of course, I question everything you say. I think, what's the motive behind it? And it occurred to me that you were running for office, higher office, and you wanted maybe to appear as a family man and garner more votes. So when I was down at that Hall of Records, I did a search. I paid $17 for it, and they'll tell you. And I asked if you and Margot Router, were married, and I gave a time frame, and there's no record of you being married. So that's just another example of things you say that may not be true, may not be accurate. And there's a difference between a civil union and a marriage. They're two complete separate things. So I'll just leave it at that. But when you make these claims, know that somebody may check, and that somebody may be me.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Caleb Carr, followed by Jacqueline Cherry.
Hello, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of the council. My name is Caleb Carr. I contacted you all in early April to express my support for Burbank passing a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, following the lead of many other cities in Southern California and across the nation, including Pasadena, Long Beach, San Francisco, and dozens more. I was encouraged at that time to hear that an agenda item was set for this meeting, May 21st, which would provide a report on similar resolutions from other cities and provide a springboard for action here in Burbank. Today, I was extremely disappointed to find that this agenda item has been removed, and I have confirmed with the city manager's office that there is no set date at this time to review it in the future. Israel has now killed 35,000 Palestinians at least since October 7th, over half of whom are women and children. This figure does not include the thousands more trapped under rubble or buried in mass graves, nor does it include the deaths from preventable disease and famine as a result of the near total destruction of Gaza's health system and humanitarian facilities, which Israel has routinely and indiscriminately bombed. As a result, the true death toll of this war is likely in the hundreds of thousands. Officials in Israel's government and military have made it clear that they do not distinguish between civilians and combatants, and that they seek to make Gaza completely unlivable for the 2 million who are trapped inside. This is a genocide, one that our government arms and supports, and it should not be controversial to call for it to end. It has already taken this city far too long to add our voices to the chorus, speaking out against Israel's war crimes and putting pressure on the Biden administration to stop facilitating this humanitarian nightmare. Now, our city has taken it off the agenda completely, citing more pressing issues and deadlines that require our attention. I consider genocide an extremely pressing issue, and I urge the city council and the city manager's office to make it a priority to put this back on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Colleagues, just make sure everyone's looking up so all comments you can gauge support or opposition. Next, we have Jacqueline Cherry, followed by Eddie Pullen.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members, everyone here, and everyone watching at home.
I'm here tonight to also discuss the ceasefire resolution that was proposed back in March. It was set as an action item on the agenda for tonight, but was recently taken off. I was previously encouraged to hear that it would be discussed and plan to attend the meeting to voice my support. But now I am gravely disappointed. I have been informed that this action item was moved to next month so that this meeting could be used to discuss other items. However, I have spoken with the city manager's office and was told they do not currently have an action item regarding the ceasefire resolution on the agenda for any upcoming meetings. And I understand there are important matters to address in our city, but this should be among them. Pasadena and at least a dozen of our neighboring cities have passed ceasefire resolutions like this one, like the one that was to be discussed this evening. And these resolutions raise awareness of the atrocities taking place in Gaza and help to shift public opinion. It is a simple act that would show that our city stands with people and organizations of all faiths, including the Jewish Voice for Peace, calling for a ceasefire and an end to the indiscriminate violence against innocent civilians. Removing this action item in the hopes that it will disappear is naive, negligent, and frankly embarrassing. It is dismissive of the horrors occurring in Gaza that our government is funding and endorsing, and it frankly makes me sick and ashamed to be a citizen of Burbank. I ask that you add the ceasefire resolution action to the agenda of the next city council meeting. War crimes are not a matter that anyone should be wringing their hands about. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Eddie Poland, followed by Jordan Barger.
Good evening, council members. My name is Eddie Poland. I'm speaking tonight on calendar consent item number 7, which is staff requesting Measure M funds for the purchase of electric buses as part of the Burbank Bus Electrification Program. As staff indicates in the report, the Transportation Commission recommended approving this funding with the caveat that this funding not be spent until the completion of a transit analysis of the Burbank bus that's expected later this year. I hope the subtlety of this mixed message is not lost on you. In our discussions, I, along with my fellow commissioners, have expressed serious reservations as to whether the path we are on to invest $20 to $40 million in electrifying our fleet is a sensible course for our city, especially if this plan leads to our city owning a fleet of electric buses that we must pay Glendale to charge and pay an outside contractor to house and maintain. Now is the moment for the council and staff to clarify and justify the policy goals for maintaining an independent transit agency, and whether these goals are more important than spending these funds on fast-tracking our complete street programs. Staff's transit analysis will be a useful tool in identifying and prioritizing these goals and challenges, but it's not a substitute for clear direction from council. I am a strong advocate for public transportation as an essential tool for improving the life of our community and addressing the global climate crisis. But we must pursue these goals in a responsible and thoughtful manner that is focused on building long-term value for our community. I urge Council to agree to staff's request for these Measure M funds, but I also urge the Council to specifically not allow staff to spend these funds without a viable and policy-driven plan in place. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Jordan Barger, followed by Naveen Greer.
Thank you, council members, for granting me time to speak. My name is Jordan Barger, and I have enjoyed living in the Burbank area for the past 3 years. I stood before this council 7 weeks ago with fellow citizens to urge you to issue a resolution for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. The overwhelming response to our request was that the ceasefire resolution was on the calendar for May 21st and that it would not be pushed up. Understandably, I was upset when I learned it was recently removed from the agenda for today. So I now stand before you urging you to reschedule the ceasefire resolution back onto the agenda on June 4th as a way to respect the city's humanitarian values. The situation in Gaza is a humanitarian crisis. Over 35,000 Palestinians have been massacred in less than 8 months, and almost half of that number is children. As citizens in hope of a better world, we cannot be bystanders. We need to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. In the past 7 weeks, since I last spoke to you, Israel has ordered evacuations in Rafah, an area that Israel had originally designated a safe zone despite continuous bombing, where 1.4 million people were sheltering. For reference, Rafah is less than double the size of Burbank and had more than 10 times the population of people sheltering there. Israel then seized and closed the Rafah border crossing. The ongoing border closure is preventing aid from reaching Gaza, as it is the main crossing where emergency health supplies are entering the devastated region. According to the head of the World Health Organization, the organization that works to promote health, keep the world safe, and serve the vulnerable, quote, "What is needed now more than ever is a ceasefire and to get aid flowing into Gaza," end quote. My point is the need for a permanent ceasefire existed 7 weeks ago and still exists today. I would like for Burbank to join the ever-growing list of cities who passed resolutions for one. The people of Palestine cannot wait another 7 more weeks. Furthermore, the people of Burbank need you, as representatives of the city, to demonstrate Burbank's commitment to preventing atrocities and standing against oppression. Please, protect your residents through supporting a permanent ceasefire resolution. A resolution aligns with Burbank's commitment to fostering understanding of the human right to safety, peace, justice, and liberation for all people. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, quote, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice anywhere," end quote. Join the fight against injustice for both the people of Palestine and the people of Burbank. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Naveen Greer, followed by Gio Greer.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Naveen Greer, a Burbank resident, a BUSD employee. My family owns several businesses in the city, and I'm also a proud Palestinian Christian Semite from the holy city of Bethlehem in Palestine. I'm also the daughter and granddaughter of 1948 Nakba survivors. My father, who is 93 years old and still lives in Bethlehem, lost a lot in his life, especially his business when Israel decided to confiscate the land and build the apartheid wall surrounding the ancient city. The illegal settlers, with the help of the Israeli army, increased their attacks on civilians in the West Bank by killing, burning houses, and destroying olive trees, which my dad always loved to grow. We always live in fear. We are not safe here and there. The Palestinian people, Christians and Muslims alike, are threatened everywhere. I'm here again today in support of a resolution for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. For the last 13 weeks, with an amazing group of individuals, we have been outside peacefully protesting and pleading with the only people who have the power to make a difference. But yet, the date for the ceasefire resolution was pushed back due to folks who believe a ceasefire makes them less safe in the city of Burbank, which doesn't make sense, because asking for a ceasefire wouldn't make anyone less safe. It will make you an empathetic human. It's becoming a local issue since our tax money is being used to support a genocide. As a tax-paying resident of Burbank, I would like to see my hard-earned money go to local needs such as education, homelessness, mental health care, housing, and many more. America is already $34.7 trillion in debt. Israel or Ukraine are not the 51st state. That's why it starts at the local level, to achieve things in the country that I called home after fleeing my beloved country, Palestine, 23 years ago. It was never about October 7th. It was never about the hostages. It was never about Israel's security. It was always about uprooting Palestinians from their land and ethnic cleansing. It's about settlement and occupation only. It's always been about stealing Palestinian land and property since 1947. Killing children, journalists, destroying hospitals, displacing people, attacking and blocking aid trucks by Israeli settlers are all international war crimes, and yet the world remains silent. 80 years ago, the world made a pledge not to let the horrors of the Holocaust repeat, and yet they are repeating it today in Gaza, in the 21st century. Never again means never again for anyone. So yes, for a ceasefire now to end this genocide in my beautiful country, Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Gio Greer, followed by Tony Rodriguez.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Gio Greer. I'm a Burbank resident, and I'm an 8th grader at John Muir Middle School, and I will be promoting with honors on Thursday. The blood that flows through my veins is Syrian and Palestinian blood, which makes me a Semite. I'm here in support of my mom and the slaughtered innocents of Palestine to ask you to put an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza back on the agenda. I would like to see my mom happy and not always worrying about her family in Palestine. I want to go visit my grandpa, who is a Nakba survivor, and who is 93 in Bethlehem, Palestine. But this ongoing genocide is preventing us from being able to see him because of all the atrocities in the West Bank by the army and the illegal settlers. As the great Martin Luther King once said, freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. The time is always right to do the right. I pray for the day when the children of Gaza wake up to the sounds of birds and not bombs. 70 years is too much. Enough is enough. Ceasefire now.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Tony Rodriguez, followed by Polly Stenberg.
Good evening, council members, Vice Mayor, Mayor Schultz, staff, and citizens of Burbank. I want to start off by saying that they're right. We need to be more empathetic in society today because we're not. We pretend to be what we're not. We need to think about what people are going through every day and try to help as much as we can. I'm here today to talk about you're introducing that ordinance to the City Council for Burbank, amending Title 10, Chapter 1, Articles 5 and 11, Municipal Code establishing regulation and development standards for firearm and ammunition retail uses. And I'm bringing that up. We know there's gun problems in our country, in every city. But if a small business is following the law and regulations, why are we holding them accountable for what's going on? We know who's selling the guns. We know who they are. We need to go after people. We need to go after the criminal. We know who they are. The police know who they are. They know where to find them. But we'd rather protect criminal rights than law-abiding citizens, which is unfair. If you're sitting at our point where we're sitting at, it's unfair the way people are being treated, not just in Burbank, not just in Glendale, throughout the city, throughout the state, right? Criminals have more rights than people that obey the law. So if we do this to businesses, it's a slippery slope, whether we want to believe it or not. What's the next business next week that we're going to shut down or try to buy off? Is it going to be a donut shop because it's too sugary? Is it going to be Portos because it's fatty food? And we can laugh about it, but it's reality, right? We can have somebody in a leadership position that decides, you know what, I don't want all these McDonald's anymore. I'm going to close them down and buy them off because I don't agree with the food they're selling or the grease they're using. So at some point, we need to be very empathetic to the community, to the renters, to the property owners, to the business owners who really, the small business, as far as I'm concerned, run this country. So we need to do whatever we can to support them and not tie their hands. If you really want to get a hold of the criminals, then go after the criminals, not the small businesses that provide the guns or the food that you don't agree with or whatever you don't agree with. We live in a society where we're supposed to be free. We, the people, run the government, not the government running us. You don't get to decide what we do, when we do, and how we do it. We do have some rules and regulations that we need to follow because we have to, but we got to do what's best for the people, not the leadership. Thank you. I yield my 30 seconds.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Polly Stenberg, followed by Mark Scroggs.
Good evening. My name is Polly Michael Stenberg. I'm a 9-year Burbank resident, homeowner, voter, and a mother of 2. My children are students currently enrolled in Providencia Elementary School in BUSD. We are members of the Burbank YMCA, where my children are avid basketball players in the Showcase Basketball League. I was an original parent member of BUSD's DEI Instruction Committee starting from 2020, and I am one of the founding members of DEI work in my children's school. I'm one of the co-founders of the Destiny Education Project, a Burbank-based anti-racism and social justice-focused 501c3 established to support work being done within BUSD. I participated in the process that the City of Burbank undertook with its Human Relations Council to draft and adopt a Sundown Town resolution, a resolution which acknowledges our city's history of racism and pledges to do better by reviewing city policies and practices through an anti-racist lens and engaging with the community on issues of racism, discrimination, and social justice. I'm asking you to engage with the community on a critical issue of social justice. I'm asking you to keep your immediate attention on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and Palestine and urgently agendize and adopt a ceasefire resolution, a draft of which the mayor and several council members have already reviewed with our multiracial, multi-ethnic, interfaith, all-gender, multi-generational coalition of Burbankers and Burbankians raising our voices for justice and for a lasting peace in Palestine. I am Jewish. I want you to know that when I recite Jewish prayers and sing for a ceasefire, it is to honor the enormous contributions, struggles, resilience, and spirits of all of my ancestors. I want you not to collapse the idea of Jewish safety with Israeli state crimes. My grandmother, Diana Jacobs, was born in the city of Jerusalem in the state of Palestine as Tziona Werner. In her honor, I offer you two central tenets of my Jewish faith, which keep me grounded. Tikkun Olam. This means to heal the world, to heal rifts in the world, to fight for peace, to really consider what it means to repair those things that are broken between human beings. Pikuach Nefesh. This means preserving life, to save a life. Pikuach Nefesh emphasizes the sanctity of other human beings' lives and safety. An immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution is Pikuach Nefesh. In a letter to the editor in My Burbank, Suzanne Wirtz, board member of BHRC, wrote in 2022, Burbank's history, like the history of America, is full of contradictions. We've witnessed painful injustices as well as inspiring compassion in our community. Perhaps more importantly, ours is a story of change and people pushing to close the gap between promise and reality. I am pushing you to close the gap between the promise and the reality of interconnected liberation. I'm pushing you to stand for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. There is no safety, Jewish or otherwise, that comes as the result of ethnic cleansing and collective punishment. Standing up against war crimes, protecting the lives of civilian populations is not actually a religious issue.
Thank you for your comment.
It's a human issue.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Mark Scroggs, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Good evening, everyone. First, I wanted to say that regarding the possible strikes this summer, the talk's looking good. We're getting calls about people going back to work in July and August. A lot of people working here. The animation industry has been really hit. I don't know what's going on with that, but otherwise, it's a little more positive than not. I was going to bring up an idea. I'm going to talk about voting and getting people more involved with voting. But after hearing, I guess Alex, I can't remember his last name, speak, I just want to say whatever you can do to help curtail with gun rights and help people, you need to do. We do have a lot of gun stores. A lot of them are small businesses that follow the rules. But every day you hear about shootings. You hear about, innocent people getting shot, injured, killed, and we kind of hear it on the news and it becomes white noise. But today I was on the phone with one of my clients who 3 weeks ago, 2.5, 3 weeks ago, was shot 6 times when people invaded his business. He's alive. He got 5 of the bullets out. He still can't, he doesn't know if he'll ever walk again. He's in his mid-30s. He was healthy, really nice, really great guy, talented actor. He's learning how to brush his teeth, how to feed himself. And we don't know where the guns came from, but they came from somewhere. And we need to start doing stuff now because this is just ridiculous. And I know, small businesses, there's a lot of other small businesses. And if you don't want to go to McDonald's, you think they're going to close McDonald's, that's your problem, buddy. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Joe Pimienta, followed by Dustin Blankenship.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everybody in the chamber. My name is Joe Pimienta. I have a few things to mention this evening, so I'll try to get through them. The first one is in full support of the immediate necessity for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. I do believe that the more local authority or the more the local bodies vote for it, the more it will be influential on the county, which will mean be influential on the state to demand a permanent and immediate ceasefire. Together, that collective can make a difference, and it does begin with local government. The second thing that I want to bring up is that last time that I was here, I mentioned something that happened in the Tenant Landlord Commission, and tonight I want to bring up something else that happened. So at the Tenant Landlord Commission, someone representing a homeowner showed up and said that, frankly, they represented a owner of a building that they wanted to get out of the market, but there were 2 people still living there, one for 20 years and one for 10 years, and without any sense of irony in his look, he just said, how do we get them out? After that, that person was requested to fill in a form, but I'm not so sure if that happened, so I'm just kind of bringing it up to your attention because these are the kind of things that are happening in the Tenant Landlord Commission, meaning that these things go because they are permissible. So Just a little bit to put on that. The other thing that I want to continue proposing is that as a member of the Burbank Tenant Union, on April 23rd, the Burbank Tenant Union proposed a rent stabilization ordinance. And within that ordinance, there was a proposal to begin a rent registry, which would be a form of ledger that could keep a record of all the units in Burbank that are rented, for how much, and that way it can actually keep, we can actually keep tabs on the apartments that are being rented, and that, keep a little bit more of a tally on what the apartments are going for. Not to mention, in order to run such registry, it would also be something that both the landlord and the tenant would be paying for with a single digit by a single digit cost, meaning that that program could also be self-sustaining. Does that mean that the entire rent stabilization ordinance would be budgeted with that? We're not entirely sure, but we do believe that it's a positive start. And lastly, I do want to bring up something that will come up in the agenda later, which is that in order to continue the conversation of tenant protections, there is the possibility of bringing in a consultant. I frankly believe that that is unnecessary. A lot of us have been voicing our concerns. There has been discussion going on, and I do believe that currently staff has all the appropriate tools and all the appropriate information to take next steps. So a consultant would practically be unnecessary, and if I may say so, a waste of money. With my last 20 seconds, I simply want to thank you for your service. I hope that you're having a good evening, and thank you for everything that you're doing. And just once more, because I have 10 seconds to do it, free Palestine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Dustin Blankenship, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Dustin Blankenship, a tenant of Burbank for 8 years. I wanted to speak tonight about a discussion paper included under item 14. It is titled Public Outreach for a Proposed Local Rent Cap. I personally fail to see why this city needs to spend almost $250,000 on a communications consultant to conduct this public outreach. I feel our city's departments are perfectly capable of reaching out and hearing what its residents have to say. Should that not already be the job of government, to listen to those they govern? Do I live in a city that does not possess the necessary experience and talent to simply talk to its residents? Furthermore, having attended many city council meetings in the past, I know that you, the council, have stressed to city staff the importance and priority of protecting the tenants of this city. And yet, according to this memo, staff will not even reach out to consultants till September and make no decision until December of this year. That's more than half a year from now, 7 more months of evictions, 7 more months of tenants being forced out of their homes, 7 more months of your constituents having to uproot their lives at no fault of their own, but the greediness of others. That does not feel like a priority to me. Reading this memo, and given that this is an election year, I dare say this paper feels like city staff punting this issue so far down the road, they hope that a new makeup on city council will drop it. This reads like city staff does not want to do the work you directed them to do. As a member of this community, I find it abhorrent that city staff would play politics with the lives of over half its residents. I urge you, the city council, to reject this expenditure and remind staff of the urgency you previously directed them on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have David Donahue, followed by Tracy Greer.
Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, council members, and staff. My name is David Donahue. I'm a resident and business owner in Burbank. A couple things I'd like to talk to you about this first public comment period. One of them is going to be on the item 14, but it's going to be a specific agenda item. I'm a specific item attachment, but it is not going to, I'm not going to repeat myself when I speak to the others. So to comment on what the agenda had, what was online is not able to be printed out, at least is not available, because on item 14, the previous speaker actually had he was referencing an attachment. It is only in the big binder that is outside or online. There is no reference to it here. My comments are going to be that those items themselves, some of them, 11 of the attachments, should have their own public comment period because they are critically important. And I'm going to refer to several right now with my remaining 2 minutes. The Pride event. The city is going to be considering fully supporting a $15,000 one-time event, and that is wonderful. You acknowledge Harvey Milk, and I think this could be a wonderful opportunity to endorse that. The 15,000, I would say, should be recurring for the city to kind of put it in their budget item. It doesn't need to be one time to take up more time of the council and put it on an agenda item in the future. Just make it permanent. Another item is the Leadership Burbank expenditure, 3 years, $12,000. My wife participated in Leadership Burbank. We've had friends that have participated in Leadership Burbank, and the former mayor, Constantine Anthony, also participated, as well as Councilmember Takahashi. It's a wonderful program, and any support that develops, nurtures, educates the leaders, I think is well done, well spoken about. So the other part, my last minute, is I am extremely excited for the announcement of the new general manager of Burbank Water and Power, Ms. Mandeep Samra. I was delighted to hear that her name was in for consideration, and it was my pleasure to write a letter to the city manager sharing my experience of working with her one-on-one, Ms. Dawn Roth-Lindell, the formal general manager, and I think that my strong support of hers is her unique ability to reach out, to connect, and to be able to simplify horribly complex issues. And moving forward, as you talk about future integrated resources plans, you talk about rate increases, the being able to understand them as they presented to this body about how the rates, are going to be going up, it is critical. Burbank Water and the Power is the only agency in the state that will do it to this level. Pay attention to this woman and understand, and you have questions, ask her. I ask her, and it takes me about a day to figure out what she just said because it's so complex. But I urge you to stay involved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Tracy Greer, and then my final 3-minute public comment card is Karen Lau.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Greer. I stand here before you not just as a proud first-generation Syrian-Palestinian Christian, the daughter and granddaughter of Nakba survivors, but as a human being. My mother, who was born in Jerusalem, Palestine, was 4 years old when she became a refugee with her family. It's been 76 years since the Nakba. It's been 228 days, that's almost 8 months. Over 50,000 Palestinians have been murdered, and over 2 million Palestinians are being displaced, starved, tortured, disfigured, terrorized, and traumatized, all on their own land of Palestine. It's been 13 weeks since we first asked for the City Council of Burbank to call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. But here we are still debating whether or not a genocide is occurring in Palestine. How many more men, women, children, and babies have to be slaughtered to convince you that calling for a permanent ceasefire is the only thing to do? I ask you to please put the ceasefire resolution in Gaza back on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. My last public comment card is Karen Lau.
Great. Good evening, everyone. These are my colleagues, Melissa Thompson, Leah Ford, Julianne Crump. We are the Burbank Eco Council. Good to see you guys. We have been elevating sustainability practices in Burbank schools since 2019. Environmental literacy, environmental equity, green spaces, air quality, decreasing the urban heat island effect. All in the auspices to improve health and well-being for students, teachers, and school staff. So we're here today to advocate for a city budget of $15,000 to support an annual community-driven Earth Day event and subsequent outreach events as proposed by the Sustainable Burbank Commission. Our Earth Day Parallel Party with over 300 attendees and the Sustainable Burbank Commission's Go Green event clearly demonstrated the proof of concept that Burbank residents and students want an amplification and increased representation of our environmental values. We believe this event should belong to the citizens of Burbank. It is an opportunity to highlight our city's environmental efforts from various community groups and to unite under one annual banner to create momentum in the environmental dialogue and demonstrate our commitment and leadership in addressing climate change. Together as a community, we can move the needle. The planet can't wait.
I just want to.
Can we pause time really quick? Sorry, you didn't do anything wrong. But if you're going to address the council, you can go for it in just a second, but I'm going to ask you to complete a card over here because everyone who speaks before the council completes a card. Are you each hoping to use 3 minutes, or are you trying to do the whole thing within 3 minutes?
I was just going to add something, but yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Why don't you, why don't you go ahead, you can go ahead and say a few words just when you're done. If you could fill out a yellow comment card, just for the record, that'd be great. And when she starts talking, we can keep the time going.
I just wanted to speak to what a success it was. Our Earth Day pedal party got rave reviews. It was a 37,000 square foot parking lot. We filled it with music. We filled it with children. There was a girl who learned how to ride a bike for the very first time that day. And we gave her a round of applause because that's what it's all about. And there were a lot of parents there saying, where can I take my kid to ride their bike? Where is it safe to ride their bike? There's a lot to learn. There's a lot we can share, and I think we can do an amazing event next year as well. Every year, really.
I'm Julianne, and we've been working in Burbank schools to creatively get our message across, and I think we can work with the Sustainable Commission and the City of Burbank to keep making really fun events that are really accessible for kids. Yeah, we're in the entertainment capital of the world, and we know how to put on a fun show.
Hi, I'm Leah Ford, and lastly, I just want to emphasize the juxtaposition of the biggest IKEA in North America wanting to host our Earth Day event every year, and we just need some support. It'll be helpful if we give our hours, countless hours, as for and a few of our colleagues, but not have to pull money from our own pockets to support the event. Thank you for your support.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. And if you could fill out a yellow comment card on your way out, and just so the public knows, all of this is incorporated in the record and into the minutes. So that's why we ask you to have the card so we can make sure your name is accurately reflected in the meeting minutes. So thank you, everyone. One more card did come in. Cheryl Weaver, come on down. I know you're here. Cheryl? Ah, there you are. Great.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Here to talk on item 14, which seems to have quite a bit of items underneath it. But we'll start with the Commission for Housing. And I applaud the council for considering funding a system where both low-income and landlords can come together and work out some legal issues. There seems to be a lot of confusion about that on both sides, and going forward, if there are any changes to what's going on in our rental market, that's a wonderful thing to offer for both sides. I am a little concerned that it's only offered for low income. I think it should be fair across the board that if you're a tenant or a landlord, both should have legal coverage on both sides and not have to pay for it if one doesn't have to pay for the other one. The other thing I was going to bring up was under item 14 is the Burbank Pride. I really want to encourage the council to move forward with the funding for Burbank Pride. It's been a wonderful, wonderful event for the last couple of years. It has brought tons of great attention to the city. It is unlike other Pride celebrations all around Los Angeles. We definitely have it's Burbank. We're celebrating families, we're celebrating Pride, and it seems to be a good PR for the city, for our employees, for housing, and for our businesses here. So I just want to encourage you to move forward with the funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Final call for comment cards. Seeing none. Okay, we have now completed in-person general public comment, and we'll be moving to call-in public comment. For our callers, please remember to lower the volume on your television or your computer, and be sure to take your phone off of speaker setting when you deliver public comment so that we can clearly hear you. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers on the line? Okay, let's go ahead and send the first caller through.
Hello.
The first caller is David Brown.
Hi, David. You're on with the council.
Hi. It's hard to get a word in edgewise with you guys. Been waiting quite a while. In 2018, the California legislature passed SB 946, which is the Safe Sidewalk Vending Act. Subsequently, the city council passed an ordinance to substantially comply with the Safe Sidewalk Vending Act. I'm a business owner, an attorney. I have a sidewalk vending business. I've been doing political merchandise sales since I was 21, so like 32 years now. So we sell political merchandise, hats, t-shirts, flags during election time. We have sidewalk vending locations all throughout the state of California. In 2020, we had 50 locations. This year, we'll have over 120. I get permits throughout the entire state. I'm very knowledgeable when it comes to the Sidewalk Vending Act and reading the local ordinances. I applied for a sidewalk vending permit with the city of Burbank 5 or 6 months ago. Mysteriously, it gets lost. I'm the only person that's ever applied for the sidewalk vending permit. When I apply again, there is no application. I have to draft up my own form. They just give the requirements, but there's no application form. So if it takes an attorney to do this, I wonder what it would take for like an immigrant or someone who has a lower level of education to accomplish this task. I still haven't accomplished this task. The business license, I obtained that. It was prorated, $240. It would have been $600. And then I get all through this process, back and forth, no phone calls returned, no emails returned from various departments, have to drive there 4 times, probably spent 20 hours of driving back and forth. And then I get to the point where I'm in front of Anthony Roman in your lauded Public Works Department, and he brings up this phantom encroachment permit that I have to get, even though it's mentioned nowhere in the safe sidewalk and anywhere in your sidewalk vending ordinance. It's mentioned nowhere in your sidewalk vending packet. But once they find out that my business sells Donald Trump T-shirts, hats, flags, and we do very well, we sell millions of dollars worth of this merchandise, you guys come up with a $1,900 encroachment permit that's mentioned nowhere in the sidewalk vending code. It's mentioned nowhere in the packet. And the intrinsic nature of the sidewalk vending ordinance is to put you on the sidewalk. So they're coming with another obstacle. I'm the only person that's applied for this. Nobody else has applied for it. I don't think anybody ever will, because they make the process virtually impossible to get a sidewalk vending permit. So what I'm going to do is, if I don't get my permit without this superfluous encroachment permit that's not even necessary, it's not even mentioned in the code.
Thank you for your comment. That's your time. Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
I'm going to set up anyway.
Next one, please.
Hello. The next caller is
Dear
Patricia.
Esteemed,
Hi, Patricia. You're on with the City Council. You can start whenever you're ready.
okay, thank you. Dear esteemed City Council members, my name is Patricia, and I'm a Palestinian Christian, and my family are members of the St. Ephraim Orthodox Church on Glen Oaks. I'm calling in today to urge you to put an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution back on the agenda again. As you know, we have witnessed unspeakable atrocities in Gaza these last 7 months. I often think about 5-year-old Faisal, who recounted the horror of witnessing the execution of his own parents in front of his eyes when Israeli soldiers pointed a rifle at his mother's belly and shot her. His mother was 7 months pregnant. Yesterday, I watched a video as they pulled a little girl from the rubble calling for her mother, who will never answer because her mother was killed in that bombing. My father was a 1948 Nakba survivor, and he was only 10 years old at the time. His family were forced to flee with nothing but the clothes on their backs. And I know that many Nakba survivors who fled other parts of Palestine ended up in Gaza, and that's why I often think that it could have been me and my family experiencing this latest Israeli aggression. I often wonder, what would I do if it were my children under the rubble? I work in the medical field, and I feel compelled to mention that Israel has killed over 496 doctors and medical workers, not to mention that mass graves were found near the bombed hospitals, and some of the bodies had their organs missing. and we see Israeli soldiers posting TikTok videos of their war crimes to mock Palestinian pain and suffering. As if dehumanization of the Palestinians wasn't enough, we see Israeli settlers blocking humanitarian aid and even destroying it, literally stomping on the food aid in order to expedite the genocide. But the tides are changing, and the International Court of Justice has now ordered arrest warrants for Netanyahu and his Minister of Defense, Gallant. This also gives us more reason to call on our government to stop funding a war criminal and to use the money instead to fund our beautiful cities. Citizens and students around the world are marching in the streets weekly, protesting and demanding a ceasefire. Over 100 U.S. cities have now passed a ceasefire resolution, and we want the city of Burbank to do the same. I ask that you stand with humanity and be the
Thank you for your
moral
comment.
example.
That's your time. Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Tom Rader.
Tom, you're on with the City Council.
Hello? Yeah. Mayor Schultz, so-called Mayor Schultz. My name is Tom Brader. And my Twitter handle is Tom_Brader818. Are you listening, Spanky? Are you listening, City Attorney? Your boy, Spanky, Constantine Anthony, has blocked me on Twitter. He's blocked me. He's an elected official. He can't do that. Unblock me immediately. That's one. Spanky, you're the biggest anti-Semite. Never seen a bigger anti-Semite than you. You want to talk about the Jews? You blocked me because I'm Jewish. Because you're an anti-Semite. Nikki Perez, you're another anti-Semite. Just partnering with him on this. Anytime there's anything he has to do, you guys take the side of the Palestinians, only, without knowing. And then you, Takahashi, with your purple and pink and I don't know what color hair are you today. Oh, by the way, Perez, what are you today? Boy, girl, straight, what are you? Schultz, you better handle your boy, Spanky. You better unblock me.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Vivian Vega.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. I am a grandmother of 6, 4 of which are Burbank Unified School District students. I'm speaking tonight on their behalf and on behalf of their families, and as a council member of American Lutheran Church of Burbank, and mom of veteran and auxiliary member of VFW Burbank, USS Gudgeon Ship 8310. We all strongly support that the City of Burbank fund Burbank Family Pride in the Park annually. This event not only brings together beloved Burbank families to celebrate inclusivity and acceptance, but educates, and most importantly, helps eradicate hate while building unity in its stead. My grandkids and I have attended Burbank Pride in the Park every year since it started, and it has been incredibly impactful. I would love and would be super proud, no pun intended, for the City of Burbank to support the request for funding for Burbank Pride in the Park. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Our next call is Tracy Tabb.
Tracy, you're on with the City Council.
Hello, thank you, Honorable Mayor and councilpersons. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm calling about the agenda item 14 regarding the funding for Burbank Pride's Family Pride in the Park event. I hope that we can secure support from the city for this vital community initiative. Over the past 2 years, our event has grown remarkably, and in our first year, we had welcomed over 2,500 attendees and had over 40 exhibitors and resources. By our second year, our attendance has surged to 4,000 with more than 60 exhibitors and resource booths. This growth highlights the community's enthusiasm and increasing impact for our event. Looking ahead to year 3, we anticipate even greater participation and expanded array of activities. Our community is comprised of 9 incredible individuals who devote their time and energy for free, driven by their passion for making a difference. Additionally, we had over 40 volunteers last year who played a crucial role in bringing this event to life. The impact of Burbank Pride's Family Pride in the Park event on the LGBT plus community has been profound, fostering a sense of belonging, pride, and visibility. It also provides a platform for local businesses to connect with a broader audience, helping many thrive. The City of Burbank has a commendable history of supporting various organizations and events, demonstrating its commitment to a vibrant and inclusive community. We hope that the tradition continues with the support for our events as well. The city sponsorship would be a tremendous honor and a crucial for our ongoing success and growth. Securing funding for this event is vital. It supports local businesses, the community, and so many more, celebrating our diverse community and providing an inclusive space for all. The increasing attendance shows just how much the community values this event. We're deeply grateful for the city's past generosity and are hopeful for the continued support. Thank you again for the consideration. Additionally, I hope the council will support Go Pass Option 1. Thank you so much for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Lilibeth Jimenez.
Hi, Lilibeth. You're on with the council.
Good evening. My name is Lilibeth Jimenez. I am a Burbank resident. I'm calling in today to ask that that the ceasefire resolution be brought back to the agenda. It was meant to be on today's agenda, and I am disappointed to see that it has been removed. It is incredibly important that we expedite this resolution. I am a children's book author who cares deeply about the safety of children. It has been incredibly heartbreaking to hear about the countless children who have been killed during this ongoing genocide at the hands of Israel. Hostility towards pro-Palestinian citizens around the United States has also increased within the last month, as we have seen with the response to the peaceful student solidarity encampments that have been set up in our universities to encourage divestments from Israel. These students have dreamed of a world where there is peace and liberation, and they were met with violence from the people who were supposed to protect them. Our government has been actively funding this genocide. It is our responsibility as tax-paying citizens to speak up to stop it. I urge the Council to please put the ceasefire resolution on June 4th's agenda and honor Burbank's commitment to fostering the understanding of the human right to safety, peace, justice, and liberation for all people. I'd also like to speak in support of rent control in Burbank. I am a Burbank tenant that is struggling to afford rent and will not be able to afford it the next time my rent is raised. I do not think that hiring a consultant is an appropriate allocation of funds. This approach feels like an attempt to delay a rent cap in a time where it is most needed. As always, I appreciate the Council's time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Nasiha Solakovic.
Hi. You're on with the City Council.
Thank you so much. As stated, my name is Nasiha. I am a ethnic cleansing survivor from Bosnia. The United States is actually the second country I sought refuge in as a refugee. And my hometown is the longest siege in modern warfare history since World War II. My grandma stayed there the entire time. I myself spent months in a bomb shelter overnight. My grandma's brother was dug up out of a mass grave, very similar to the ones we're finding around the hospitals in Gaza. I know war. I know ethnic cleansing. 100,000 of my people were killed. 50,000 women were put in rape camps. 677 concentration camps were laid out in my country. What I'm seeing in Gaza and what all of us Bosnians are seeing in Gaza looks worse than what happened to us. And the fact that we can't even approach the subject of genocide is the most insane and inhumane thing I've ever could have imagined in my lifetime, not to mention that coming here thinking this was going to be my sanctuary as a two-time refugee and then finding out that my hard-earned tax dollars are going to fund this happening to another group of people is a living nightmare. The fact people that claim that this isn't a local issue is insane. Put this back on the agenda as soon as possible. Ceasefire now. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Raj Kamal Singh.
Raj, you're on with the City Council.
Good evening. My name is Raj Kamal Singh. I'm a Burbank resident working in the entertainment industry. I have been living in Burbank for the past 4 years. I'm calling today to call on City Council to put the ceasefire resolution on June 4th's agenda to respect the city's humanitarian values. Over 35,000 Palestinians have been massacred, almost half of them children. We cannot just stand and watch. We need to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Madam Queen Searles.
Hi, Madam Queen. You're on with the City Council.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Good evening, everyone, and congratulations, Mayor Nick Schultz. I didn't get a chance to congratulate you on being the next assemblyman to represent us here in the 44th District, and I'm just so grateful to be a citizen of Burbank, and I'm wanting to speak, or am going to speak, about the proclamations that we make that they don't have the weight. They're not substantive. And what I'm saying is that while they're good, and the two that I'm talking about in particular are the ones that were made on May 7th, Older Citizens Month, this being Older Citizens Month, as well as this being Mental Health Awareness Month. Now, it's great that we make the proclamations, but we need to put some concrete goals to make these proclamations more purposeful. So, for example, one thing for the Older Citizens Month that maybe we could strive for next year, particularly since you'll be an assemblyman and Laura Freeman will be a congresswoman from Burbank, we could bring to the table a change in the law that makes it where seniors, or not even just seniors, but people dealing with disabling conditions or who end up on SSI cannot have more than $2,000 in the bank. That law has been on the books for 52 years, since 1972. Some of you weren't even born then. And it needs to be changed. $2,000 today would be worth close to $15,000. And 72 would be close to $15,000 today. So that's one thing we can do. And then the other thing and that's something that I've written to my own congressman from my hometown about, and was able to get $10,000 waived, because the way they're calculating these overpayments for seniors is horrific, and so it needs to be a task force to deal with that, and I'm hoping that you all will take this to heart, and by next time we do a proclamation, we will be able to say that that law has been updated and changed because it's really discriminatory. Now I want to move on to the most important part, too, because it affects even senior citizens, and that's the Mental Health Awareness Month. You know, on May 7th at evening.
Thank you. That's your
everybody
comment.
knows.
Thank you for your comment this evening. Thank you. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Kate.
Hi, Kate. You're on with the City Council.
Hi, council members. My name is Kate, and I'm a Burbank tenant. In your September 2020 study initiative to add a new chapter to the City of Burbank's municipal code establishing the rent stabilization and tenant protection program in the city, it stated that 6,524 single-family homes are rented in the City of Burbank. If each of those homes had 2 people, mine personally has 4, then you have over 13,000 renters in the City of Burbank, about 23% of the population, that are exempt from AB 1482 and rental protections. Burbank needs stronger no-fault evictions and rental protections for people who are exempt from 1482. It does not cover everyone in the city, and there's a significant portion of the population that needs your help because we're getting rent evicted and we're getting no-fault evictions, and we do not qualify for help. I urge you to please pass tenant protections now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Abraham.
Abraham, you're on with the City Council.
Good evening. My name is Avraham. As a Jewish American with roots, family, and friends in Israel, I'm here to urge you to agendize a ceasefire resolution, demand divestment, and a total arms embargo from Israel. Israel is a Zionist state, not a Jewish one. Zionism is a political ideology that justifies the erasure of Palestine by manipulating and degrading Judaism. Zionism is not religion. A ceasefire is not anti-Semitic. Zionism is anti-Semitic. Judaism stands for Tikkun Olam, healing the world, and Pikuach Nefesh, saving life. Zionism stands for ethnic and religious supremacy, total dehumanization of Palestinians, and genocide. When Palestinians say from the river to the sea, it is a call for freedom, yet they are criticized. When the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says it, it is a call for ethnic cleansing, yet he gets away with it. Recently, Israel rejected a U.S.-brokered hostage exchange and ceasefire. Israeli politicians are bragging that they are not interested in their hostages. They would rather further commit genocide. That is why most hostage families demand ceasefire. There's nothing Jewish about the murder of 40,000 people. There's nothing Jewish about starving 2 million Palestinians. There's nothing Jewish about the war crimes Israeli soldiers are posting on social media. It is time to hold the Israeli government accountable. Let us stop using my Jewishness as an excuse not to hold it accountable, because this is what inspires anti-Semitism. The combination of the expectation of Jewish people to support and potentially be more loyal to Israel in spite of the crimes of the government, the very real and apparent privilege of Israel and Zionists within the American landscape, and the power they have to shut down free speech and sack people's jobs and literally dictate policy on the floors of Congress creates anti-Semitism everywhere. Checking Israel's privilege is the best thing that America can do to combat anti-Semitism. Israel should not have a say on America's foreign policy and should not be able to dictate what Americans can and can't say. As a younger person, I was in Israel in 2008. I could hear Israel bombing Gaza then. Almost everywhere we went for weeks, every hour, you could hear and feel the bombs. So I know October 2023 was not the beginning. People try to say that those who support Palestinians get their information from propaganda. I learned about what Israel really was, what Zionism was, from former Israeli soldiers, people who had to carry out the brutality of the state firsthand. So I know that when Palestinians tell us about the violence they constantly endure from Israel, we should believe them. We should help them. Please help stop the flow of arms to Israel. Tell the federal government to cut Israel off. Stop this horrible genocide. Never again is for everyone. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Anonymous.
Hi, you're on with the City Council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilwomen, and Spanky. I'm a renter in Burbank. I'd like to make a couple quick points. I would like to applaud Council for focusing on the business of Burbank and not injecting yourselves pointlessly into global issues because you were bullied into doing so. Second point, Burbank was never a sundown town. I encourage whoever spoke on that or has a financial interest in perpetuating that lie to do a little research. Burbank was absolutely not a sundown town, and the history is there. That's an easy one to look into. Lastly, the operating firearm retailers that came to Burbank under ordinances that were in place at that time and chose to invest and build under those rules, shame on Burbank for bowing to irrational pressures from a lunatic fringe to change that deal. Since Burbank is choosing to change the rules, I would encourage those retailers to stop participating in the mandated profit-sharing program. I don't think a lot of people realize that that's how it works in Burbank, but the city of Burbank actually participates in their profits. So since Burbank's changing the rules, they should not participate in that program. And that fringe group should be appalled to know that their city participates in the profits of these guys. That's all I got. And lastly, not a sundown town. Take care.
Next caller, please.
The next caller is Andre Dionysian.
Andre, you're on with the City Council.
Good evening, esteemed council members. Well, first I want to start off by thanking Mayor Schultz for your visionary leadership on the issue of gun violence. I'm hoping we will see some good news on this issue with the agenda item before us today. I also wanted to take time to talk about, under item 14, the Go Pass item. I've been pushing for this as a member of the Burbank Transportation Commission, of course not speaking for the commission, and I believe the option to give students fully subsidized bus passes is a game changer for increasing access to public transportation. So I encourage the council to support that item and to support, in particular, option 1 for an amount of $26,000. That will allow our school district, who is currently squeezed of funding, to begin this program now and not wait for the state to settle their budget woes. I also wanted to take a moment to chime in with Eddie Paulin, my colleague on the commission, for his words on Measure M. The caveat we put in that recommendation is crucial, so please heed it. And finally, I want to join Tracy Tabb and the other members of the Pride Committee in asking for your support and thanking the city for its bold leadership on this issue. Thanks, and that's all.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Ever Huerta.
Ever, you're on with the City Council.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, Council members Takahashi and Anthony. My name is Ever Huerta, and I proudly serve as the Secretary for Burbank Pride. I am calling for agenda item 14 about Burbank Pride's Family Pride in the Park event. Burbank Pride has been an amazing organization and has shown the amazing work that we've been able to accomplish in the last 2 years. Our first year in the Union parking lot, where we had amazing turnout and just an amazing response from the community, seeing the love that was shown and the impact that it made on the LGBTQ community here in our city. Myself being a part of it was truly an amazing experience. And then seeing our second year, our growth of participation, and just seeing even more support and being able to operate on a huge amount of land of McKimbridge Park, as well as serving as the coordinator of volunteers for Burbank Pride for the event. This is also an amazing opportunity for BUSD students and our community members to get involved and participate, and also just see the magic that is done from this amazing organization. I hope you support the item, and as well, thank you, Mayor Schultz, for bringing back this item to the council, and as well, Vice Mayor Perez, Councilmember Takahashi, and Anthony for your support in the past. It's truly meant everything for us. And as well, just to add on, also for agenda item 14, the Go Pass buses, I'm also recommending and hope to urge you to support option 1 for allowing that funding for BUSD, as we know that our district has faced some financial troubles in the past, and this would be an amazing opportunity for students to explore other avenues to go to school. So thank you so much for everything, and truly appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Our next caller is Anonymous.
Hi, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, I just wanted to urge City Council and remind them that during the April 23rd meeting, half of public comment was to urge you to introduce stronger renter protections. I don't think having a consultant come in to tell you what most renters are already feeling, that a rent cap would be necessary and would be beneficial for most of Burbank, since Burbank, again, is a renter majority. Wages do not go up as much as rent goes up each year. 10% is unsustainable for the population. And I think that requesting $200K of taxpayer money for a consultant would be a very poor way of using resources when it clearly shows a lot of Burbankians would like a red cap or would like stronger renter protections. So I just urge you to remember to think of Burbank's renter majority and to introduce a rent cap. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other callers, Ms. Clark?
That was our last caller.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone, for sticking it out. We made it through general public comment, and we appreciate everyone's perspective. There being no further public comment at this time, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and or the City Attorney. Councilmember Anthony, I think you indicated you wanted to go first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everybody coming down and calling in. I think the 1 in 3 minute thing is working. I think it's doing really great. Just real quick, there was some talk about my personal life. I just want to, let you know that it would be news to my wife to tell her that I'm not married. So I know a bunch of people in this room were actually at my wedding, so that's interesting. And then one other thing, at Mary Ward Hall dorms at San Francisco State, if you want, you can go down to the basement, and there is a Street Fighter console arcade that probably still has my high score on there. So I can prove that I was there. That's easy to do. Just talking procedurally, and this is not about the item itself. Any council member who puts an agenda item forward has the authority to remove it or delay it or change its timing. Personally, I attended a number of encampments around the county, UCLA, USC, Occidental. After seeing some of the dangers that were posed, I, out of an abundance of caution, spoke with staff and decided to remove an item from tonight's agenda. I am working with staff to find a better time to bring that back. Last year, we had some credible threats come to our city for another issue, completely unrelated, and so I am taking a safer route this time around, and I will be happy to speak with anybody offline or after the meeting about the issues that I'm talking about, but just know that we are working with staff to take all of the agenda items that we've agendized this year and move them forward at a timely pace. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anthony. Do any other colleagues have a response? Or staff, if there's anything you'd like to add, Mr. Hess.
I just had one quick one. Public Works will follow up with the sidewalk vending permit person, so we'll follow up with that. I don't know what the issue was, but we'll be sure to follow up.
Thank you. And Mr. McDougall, do you have something?
I wasn't going to say anything, but they're working with my office already. I've spoken with the gentleman, and there's an attorney from my office who's already been in touch with him, and he's working with CDD's license and code. He already has contacts that have been handling the issue with him.
Great. Thank you both for that update. Sorry, did anyone want to go next? Councilmember Takahashi, would you like? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But first I want to check, is my hair okay?
It looks fantastic.
Yeah, just make sure. Okay.
I'm just glad we
Just
didn't wear
check
the
it.
same haircut this week. That would have been really embarrassing for me.
Yeah. Thank you again, as always. Thank you to everyone who spoke tonight in person and on the phone, folks who send us emails, folks who meet with us between meetings. It's always appreciated to hear your thoughts. And I wanted to give a huge congratulations to Ms. Samra And excellent choice. I was so elated to, yes, another round of applause, yes, for sure. And Mr. City Manager, you did the right thing if you got Mr. Donahue on board, so for the BWP, we're good. He's there a lot, so he knows BWP a lot. Okay, just a few things here. Most of the items that were brought up were related to agenda items we'll talk about later, but a couple things that weren't that I just wanted to touch on. Ms. Kirschenbaum, I just want to reassure you that we did receive, I don't know if she's still here, received the letter from the commission, so you just know that we got it. And then Mr. Bax, some of the items that you brought up on tonight in your points on your sheet will be discussed later during our item. And let's see. To Ms. Lau and the Eco Council, I just want to thank, they're not here, but later on if you're watching, I want to thank you for coming and sharing your experience with the pedal party. I just want to mention if you didn't go to the pedal party, you missed out. That was a pretty amazing thing. And the most amazing thing is that everyone got to see my bike. My e-bike. My e-bike was the star. So next year, come to the pedal party so you can see my e-bike.
Does your bike have a name?
No, I still have not named it.
Nick's
I really
a
need to think of
fantastic
something.
name if you're looking for
now
one.
it's so much pressure. I don't know.
Okay.
All right. The rest of the things we will discuss later on. And thank you again for everyone for coming tonight and speaking.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor, any response?
Sure. All righty. So, first of all, I want to congratulate Sydney again. What an outstanding level of achievement. Oh, my goodness. And not to toot our own horn, but we did go to Roosevelt, Huerta, and Burroughs. So I don't know, those kids from those three schools, I'm just saying. But wonderful achievements. We can't wait to see all the great things that you do. I also was going to thank Ms. Kirschenbaum for coming down. She's the chair of the Sustainability Commission. We hear you loud and clear. We got your letter, and we'll definitely be discussing later. I know, Councilmember Anthony, you already addressed this issue, what many of you are here for today. But and not going into a future agenda item or a possible future agenda item, I just want to recognize, Gio, you're an 8th grader and you're here advocating for your community and what you believe in. And that speaks volumes to me. And please know that you're heard. So thank you for being here. And one other thing I really wanted to address, I know I walked out of the room, I had to use the restroom, but Burbank was a sundown town. Let's not rewrite history. It was. And the best thing we can do when there is something like that we know that is a dark spot in our history, is to acknowledge it, let it sit in the room, and learn from it. Because if we deny history and things that happened here, then we will never learn. So thank you for thank you for everybody who agrees with that, and for the folks who agree with the truth and what happened, and our Burbank Human Relations Council for bringing it up. I believe it was 2 years ago, actually, or more, might have been more. But thank you for the Burbank Human Relations Council for bringing this up and acknowledging our city's history, because that is the only way we learn. And finally, thank you to the Eco Council and Burbank Pride for coming by and speaking up in various ways. Your impact in the community is phenomenal. Your events are wonderful. And just because it's Harvey Milk Day and a caller called in and asked, you had like multiple choice options. I am openly bisexual, and I am proudly the first LGBTQ council member to sit on this dais, and I am very proud of it. Happy Harvey Milk Day.
Well, hard to top that, but I just want to thank everybody for coming down and for calling in. A lot of great comments. I'm going to try to keep my response as brief as possible. First of all, Madam Queen Searles, excellent point about the power and the impact of proclamations issued by the mayor, and something that I'll certainly continue offline with the city manager about how we can make what we say more impactful by following it up with more opportunities for action. So I appreciate you offering that really helpful and constructive feedback. I also wanted to mention just a little bit of procedure. So there was some rightful concern and confusion tonight about the agenda item regarding a ceasefire resolution. I'm not going to add much to what the Councilmember Anthony said, but I did want to emphasize that when an item under Burbank City Council is requested by a council member, until it comes back to the whole council for a first step report is what we call it, the item more or less belongs to the council member. And in this case, that's why you're hearing Councilmember Anthony saying that he's working with the city manager's office to bring it back. I also, just because we have a lot of folks who are going to continue to show up and be part of this conversation, what happens at our first step report is then the council will have an opportunity to weigh in and decide yes or no, this is a resolution we'd want to pursue. And then it actually comes back for at least one more step after that, because we actually have to take the resolution that some of you have provided and actually vote on that. So I bring that all up to say that I've known Councilmember Anthony for 2 years. I know well, 4 years, more than that. Okay, it's late. But I've known Councilmember Anthony quite some time, and I know our city manager quite some time. And if they say that they're working to bring it back in to continue the conversation in the best manner possible, I trust these two individuals to do that. And I encourage you to continue advocating your position with all the members of council and to address your concerns to our very accessible, very capable council member and our city manager. And I look forward to discussing the item when it does come back. I also want to just echo one other thing our vice mayor said. Yes, Sundown Town is part of our history. I signed the resolution. It's downstairs. If you haven't read it, it's a great read and hopefully a little enlightening. So you can argue facts, but you can't argue history. Like our history is who we are, and we have to be honest about that. Were you going to?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, if they want, it's right downstairs across the hall from the city treasurer's front door.
Thank you. And then the last thing was, I guess great minds do think alike. A lot of really powerful comment tonight, but I just wanted to applaud Gio for showing up. It's always great to see a young person standing before the council and arguing passionately and with conviction. Yeah. And I just wanted to say, I thought that when you were talking about a future where people could be free from worry, be free to visit their loved ones in any part of the world, I think that's a beautiful vision that we should strive for, not just in the Middle East, but really every corner of the globe. We know that there's a lot of conflict and strife that are affecting families here in Burbank and around the globe. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, I thought your vision, the way you expressed it, was really beautiful. It's perfect, and I hope we can all carry that a little more in our hearts, and maybe that leads to better policy making at all levels of our government. So thank you, Gio. So that's all I have, unless anyone has anything additional. Okay. We now proceed to the consent calendar. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Ms. Clark, would you please read tonight's consent calendar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 12 items this evening. Item 1 is approval of the City Council minutes of the joint meeting of May 7th, 2024, and the dark meeting of May 14th, 2024. Item 2 is approval of the successor agency minutes of the joint meeting of May 7th, 2024. Item 3 is approval of the Housing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of May 7th, 2024. And item 4 is approval of the Parking Authority minutes of the joint meeting of May 7th, 2024. Item 5 is approval of an agreement for purchase of renewable energy certificates with 3 Degrees Group Incorporated for 10 years and finding CEQA exemption for existing facilities that are not delivering energy to Burbank. Item 6 is approval of a master customer agreement with T2 Systems for parking citation permit software, parking citation management, and collection services. Item 7 is adoption of a resolution approving projects to be submitted to the Arroyo Verdugo Communities Joint Powers Authority for funding through the Metro Measure M Subregional Funding Plan. Item 8 is adoption of a resolution approving the revision of the salary for the classification of aquatic supervisor, adoption of a resolution approving the establishment of the salary for the classification of community service officer, adoption of a resolution approving the establishment of the salary and conflict of interest code designation for the classification of information technology security manager, adoption of a resolution approving the establishment of the title, specification, salary, and conflict of interest code designation for the classification of senior litigation paralegal, and adoption of a resolution approving the citywide salary schedule. Item 9 is adoption of a resolution authorizing acceptance of the 2023 Urban Area Security Initiative Grant and any future amendments, accepting $261,271 in grant funds, and amending the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget by appropriating funds. Item 10 is adoption of a resolution approving an agreement for contract operation and maintenance of the City of Burbank Water Reclamation Plant, Industrial Waste Management Program, and Illicit Stormwater Program with Inframark, LLC, and a finding of CEQA exemption. Item 11 is approval of the use of reserve funds in the council member travel expense allotment C, unassigned, for travel in fiscal year 2023-2024. And the final item is approval of the proposed updates to the Burbank Water and Power Commercial Electric Vehicle Charging Station Rebate Program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. Mr. Hess, I just had one question, not a comment, but a question on item number 7, if we could get a representative up.
Sure. We could call Mr. Kriske up, Assistant Community Development Director. He will.
Great. Mr. Kriske, where are you? I've missed you. It's been a while. And you brought someone with you?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director. I also have with me Karen Pan, our Transit Services Manager.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We heard some public comment tonight, and I received some written comment about recommendations that were made from the Transportation Commission related to this agenda item. Just for the public discourse and for my own recollection, could you walk us through what the recommendation was and staff's response to the recommendation?
Yes, I'll talk about the Commission's recommendation, and then I'll turn it over briefly to Ms. Pan, who can talk about moving forward with some of the transit planning that we plan to do that's related to this item. So the Commission did discuss this item and the request and recommendation to allocate these funds towards the Phase 2 of 2 projects to allocate funding for transit electric vehicles. It is implementing our City Council adopted transit electrification plan and transition plan. And the idea of that is that as a transit agency in California, we have to have a plan in place to transition our vehicles to electric vehicles by starting in 2026 and then proceeding after 2030. And then by 2040, have to have everything electrified. There's a lot of challenges involved with that. The council's discussed that, but we identified at staff level that this funding source is a good area to fund that mandate. The Transportation Commission reviewed that information and agreed with staff's position, but they had a couple of caveats which were mentioned in the staff report and also mentioned with the comments. One is that they wanted you to understand the relationship in the money that's available with these funding sources and when we need to replace our buses as part of the plan and as part of our fleet replacement. So attachment 4 to the staff report shows how the money availability relates to when we need to replace our buses. And then the other item, which I think was spoken mostly with the comments tonight, was that the Commission was very concerned that we do not go down the road of actually purchasing the vehicles and spending money without a plan in place for more broadly, what we want to do with our Burbank bus fixed route service. That echoes what the City Council said a couple of years ago in relation to our last service change, where we reduced one of our routes, the green route, eliminated it, and we're now down to 2 routes. And the question was, what's our mission with Burbank Bus? And so we are endeavoring to come back to you with a plan to answer that question. And yes, we'll not be spending those funds until we have that roadmap in place and the community talks about it and the council adopts it. And Ms. Pan will spend just a very brief time going over what that plan is.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Karen Pan, Transit Services Manager. I assist in overseeing Burbank Bus, that includes fixed route and senior disabled services. For Burbank Bus fixed route, we did previously have 3 routes and we went down to 2 just of last year. And so part of that effort is to do a transit route analysis that we also call as a comprehensive operational analysis. And in the past year, we've been working with Glendale hand in hand to really look at our scope of services to make sure that we look at our regional effort to provide transit services. And so we're hoping to select a consultant summer of this year and partner up with Glendale to do this transit route analysis, and then kick off by reaching out to the community and current riders of what the needs are. Do we need public transit services? Where are you going? And that also includes us gathering big data to really look at where people are going and where people are coming from. So between the public outreach and getting community feedback, as well as data collection, we're hoping to provide that analysis to council summer of next year.
Thank you very much. Were there any follow-up questions on this item? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to go through, I was at the April 2024 meeting. I wanted to go through just a couple of things real quick. So our transportation dollars, we get funding through 4 different sales tax measures: Prop A, Prop C, Measure R, and Measure M. And those are direct percentages that we know are guaranteed based on our sales tax. But Measure M has a separate funding mechanism where a certain percentage of the sales tax goes to a regional funding mechanism, the Arroyo Verdugo Communities Joint Powers Authority. Now that organization gives money and planning to Burbank, Glendale, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, Pasadena, South Pasadena, and certain neighborhoods in the unincorporated county of Los Angeles. The $5.7 million that we're talking about, this is us asking that body, in addition to the other 4 sales tax we get, they're asking for that 5.7 to come to us so we can do this purchase. One of the conversations that happened at that meeting was, what happens if we don't use that money? What happens if our plans change? What happens if the conversations we're having with Metro, with the Glendale B line, Pasadena, BRT, all of these things may change and flux in the future, 2, 3, 4 years down the line? What happens if we want to change our plans and use that $5.7 million for a joint authority or something different? Can you talk to that?
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Anthony. Yes, that was another point we discussed. And the short answer is the money's flexible. It does go through the ABC JPA board to program and potentially reprogram. So it is ultimately up to them. Their policy to date has been to really let the cities lead with what their needs are and allocate the money proportionally. And this money gets looked at about every 2 years. And so with each funding cycle review, we have the ability to confirm that that's the money how we want to spend the money, or modify it, or potentially reallocate it to another use. And so I am confident that we can reserve the funds now. It's important because we have a policy that the council's approved. We have an unfunded mandate for electrification. We need, and I believe, to reserve these funds when we don't have another source for this use. But I also am acknowledging that we do need to look at our transit program and that our plan may change and that this funding is flexible enough that we can do that.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, for that reason, I'm comfortable moving forward with this because we are able to go back to the JPA and say, hey, we've come up with something different. Nothing we voted on yet, but a future council agenda item may change, and we can go back and redistribute that money.
Great. All right. Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Seeing none, thank you both for coming up for the brief presentation. Any other questions or brief comments on any other items? If not, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll move to accept the consent calendar in its entirety.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Fantastic. First and second. Madam City Clerk, go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
Thank you.
Noting the absence of Councilmember Mullins, passes 4-0. Okay. So this brings us to the next agenda item on our agenda. This is a public hearing. This is the time and place for the hearing for an introduction of an ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 1 of the Burbank Municipal Code to establish regulations and development standards for firearm and ammunition retail. If you would like to comment on this item, now is the time to call in, and the number that you will want to call is 818-238-3335. As a reminder, we will do in-person public comment first, and then we will go to the phone line. Before we begin, Council, are there any disclosures relating to this hearing? Okay, seeing no affirmative response, Madam City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, they have.
Does the council have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and any other documents?
Yes, you do.
Has the city received any written communications on this matter? And if so, have they been provided to all city council members?
Yes, we received 22, and you have them all.
Okay, and Ms. Clark, at this time, I'll ask that all written communications that have been provided be ordered as part of tonight's record.
So ordered.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us?
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of the City Council. My name is Xavier Thomas, Associate Planner for the Community Development Department. May I please have the presentation? Tonight, staff, along with the consulting group DUDEC, will be providing an overview of an ordinance that proposes draft regulations and development standards for firearm and ammunition retailers. Let's start with a brief background. At the City Council meeting of July 26, 2022, City Council approved an urgency ordinance imposing a temporary moratorium on the establishment of new or replacement retail businesses selling firearms or ammunition. The urgency ordinance and its subsequent extensions on August 23, 2022 and July 18, 2023 have allowed city staff time to develop a comprehensive regulatory framework for firearm and ammunition retailers that include updates to both the business license requirements and the zoning regulations. The urgency ordinance is set to expire on July 26, 2024. At said July 26 City Council meeting, staff was directed to evaluate potential zoning and land use regulations for firearm and ammunition retailers and add a discretionary review process for these uses going forward. The city does not have explicit land use or zoning regulations for firearm and ammunition retailers. These uses are categorized similar to general retail stores and are approved by right wherever retail stores/retail sales are allowed. Due to this land use designation and by right approval, firearm retailers have concentrated along the city's major commercial corridors, such as Magnolia Boulevard and Burbank Boulevard. This concentration has led to concerns expressed by the community about compatibility with other uses along the commercial corridor and their proximity to residential neighborhoods and sensitive uses. Planning staff formed a technical working group that consisted of the consulting group DUDEC and members of the city manager's office, city attorney's office, police department, and the building and safety division of CDD. In order to produce the draft objective standards, the technical working group evaluated the best practices of local jurisdictions in the surrounding area, took in feedback from the existing firearm retailer stakeholders, and members of the Burbank community. The group has worked closely with the city attorney's office to ensure that all the proposed draft standards are consistent with federal and state laws. With the help of DUDEC, staff has created objective development standards for firearm and ammunition retail uses going forward. We will be presenting the items covered in the draft standards, which was also presented to City Council during a study session in December of last year. The first standards include creating firearm and ammunition retailer as a use and adding it to the Burbank Municipal Code use table. BMC Section 10-1-502 would be amended to add this use and make it conditionally approved through a conditional use permit in the following zones: C3, Commercial General Business Zone; M2, General Industrial Zone; BCC2, Burbank Center Commercial General Business Zone; and BCCM, Burbank Center Commercial Manufacturing Zone. These zones were identified for the allowance of this new use, subject to a CUP, based on the analysis conducted when distance separations were applied. BCC1 has been excluded from the proposed use table because staff could not make the findings required to allow firearm and ammunition retail uses in the Burbank Center Commercial Retail Professional Zone, where the intended purpose is geared towards a downtown village concept. I will go through and summarize the additional objective zoning code amendments that are being proposed, starting with BMC Section 10-1-1119A, which establishes the purpose of this zone text amendment. Section B defines the key terms, and Section C establishes the need for firearm and ammunition retailers to obtain certain permits to operate in the city. Section D would establish that firearm and ammunition retail activity would be prohibited on city property. Section E would establish that existing firearm and ammunition retailers would have 180 days to be in compliance with any new development standards that were adopted by City Council. Section F would establish that new firearm and ammunition retailers would need to maintain a minimum distance separation requirements from sensitive uses, residential zones, and other firearm and ammunition retailers. Section G would establish video surveillance system requirements for existing and new firearm ammunition retailers. Section H would establish a secure storage of firearms for existing and new firearm ammunition retailers. Section I would require physical barriers for existing and new firearm ammunition retailers. And last, Section J would require perimeter lighting for new and existing retailers. I will spend a little time speaking about Section F, the location and separation requirements. The consultant and staff consider and analyze multiple options for what this requirement can look like. We looked at 3 options, which would vary by separation distances. Option 1 would result in a smaller separation distance, thus resulting in more areas of the city where new retailers can operate. For option 3, the separation distance is larger, which results in less areas of the city where new firearm retailers could go. Staff is recommending the following distance separation requirement. Option 1, which is 500 feet from sensitive uses and residential zones, and the distance separation of 500 feet from other firearm and ammunition retailers. This separation requirement would result in 349 out of 28,942 parcels available for a potential location of a new firearm retailer. This distance separation would provide adequate distances between residential zones, sensitive uses, and prevent the clustering of firearm and ammunition retailers, while still allowing an adequate number of properties in the city that may be suitable for new retailers, subject to approval of a conditional use permit. The proposed zone text amendment requires the findings be made to ensure compatibility with the objectives, policies, goals, and land uses and programs of the zoning code and Burbank 2035 general plan. Staff reviewed the proposed objective standards and found them consistent with the Burbank 2035 general plan, goals, and policies. In addition, these proposed regulations and development standards were presented to the Planning Commission, who recommended it by a vote of 4-0. Staff has reached out and held meetings in August and November of last year with the existing firearm retailers in the city to discuss the proposed draft standards. Staff also participated in a study session with the City Council on December 5th, 2023, to gain their feedback and input on the draft standards. Staff followed that up with a community meeting on March 11th, 2024, to garner the feedback of the public. Staff held one final stakeholder meeting on May 8th, 2024, with the existing firearm retailers prior to this public hearing. Pursuant to California Government Code section listed above, the adoption of an ordinance to regulate firearm and ammunition retailers is not a project subject to the requirements of CEQA and thus is exempted from CEQA. In conclusion, based on the direction provided by City Council, staff has prepared and proposed the ordinance to establish new land use and zoning regulations for firearm and ammunition retail uses. The ordinance aims to address the concerns expressed by the community related to the concentration and location of firearm retailers while acting in accordance with the California Constitution to make and enforce all local, police, and other regulations not in conflict with general laws. That concludes staff's presentation. We are available for any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Feel free to take a seat, and we'll call you back up as soon as we're done with public comment. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any person who would like to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council for up to 3 minutes on this public hearing item. You also have the option for 1 minute if you so choose. For members of the public who are here in person, please present a completed salmon public hearing card to the city clerk if you'd like to speak. Again, for those of you wishing to call in, please do so right now at 818-238-3335. You'll be placed in a queue, and we'll get to you as soon as we're done with all in-person public comment. At this time, we will begin, and I see, looks like everybody is asking for 3 minutes, so that makes it nice and easy. First, we're going to hear from Jason, followed by Bert Topher.
Good evening. Guard with jealous attention the public liberty. Suspect anyone who approaches that jewel. These statements were a part of a speech Patrick Henry gave in 1778, and his words still ring true to this day. Our liberties now more than ever are under a sustained and calculated attack. Whereas our adversaries in the revolution took more brash and blatant approaches, current adversaries of the Second Amendment aim to subvert liberty and discourage the public to look into their inalienable rights. The anti-gun coalition knows that if they weaponize their resources and attempt outright confiscations, similar to Lexington and Concord, it would completely show their hand. So more ideological, subversive, and nefarious approaches are taken. The encroaching tidal waves of tyranny have been slowly eroding the isthmus of liberty with each passing year, giving people less and less standing room to operate in a free state and maintain the well-regulated militia. The overreaching arm of the disarmament regime that sits before us would love nothing more than to encourage people to give up. This trickles down from anti-gun lobbyists and activist politicians in Sacramento, which really what makes this all the more duplicitous and egregious. Your focus is on demonizing honest gun owners who wish to only just protect themselves and their communities, and businesses who preserve and keep the communities safer. All the while, you have criminals that run rampant, terrorizing communities with illegally obtained firearms. Yet your response is to constrict people who do not deserve the hex of social and political depravity that has been enabled. I digress. Your anti-Second Amendment rhetoric is antithetical to the foundation of this great nation. With that said, the proposed ordinance is another indirect restriction on our rights. By cornering stores that sell firearms and ammo with unfair zoning, this makes opening a new store just about impossible, while new stores that might need to relocate due to financial reasons have to scramble to do so. These costly endeavors are a tipping point for these Burbank businesses that positively contribute to the Burbank economy and keep our communities safer. This would all but eliminate stores by attrition, and I think they know that. So today, we the people who have come out in support of the Second Amendment with jealous attention urge the council to uphold their constitutional obligation and strike down this ordinance. I'd like to end with another quote from Founding Father James Madison. I think we should obtain the confidence of our fellow citizens in proportion as we fortify the rights of the people against the encroachments of the government.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Bert Topher, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, members of the City Council, Mayor Schultz, Burbank City officers, employees, the planning group that has put all of this together. We've been dealing with this now for 2 years. Looking at the pile of regulation that's going to fall on us on top of what we already follow and follow all of the time under threat of audit at any moment that we are open for business. We've been told that we have all of these people working, both city employees and consultants hired by the city, to make sure that we're going to have a straightforward set of regulations that will be easy to follow. We've been told that we're being listened to every time that we go to one of the stakeholder meetings and spend more of our time trying to make sure that this will make some kind of sense that we can all try to abide by. Nothing has changed in our favor, not one item in any of the proposed regulations so far in the working group. We've been given signs that we need to put up, not being told when they needed to be put up, and now within a month being told that we need to replace one of them because somebody made a mistake. If we made that mistake, we'd have a permit revoked that we could never get back again. It's amazing that you think that we don't know how to follow a set of rules already. We're going to try to follow the set of rules that we're being given now, but the set of rules being built up by the group that's working on it has shown you a map tonight that isn't true. The zoning regulations as far as restrictions and distance from any other sensitive uses don't include anything outside of Burbank City. All that stuff on the ends of the maps that are right next to LA, no one looked into whether or not there were any sensitive uses, but we've been told that those will be put into place if somebody tries to apply for a permit inside of those areas. So even that map isn't true. We're really doing everything we can, but now we're being told that we need to put in some kind of a bollard or some kind of a barrier. We haven't been really told all that much about what it is that we need to put in. We were laughingly told that, well, the engineer that you hire will figure it out, and the city permit that you're going to need to pull will also include some of the information you're going to need to figure out. We only have 6 months to get this figured out after you guys vote this into existence. Sometimes it takes a little while for the city to pull a permit. Could we get a little bit of help? Our lighting has been so restricted that now we may have to downgrade the lights we have in the building already. We've been in business for over 20 years in this city. We've not caused any thefts of firearms. We've not let any out into the world that weren't supposed to be let out after a due background check. We do everything we can already. If you're going to vote on this and put all of this on top of our heads, please look into maybe just a little bit of help for us to try to comply with these rules. We're trying to follow the rules the best we can. At least you could do is try to make it a little bit easier for us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. My last in-person public comment card is David Donahue.
Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, council members, and staff. My name is David Donahue. I've been following this issue very closely. I've been in front of you all many times, several times talking about this, and I do feel that it is a misstep to be able to have any kind of regulation that prohibits or restricts a legally licensed business that is participating in the community. And I want to make this clear. There is zero evidence of any sort of harm, threat that exists by having a gun store in an area. The consultants, DUDEC, have referenced sensitive areas. Sensitive areas is defined by an industrial neighborhood that is close to a chemical effluent, something that would get out into the air. It has nothing to do with, okay, there is somebody with a gun and they could be harmful to somebody. To be able to include it in the report, not to ask, as my wife always liked to say, the follow-up question, what does that mean, is really harming, I think, the context of what is happening here to the businesses in Burbank. You are antithetical to a thrive. You're antithetical to a kind of flourishing. It is not that you need to restrict the business, you need to let the market decide what it is and not respond to fears. The fears in the community are that illegal weapons or people that are doing illegal activities are related to the gun stores. They are not. The city staffer that gave the report sent me all of the crime statistics for those areas. Councilmember Anthony, sorry, didn't want to make you go to sleep. They gave me all the reports, and I looked at them, and it was just a crime map. My Burbank does a wonderful crime map, but this is just a crime map. It's like of what's happened around a gun store. Again, it is not relevant to the issue. It is just kind of supporting, I think, falsely, why you should do this. You should not do this. You are hurting true Burbank businesses that have been here and dedicated and follow the rules and the regulations. I urge you to reconsider and vote no on this. Thank you very much for your time and your service to the community.
Thank you for your comment. That's my last in-person public comment card, so let's go to our telephonic comment.
The next caller is Linda Besson.
Hi, Linda. You're on with the council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Schultz and council members. In April 2022, Mayor Schultz and I met with Chief Albanese to discuss the number of gun stores in Burbank. This was in response to an already growing awareness and concern in our community in regard to how many gun stores we had and what caused this large number of gun stores to be allowed. This was even prior to the opening of the Mega Gun Store on Magnolia. For over 2 years, we've now explored the reasons why and how we can take action. A tremendous amount of research and due diligence has been performed by staff who have received expert guidance by qualified consultants. Let me state some facts. The zoning changes regarding gun stores being presented to you tonight are legal, court-tested, and not unique. There are those who say this is hurting small business owners and will restrict the tax revenue received by the city. If this argument is being made in good faith, I expect to see these same people appear before City Council also advocating for pot dispensaries in Burbank. There have been threats of lawsuits. There are no actual legal grounds for these threats, and if they do bring a frivolous suit, I hope the city will act to collect the legal costs from them when the city quickly prevails. As we know, zoning changes are allowed and should be made as time passes based on the needs of the community. For example, just as this would eliminate the automatic grandfathering of gun stores in the same location, the city decided that it is not in the best interest to grandfather permits for drive-thrus for new developments. That decision and change was made in response to residents' concerns, just as we see in this situation. There's also been a lot of straw man arguments about crime and its relationship to gun stores. In February of this year, USA Today published a database maintained by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. This agency tracks guns used in crimes that were legally sold by gun stores, and the data was from 2023. Listed in this database as having sold guns used in crimes were 4 Burbank gun stores, and I will not name them publicly. The criteria for being included on this list is relatively simple. At least 25 guns traced to crime over a year that were purchased within the last 3 years. It appears that those who decry our efforts in the name of law and order want to ignore these facts, just as they ignore the fact that gun stores are not above and exempt from our zoning laws. On behalf of the hundreds of residents who have made their concerns clear about the number of gun stores in Burbank over the past 2 years, who have been insulted and called emotional, hysterical, ignorant, and worse, simply because the change they want involves guns, I ask you to support and approve this effort to bring this change to Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Eric Fletcher.
Eric, you're on with the City Council.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Eric, we can hear you. You are live with the City Council.
Good evening, City Council members. Unfortunately, I come to you again once more to plead with you to approach this more cautiously than what we have. To date, there has been no intellectually honest argument presented as to why these new zoning amendments are necessary other than for the idea that we do not like X. There have been no other regulations presented on certain other businesses. As a matter of fact, looking at the map of Burbank, I can also go within 300 feet of my old high school and purchase alcohol if I wish to. But there has been no mention of requiring more regulations on alcohol vendors of any kind. Having been a longtime member of the city of Burbank myself, this does not seem to reflect the history, the traditional history of what this city believes in. Freedom, doing what's right. If the city council does go ahead and move forward with them, I have asked at least one member off the record to at least act with some level of honesty and consider something like a sunset clause in such regulations like this, to at least show and demonstrate that the council is acting in good faith, at least for the next city council or the future of this town. Also being the president of the San Fernando Valley Gun Owners, a CRPA chapter, many of my members are also concerned about this because this is where they go, because they have almost no other options depending on where they live. During heightened scenarios when people felt the need to buy and purchase a firearm legally and lawfully as prescribed by California state law, people as far as San Francisco came to us here because they felt it was necessary. That is the reality that California is in. And as far as any legal hurdles that might be concerned with for the future, please remember that NYSERPA versus Bruin is now on the books. That has set a new precedence for all arguments to be made. It will not go down lightly. We will not go down lightly. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
That was our last caller.
Okay. There being no further public comment, I now declare the public hearing collection of public comment portion closed. Would the representative of the Community Development Department like to return to the podium and make any further comments?
Hi, Mayor Schultz. I will begin with the first public comment in regards to Bert's comment from the firing lanes. So there were a few changes that were actually made from the time of a community meeting to the time of right now. First of which was one that was actually raised by firing lanes, which was the bollards requirement. We actually had fleshed that out and made it more flexible. So instead of just primarily bollards, they're actually allowed to have barriers. And then that definition of barriers could actually read a wide range of different types of things that could be applied to where they can meet that standard. And just based on their feedback, some of which they may actually already have to this day. Staff has not done the assessment to actually see whether or not they have, but just based on the initial conversation, it sounds as if they may have, but we will double check that. So that is one thing that has been made. The lighting section also was simplified. We also updated and clarified some of the definitions. So there were some minor changes from the time of community meeting up until this point. And in regards to the comment about whether or not city areas outside of the city of Burbank or uses outside the city of Burbank were evaluated, they were not. We only looked at all these sensitive uses, residential zones, and everything with encompassing in the city of Burbank, and that's how we determine the maps. At the time that someone does choose to apply for a conditional use permit, that is when we would assess everything within the surrounding area. So based on the proposed maps that you have now, if someone does choose to go within the Golden State area, the top north or the top left side of the map, if there are areas that are bordering on Los Angeles, we will assess whether or not there are sensitive uses, schools, residential zones that are within that area, and then see whether or not the findings could be made for that actual use to be approved. But again, in terms of what was assessed in this map, it was only what is identified in the city of Burbank. To Mr. Donahue's point, he is correct. I did send him the staff report that was presented to City Council, and that was the study that was conducted by the police department, which did assess essentially crimes and calls of service that were made in or around existing firearm retailers. And again, there was no correlation between the crimes and these retailers. However, what these regulations are and what they're being proposed isn't about crime. These are an exercise in the city's police powers, as defined by the California Constitution, to determine land use compatibility and zoning regulations. And the regulations, we believe, are intended to not detrimentally impact the community character along these major corridors or around sensitive uses. To the last caller, Mr. Fletcher, alcohol vendors and alcohol sales are all conditional use permits. They all have to go through the conditional use permit in order for them to be operated. And in terms of distance requirements, it's actually something that each individual drinking establishment, as defined by our code, actually does have separation requirements from each other, including in that there are other uses that have separation requirements from each other, which include adult businesses. So we do have regulations that are within our code that are very similar to what we are proposing today. That is all.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. Okay, council, we're going to begin with questions first, and then we'll get to comments. Would anyone like to start off with questions of staff? Yeah, Vice Mayor, go for it.
I have one, and sorry to bring you up again, but
Can I do it
speaking.
You're welcome.
Oh, you're welcome to do it from there.
Great.
You know what? Stay seated.
Cool.
So Mr. Topher did bring up the map thing, which has me with a couple questions. So would we, let's say, if somebody applied, take into consideration what is on the city of Los Angeles side, or are we only taking into consideration what is within the bounds of Burbank when we're defining sensitive use areas?
As defined in the actual staff report and the ordinance, we only took in consideration what is within the city boundaries. Again, but when at the time someone, and these maps are only based on a point in time, which is as of today.
Right.
So in the future, in 5-10 years, sensitive uses may change, residential uses may change, or zones may change. But when someone does apply for a conditional use permit, we will do an assessment of everything within that surrounding area. So not only just Burbank, but also Los Angeles as well. So again, making the actual findings, and I believe there's roughly about 7 or 8 of them for a conditional use permit, we will take into consideration those sensitive uses on the other side in the city of Los Angeles. But in terms of just the maps, it was just Burbank.
Great, thank you. That was my question at the time of, although I will note it is very speculative to say what will be there at that time.
Correct.
So thank you for bringing that up.
Yes, go for it.
If I may, Daniel Villas, Community Development Department. Just wanted to add, as defined right now, just to add clarity, a little bit more clarity to the response. Sensitive uses is broadly defined. It would include In essence, we're looking at LA County information, so it would include those uses that are sensitive. It would include schools, public libraries, religious institutions, public parks. So we have data for that in City of LA. I do want to clarify, however, that for residential zones, we have a strict definition of residential zones, and that only includes the cities R1, R2, R3, R4, MDR3, MDR4, and MDR5 zones. So because of that, while we would be looking at sensitive uses in the City of LA, outside of the City of Burbank, residential zones would be limited only to what's within those zones in the City of Burbank.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions, Vice Mayor, for now?
For now, that's it. For now.
Okay. Council members, anyone have a question? Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to, point out a footnote on slide number 8 at the bottom, and I just wanted to get clarification.
Just for the sake of the public, could we actually get slide 8 up on the screens?
I just want to see if we can pull that up there.
Feel free to carry on, council member.
So I'll read the note at the bottom. It says, note that all existing firearm retailers would not comply with this potential separation requirement, and this is with recommendation option 1, 500 feet from sensitive uses, 500 feet for residential, 500 feet from existing firearm retailers. At that point, does this mean that any of these firearm retailers, would they automatically become grandfathered in, non-conforming? What happens to their designation?
They will be designated as legal non-conforming uses, regardless of any of the options that are chosen. So any of the existing firearm retailers, regardless of any of the distance separations that are chosen, they would all become legal non-conforming uses, meaning that they can remain within their existing sites as long as they maintain and maintain all the regulations by city, state, and federal regulations. So yes, they can maintain at that site, but they would all become legal non-conforming uses.
So they would still have to adopt the new operational stuff, the safety measures, and all of that, and comply with the checks and all of that. But as per their zoning requirement, they would automatically be grandfathered in. They wouldn't need to apply for a CUP at that point. Okay. So walk me through to the future. What happens when they want to sell the business? They want to, offload it to somebody else. This particular owner is leaving the industry and they're trying to move on. What happens to that?
So as we have written in the actual code itself, when someone ceases that non-conforming use, the trigger by which they can cease that non-conforming use and thus a firearm retailer can no longer go on that site is when the FFL or the federal firearm license is surrendered, expired, or revoked. At that point, then that non-conforming use then goes away. In the event that someone or a retailer chooses to sell and or transfer that firearm retail license, they would go through whatever the requirements are by ATF to ensure that none of those triggers actually do occur.
Okay.
That's a determination that ATF would actually make. And again, as long as none of those things would happen, then yes, a transfer of a license can occur within any of these existing retailers.
Okay, so the transfer is the key. If they want to continue that use, it has to go through an ATF transfer.
There are other things such as transfers. There could be a sale of some sort, but again, ATF really does determine whether or not an FFL has been surrendered or revoked or terminated on said site. So we will rely upon ATF to make that determination.
ATF, that is a federal agency,
Correct.
and they have their own requirements.
Okay.
Okay,
And the
great.
material Mr. Thomas is referring to is attachment 1-15.
Thank you.
Anything else, council member? All right, council member Takahashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So follow up on the question the Vice Mayor is asking about the map and the edges of the map. If a new business would like to locate near the edge of the map and you're looking at the sensitive use proximity, would the CUP be determined by our definition of sensitive use, our distance requirements, or would it be LA's sensitive use and distance?
It would technically be ours because it would be our actual ordinance itself. But again, a part of the actual findings and what someone would submit in terms of a packet would identify what is within the surrounding area. So within the surrounding area, if they can prove that indeed, again, depending on the option that is chosen by City Council, yes, I am X amount of feet from X amount of feet from sensitive uses, residential zones, and other firearm retailers, we would also assess are they also within close proximity of other uses on the other side? That's just something that they would submit for the CUP itself.
Okay. And if a new business were interested in one of these locations, could they find out if they're close by or if they're going to comply before going through the entire CUP process and then find out they're not? Can they get that information ahead of time?
Yes, we always encourage anyone who goes through a CUP process, regardless of the actual use, to do their due diligence and identify within the surrounding area if their potential use is going to have any impacts. Seeing as if this is already something that's going to be new, any new future firearm retailers should look to identify anything that's within that given area, not just in Burbank, but also in the city of Los Angeles as well.
Okay. And they would go ahead, yes.
Sorry, if I can just add, and all of that information is publicly available. So the sensitive uses that we've defined in the ordinance are available through County of Los Angeles databases.
Okay, so it's easily found. Okay.
And
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Councilmember, if I may add. So if you notice on attachment 114, we were intentional with our definitions. And in the definition itself, it actually identifies what the definition of each sensitive use is. And it also identifies a site or a database in which people can look at the county level, which is updated by the county periodically, to be able to confirm whether or not they're within one of those uses. So we did that intentionally. That way we're able to use data that's easily accessible by everyone, including ourselves. So we're pretty transparent. And beyond that, to your other question, we were also very intentional with our definition of residential zones, just to be clear that we're going to be using our information rather than anyone else's.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. And when applying for a permit CUP, is it possible for a potential business to ask for a variance or an exception? So for example, let's say they're 498 feet away or something like that. Is it possible to ask for these, or is it pretty much hard-coded and it's objective standards that we don't have discretion on?
We do have a variance that someone can apply for. It's its own separate it's something that's within our own zoning code that someone have to apply for separately in the event that they do feel as if a regulation is maybe too burdensome or they're within 5 feet and they feel as if they can qualify for that. But again, that our variance has its own separate criteria that those uses have or the findings have to be met, and actually is an even higher bar than a conditional use permit.
Okay.
Scott Plummer, claim manager. Just to clarify, variance is a very hard bar to meet. There's specific standards for a variance from the city's development standards. There has to be something unique about the property first and foremost before we would even consider issuing a variance.
Okay.
And if I may, we're triaging this one, but I would just add one last thing. So variances, I've never seen variances from uses. It's usually variances from development standards. Our city attorney's office can confirm. However, I don't believe variances from uses is standard practice. And I would say that in this specific case, they would not be able to get a variance from, say, like a conditional use permit, something like that.
Okay. And then I'm not sure if Councilmember Anthony's question covered this or not, but if a current business who's already in the city with their current license and their current permitting wants to move, would they then be required to be under the objective standards of this new set of standards, or would they be able to move with the same?
They would move with these existing as adopted standards, whatever it is that gets adopted. They would have to be required to meet these requirements here.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. One of the commenters mentioned about there being this making even more requirements of the businesses. Can you briefly just go over which parts of this particular objective standards list we're looking at are actually going to be new and additional? Because some of it, from what I remember from our last discussion about this, was being in compliance with the state, and it was more of just kind of getting in alignment. So what would be new in this particular?
What would be new would be the lighting, which would be Section J.
Okay.
Section I, which would be the barriers.
Okay.
The compliance is technically 180 days, which would be to those actual new requirements. So that would be Section E. The prohibition of the sale or firearm retail activity on property owned by the city would be Section D. And then everything else is pretty much taken either from state law or a duplicate of the business license ordinance that you adopted.
Okay. And then to another public commenter's point, with these new requirements, with for example, the barriers or the lighting, they asked if they could get help. Would there be help available for businesses, especially the existing businesses who need to go up to code, to help them get up to speed in a way that is good for their business and not burdensome?
I would say yes. I believe staff has done as much as it possibly can and is willing to do even more to ensure that businesses are in compliance with all the regulations. And again, if that includes having to do multiple site visits to ensure that these standards are indeed met, then we will do so. That's what was asked us to do. But we do understand that there are multiple interests here, and one of which being the actual retailer. So we are willing to work with them directly with specific site requirements that their site may not be able to meet. We will work with them diligently.
Okay, great, thank you.
And council member, if I may, one other thing I'll offer up is I heard Bert mention that the requirements that are in our code right now may be confusing. We are also open to meeting with him ahead of a potential second reading, and if necessary, proposing revised language at that point in time through a red line document, just to try to provide provide clarifications if needed, to be able to make sure that whatever is in the books is something that's easy to comply with or at least clear for everyone.
Okay, appreciate that, thank you. Let's see, make sure I got all my questions asked. Yep, that's it, great, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Just a follow-up. You said there's 180 days to get into compliance with the lighting and the barriers and all that stuff. Do we send out an inspector on day 180, or do we start at the beginning and work with the businesses to make sure that they know what's necessary?
From what I will say is what our best effort will be is from the day of adoption up until that point, we will work closely with each and individual firearm retailer to make sure that they do meet the development standards. As you know from the business license ordinance, you adopted regulations for our local police department to do inspections. With that, those would be added to it, added to that list of inspections that they would have to do. Our police, the individual who's going to be doing the inspections for the PD department has been working with us diligently, and he has made it very, very clear that there will be no surprises. We are going to be as transparent as possible, and we will work closely with them to ensure that they are compatible with this. So no, not on day 181, we will not show up trying to shut down a business. We will try to work as closely as possible with them to make sure that they are in compliance.
Okay. I guess my concern, and I want to see if you can address this, any business that is unable to meet the standards, how would that process work if there's if the location doesn't allow for a certain bollard or barrier in an area, if there's a height or problematic something with the lighting where it can't be done, how does that assessment come through, and how is that dealt with?
It's kind of a hard one. Each individual case, it's going to be a case-by-case situation. Each physical site is built differently. Some are raised, some are on the ground, some are on the second floor. Some of them don't actually sell firearm retailers, but they have ammunition. They don't sell guns. So
hence my question.
Yeah, each one is going to be something very, very different and unique. But again, staff understands the uniqueness that we are having to approach when we are proposing these development standards, and we are willing to, again, work with each individual person to go through each individual standard to make sure that they are in compliance with them. So if that means certain language, when we have, for example, barriers where we say other similar features, we will actually come through and see if there are other similar features that can be barriers for that actual site that fits that specific location. So we are willing to even go in and search, do our own due diligence to see if there's anything that they can be in compliance with and whether or not that is feasible for them, whether or not it works for their physical site, all of those things. But again, it's going to be a case-by-case individual basis.
And then the last part of that question would be some of these businesses, this is their only business, so financial feasibility may come into play. So I would only encourage staff to take that into consideration as well.
We will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions?
Just a quick follow-up to that. And let's say they are not in compliance, right? There is a process, right, where we speak to them speak to them. Can you walk us through that? Like, there's warnings, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, I don't know if you're referring to just the initial just kind of walkthrough, or you're talking about the code enforcement type,
the code enforcement type. Like, let's say we did walkthrough, and then what happens at code enforcement?
So I'm gonna going to assume that we're talking about a bad actor and someone who does not want to actually go through with these processes. I don't assume any of the existing firearm retailers are that. They are willing to go above and beyond to meet all the development standards. If not, some of them already do meet them as written. So it's not as if we have to do a lot of due diligence, but again, we're willing to do it. But what we're willing to do is, if we need be, go on a weekly basis to check and go through each individual site to see whether or not they're meeting either the closest letter of the law or something similar to that meets the development standards that we are proposing. If there again is something where they cannot do it and they're not even willing to even budge or negotiate or work with us, then we have to go through what is within the code enforcement provisions of warnings, citations, fines, so on and so forth. I'm not too versed in the actual procedures of that, but that's typically where that would come from.
Vice Mayor, if I may, Scott Planbeck. If we get to we generally, what we want to do is we want people to comply. So we will work with them. We will be as much as we can. If we get to the point where it does become a code case, usually we put things in writing with them and we try to work with people. We give them deadlines to meet our code. So that's the practice. The practice is compliance. We want people to comply. So we work with them as much as we can. And we do put things in writing and we do give people deadlines to meet those requirements.
Councilmember, one thing I'll add to that is ultimately, should someone not comply, should we go through our code enforcement process and someone still not comply, when they are going through the licensing process, the business license annual renewal process, they are going to be required to go through our new licensing regulations approved middle of last year, June of last year. And as part of that process, they are going to be required to sign, in essence, an application form through which they acknowledge that they have to comply with these requirements. If they don't, they are subject to potential revocation, right? So there is a process that they would go through code enforcement, and ultimately, if they don't comply, they do risk that. Just wanted to throw that out there, just full clarity.
Thank you.
To be concise, if they don't comply, they lose their license to operate locally. We report it to the AG, we report it to ATF with their FFL, and then we would commence abatement actions locally.
And that's at the very, very end, because what I'm hearing is we have first the 180 days, and we have education, then we have trying to work together.
Yes, I just wanted to be clear, though, because we're here at council's request to adopt a regulatory ordinance, and there are consequences for not complying. But yes, so planning would notify code enforcement that they're not in compliance. They would send warning letters. An application for a permit to comply stops a code enforcement proceeding. So there's this back and forth. If they file an application and submit plans or whatever it is they need to do to install, if it's physical barriers, then that will stop the proceeding. It's very procedurally oriented. And so our citation process starts with administrative fines. I believe it's 100, 300, then progressive, repeat 500 dollar citations. Will move as quickly as the situation demands. But yes, it is interactive, but ultimately if people really want to know, then the license would be revoked, it would be reported to state and federal entities, and then we would take corrective action. But the goal is compliance.
Thank you, everyone. And I appreciate the walkthrough, because I think it also alleviates perhaps some of the fears that if you do not comply, you will be shut down the next day. You know, that's never the case, be it firearm businesses or any other business, quite frankly. So thank you for walking through that. I think it's important to remind ourselves and the public at large.
Thank you. A couple other questions I forgot to ask earlier came to mind. Would this cover shooting ranges?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And then what about large retailers? Like I think Big Five used to carry, or I'm not sure if they still carry or sell guns. If a big retailer would like to add guns to their retail, would they have to comply with this?
Yes, it would, and I'm going based on the definition of what we have in terms of attachment 113, which is for firearm and ammunition retail activity. which I'm just going to read for the record, means any person or establishment engaging in the business of selling, leasing, or transferring or any firearm and ammunition, or to hold oneself as to engage in the business of selling, leasing, or otherwise transferring any firearm, ammunition, or to sell, lease, or transfer firearms or ammunition in the quantity, in series, or in individual transactions, or in any other manner indicative of trade. So with that definition, that does include big box retailers. So for Big Five's sake, and they've already let me know that they're actually no longer going to be selling firearms, but they are going to be selling ammunitions. So because they're going to be selling ammunition, they still would have to abide by what the requirements are here.
Okay, got it. Great. And my last one is this type of objective standards for this for gun and ammunition stores? Is this pretty typical based on what other cities that you've seen and in the range of the different ordinances and and especially in the LA area here? It seems like it's from what you said in the previous meetings that it is, but I'm just going to double check that it's kind of in the same.
Yes,
vein.
yes, Councilmember, you're right. It is typical of what we're seeing other jurisdictions up and down the state and even nationally do to address firearm retailers through the lens of zoning. It is also a recommendation, a best practice recommendation from the Giffords Law Center. So we are both being consistent with best practices and also consistent with what other cities are doing.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
All right. So, staff, first of all, great presentation. I want to thank both our staff and our consulting firm. Did a really great job with the outreach. I actually did take an opportunity over the weekend to look at all of the notes from the public comment that was collected during all the outreach sessions. So thank you for doing that so we could really hear what questions were posed. Many of the questions that you heard in the course of those community meetings were questions that I myself had, so I appreciate you sharing that with us. Now, we did have one written comment. This was not a caller or someone who showed in person tonight, but we had somebody submit an e-comment to the council, and they asked, and I'm just going to quote their question here, the proposed BMC regulations for firearm and ammunition retail sales for individual stores do not extend to regulation for corporate big box retail sales of firearms and or ammunition. Why is that? I'm going to be honest, I didn't read it the way that the commenter did, but I thought I'd still ask the question.
So based on what Councilmember Takahashi indicated, that's where the definition of firearm and ammunition retail activity comes into play. So that does cover corporate big box retailers, again, such as a Big Five or any other big box corporate retailer that chooses tomorrow to take out an FFL license to sell, lease, transfer firearms or ammunition. Once they then do so, they are then subject to these regulations. So that definition includes those, so they're not exempted from these requirements.
Big Five is not exempt.
No, they're not.
Okay. So thank you for that. Now, could we show slide number 7? Would that be doable? And as a wind-up to this, staff, the reason I'm asking this question is I also looked at attachment 12, which were the notes from the Planning Commission meeting. And I watched back the meeting, and something unusual happened, so I'm asking for some explanation here. Commissioner Monaco and Commissioner Wick both expressed a strong preference for option 3, which, in full disclosure, I think is the best option. And I'll get to that why later in deliberation. And then another commissioner brought up, well, let's trust staff and go with option 1. Full disclosure, staff originally recommended option 2. My question, not my comment, but my question is this. It's not really clear to me why you're settling on option 1. Staff's initial recommendation was option 2. We've had advocacy for option 3 from some of our planning commissioners, and yet reading the minutes, looking at the record, it just sort of seems like we sort of settled on option 1. Can you give me a little more better explanation for why you're going that direction?
I can try. So option 2 was the original recommendation prior to the introduction of the 500 feet from existing firearm retailers. So if we were to remove that, then option 2 would have been 1,000 feet from sensitive uses and the 500 feet from the residential zones. Once City Council gave us the direction to also include the anti-clustering at the December meeting, we then factored that in to the actual maps themselves again at a point in time. Once we did that, we then saw that the actual, based on the assessment done by our consulting group DUDEC, we saw that the parcel number then shrunk pretty much to the equivalency of what option 2 was prior to that. So again, trying to remain consistent. It was kind of like we stuck kind of with option 2 in principle once we added in an additional regulation of the anti-cluster. So that is what we did. And just for consistency's sake, again, we tried to weigh all the competing interests involved, and then we just felt as if option 1, again, when factoring in the consistent number of 500 feet from sensitive residential and from existing firearm retailers, that this is the best approach in our recommendation to it. But of course, if City Council, and we did hear what Planning Commission did say, and the 2 members did indicate that they did lean towards option 3, along with members of the public who were also at that Planning Commission meeting. Again, because Planning Commission also recommended option 1, we just wanted to be consistent with also recommending option 1. But of course, we're always open to changing that to option 3 if you so choose.
Thank you for the explanation. Just one more follow-up on that. So I want to make sure I'm not crazy because I watched back the tape. It seemed like there was a push by some commissioners for option 3. Then all of a sudden there was a push back, hey, option 1, and everyone just kind of voted for option 1. It didn't seem like I guess what I'm left searching for is I was hoping for a little bit more engagement from the commission, the merits of option 3 versus 2 versus 1. I didn't see that in the record. Is there anything I missed that you can point to?
No, what you watched was correct. There was a brief conversation about option 3. I believe the chair of the Planning Commission said, hey, it left it up to your discretion. Essentially, if City Council wants to upgrade to an option 3, then so be it, let them do it. They went along with our recommendation again, which was option 1. Okay. So that's kind of what ended up happening. But that was the brief conversation that actually took place.
Great, thank you. I had another question or two about outreach and education, but that was asked by my colleagues. So I think I'm good for now. Does that raise any other questions for council? If not, perhaps we can go to deliberation. Okay, no other questions, deliberation. Who'd like to start? Okay, yes, I thought I already did that. The public hearing is now closed, and the council will begin deliberation. Councilmember Anthony, you're grabbing for that mic.
Yes, thank you. It's been a long road. I agendized this over 2 years ago. Yeah. The discussion around this has gone many places, but at the end of the day, we keep coming back to zoning and land use and planning. That is the discretion and the power of this body, and we spend a lot of time in this room, as well as the Planning Commission does, determining what the city is going to look like, right? We plan ahead. We are planning a city. And there are a number of businesses that we don't allow in the city for a number of reasons. And there are a number of businesses that we restrict, and there are a number of businesses that have to apply for conditional use permits, and all of that is granted to us through the state constitution, through our charter, through the U.S. Constitution. And we up here are simply trying to find the best road forward, managing a lot of needs and expectations and demands from the community. And for me, looking back at how our zoning was before this point, and I don't put any blame on any specific dealer or licensee, they saw an opportunity to do business in a city where it was easy to do business, and they came to Burbank. And for me, we have found a way to move forward with a change in our community, a demand from the residents and the voters, while also understanding that it's not our place to go around uprooting businesses and telling them, well, you shouldn't have come here in the first place, because that's not our job. That's not our job. I find that what we have in front of us is a balanced approach. It allows for conformity. It allows for businesses that are currently operating to do the legal work of providing, whether you agree or not, a constitutional right to our residents. And that opportunity for us to move forward with changes while also not trampling on the existing work, I think is important. But at the end of the day, we have a change in the community that is demanding something new, that wants to see the city built in a different way. This is true with housing and other businesses and, you know, all of the things that we see in a community that needs upgrading and changing and newness. So we're here to do the business of the city as the voters see fit, as the residents have demanded, and I am far more comfortable with a nice round number of option 3 there. The 1,000 seems perfectly doable. So I am comfortable with what is presented before us, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you, Councilmember. I heard he was expressing a preference for option 3. To continue the discussion, would someone else like to go? I usually go last. I'm happy to jump in.
Yeah, I'll go, unless you want to go first.
for it.
Nikki. Okay. Just to clarify, Councilmember Anthony, you mean not to go, your preference is to not do option 1, but option 3, is what you're saying? The one with the more restrictive?
Yes,
Okay.
because and I'll give you just a clarification. Originally, when this had come up a few years back, the discussion that I had had with community members was, I forget what city it was, but there was a 1,000 feet use, 1,000 feet distance from sensitive use. And so that was always the number in my mind.
Right.
And so that's why I'm comfortable with
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. All right. So first I wanted to acknowledge all the work, and you alluded to this as well, all the work that went into this process from staff and from our consultants and our community members who have showed up again and again to be a part of this process. So I just want to acknowledge all that. Thank you. And I attended the meeting on May 8th at the Community Services Building and got to speak to a number of community members, of course, also in individual meetings, and just wanted to acknowledge all the work and attention that's been put on this. I really like the update to the bollards and allowing more options for barriers and ways that the businesses can comply. It gives them more flexibility to do what's appropriate for their businesses. So that makes sense to me. I also really appreciate the willingness to help the businesses that exist now to get up to compliance. It's really necessary. I think that, at least from what I've read, I mean, I'm not in the business, so maybe it's different for somebody who is, but from what I've read, the objective standards are clear, but I do appreciate staff's willing to kind of massage the language a bit to make it more clear and more easy to understand going in. So for the options, going in through this whole process, I've kind of been leaning towards option 2, but what gives me pause is both for option 2 and 3 is when we started talking about the edges of the city. Because as soon as you get to the edges of the city, if you start looking at the distances from in LA, that might actually reduce the available land quite a bit. And we don't know. And because I don't have the data, it makes me a little bit cautious. So if we right now, let's say for option 3, for example, 2.1% of the land area, but then you start looking at the surrounding Los Angeles, that might pop down to 1% or even less. We don't know. And so it makes me a little concerned. I just want to be careful that we don't inadvertently reduce the options so low that we put ourselves at risk of not having any options, or such a low number of options that we essentially are making it impossible. Because if we make it impossible, then we might be at risk to be basically indirectly banning the gun stores, which we don't want to. Well, I don't think that's the right thing to do. So for me, option 2 or 3, I understand. So option 3 is a little bit. Option 1. Option 1 is a little more palatable to me now because of the CUP process. That was not originally in the process before. That was added as like part of the process. So each new store would have to go through the CUP. So I'm more comfortable with option 1, but 2 or 1 work for me. 3 is just a little bit too restrictive for me. I'm just worried that it's going to get so restrictive that it'll make it actually kind of a liability for us. But I'm willing to discuss the different options with the 3 of you. Yeah.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you for that, Councilmember Takahashi. It's something I'd considered. It's why I asked the original question about whether or not we're considering the city of LA. In looking at this, and thank you, Councilmember Anthony, for bringing us back a few years when it came up. There were a lot of mentions about crime, safety, etc. This is not about crime and safety. At the end of the day, we have a community ask about where these retailers are located. Much of it was about Magnolia Park, which is a neighborhood and a residential corridor that is established to be very family friendly in a certain type of way, right? And for me, I have to be honest, all three of these options establish what our community has asked us to do, which is create corridors that corridors surrounding these neighborhoods, even these commercial neighborhoods that don't have firearm retailers in the future. That is what our community has asked for at the end of the day. Maybe you don't see it tonight, but we've had packed rooms of parents, of folks who live in these areas asking for these things. We get the emails every single day, even if you shake your head no, we do, we get them. And our responsibility is to balance that with the business interest, right? And I think, just to all my colleagues, as you look at this, remember that all three of these options do balance that. Because we are creating those safe buffer zones for the families that have asked us to do so. The same way they have asked us to do so when it comes to adult materials and adult stores and marijuana and other things. And I could go on and on about the things that folks do not want to see 500 feet from their school or their children's school, right? And so right now I am really thinking about it and kind of inclined for option 1 or 2, given the fact that we are also not trying to be wholly restrictive, and I can't be speculative about the future and where other sensitive zones are going to go. So that is my only concern. And I will cede to the rest of my colleagues, but I do want to say one thing. I am very grateful to all of you because you've all responded every single question that I've asked in tandem, and I think you all are very much subject matter experts at this point, and you've also expressed very strong willingness to work with our businesses as we go through this process and to work with our residents. So I do appreciate that. I think you're knowledgeable, and I think you're ready to take on the task, along with really well dressed. Thank you.
She stole my line, Mr. Thomas. Bringing back that pocket square, it's a good look. Yeah, you outdressed the mayor tonight. Go figure. No, I appreciate all of the comment. I think just for the sake of the hour and the time, I'm going to just lay it out there where I'm at, and then I'm going to wind back the clock and walk through my thought process. I am in favor of introducing the ordinance. I don't find it to be overly cumbersome or burdensome. I think it actually strikes a good balance in respecting our existing businesses while controlling the potential growth of an industry in our community. And that is very much within the police power and purview of local government. I also am in favor of option 3. Now, let me wind back the clock a little bit. There's been a lot of discussion tonight, and rightfully so, and by the way, some very good excerpts from some good historical sources, if I might add, in the course of public comment about freedom and what it means. Vice Mayor knows where I'm going with this. There's a mural that sits behind me. Yes, I'm going to tell the story again. You know, I'm not going to say when it was painted, but the mural behind me is come on, let me tell a story. It's a portrait of a speech from President Franklin Delano Roosevelt to the Congress on the eve of our entry into World War II. It's entitled The Four Freedoms, and I encourage everyone to go check it out on Wikipedia later. They got the whole 15-minute clip there. It refers to, starting over my right shoulder to left, the freedoms of speech and the freedom of religion, which I will submit are both positive freedoms, and I'll get back to that in a second, as well as the freedom from want and the freedom from fear. And I could bore all of you sometime over a cup of coffee about the philosophical differences and its relation to the history of our country, the constant tug of war between both positive and negative freedoms. You certainly have the freedom to do, in spite of government restraint, many things in this country, including the freedom to stand here at the podium, express yourself, practice the religion of your choosing, and these are critical to the foundation of this country. But we've always acknowledged that there is a concept of negative freedom. Freedom from fear, for example, there are limitations on what you can do. I have seen firsthand in my role as a deputy district attorney and now a deputy attorney general the carnage that a bullet can inflict on the human body. And I'm not talking in the abstract. I've been in the autopsies. I've seen it. We have police powers in the state of California, and we have police powers in our country because we have long recognized that there is a role for government to play in restraining people from committing homicide or any number of heinous crimes that do happen in our community. Now, I don't say any of this to suggest that anyone operating a firearm licensee retail establishment here in the city of Burbank is anything but a law-abiding citizen who is very much on the front line of our defense. And I fundamentally believe all of you are needed partners in ensuring that guns don't fall into the wrong hands. But I do bring that up to say that oftentimes we want to make these issues black and white. It's never black and white. It is a balance of what is the appropriate level of government intervention. And we can absolutely disagree on that. But I bring that up because that is an important starting point. When I look at the city of Burbank, we have 14 federal firearm licensees, 9 of which have retail establishments in the city of Burbank. This ordinance does not touch. This ordinance grandfathers in each of those establishments. It allows them to continue operating potentially indefinitely. I think that that's a fair and reasonable balance and not inconsistent, when you compare it to the population size of Burbank and the retail needs of the larger Los Angeles area. What this ordinance is really looking at is how many more federal firearm licensees on top of the 14 or the 9 retail establishments are needed in Burbank. It is for that reason that when I look at future growth, I do think option 3 is appropriate. Option 3, I don't think we need to throw the slide up again, but I will note it is slide 7, still identifies 189 additional parcels in the city of Burbank that could be a good site, of course, assuming that the planning board or the city council exercises its discretionary review. 189 parcels to say, yeah, that's also a good place for a gun store. Assuming even 10% of those are in fact good qualifying sites, it would still nearly double the number of federal firearm retail establishments in our city, potentially. The point I'm trying to make is that I do think option 3 balances the interests. It also vests the council with an important power. And with all due respect to one of our callers, we do have a discretionary process for alcohol. I'll be very honest. I don't want a liquor store opening next to my kid's elementary school. And with all due respect, I wouldn't want a gun store either. That's just where I'm at. But as a city, we get to make those strategic planning decisions. And I think that this ordinance adequately balances our role in doing that while respecting the business interests of our existing federal firearm licensees that are operating in the city and allowing for a modicum of continued growth. It is not a cap. It is not saying that this is all there will be. It's simply saying that as we continue to grow and look for more opportunities for gun stores to enter the Burbank community, we simply want to control where they are. And the last thing I'll say is this. We have talked a lot tonight about crime prevention. We've talked a lot about, let me just say this. Oftentimes, what I hear is if people can simply arm themselves, if we invest more in police, that'll keep a community safe. The problem is it's all retroactive. Yeah, you can have it. We have the best police response as Chief Albanese makes his way to the restroom. Hi, Chief. We do have, couldn't have scripted that better. We have the best police response in the region, bar none. That's after shots are fired. That's after a bullet's penetrated flesh. That's after someone's dead. I'm looking at how you can prevent gun violence, and there is no magic answer. Yes, we need more mental health infrastructure. We need better education, better training. And by the way, my granddad was a hunter. My brother-in-law is a hallmark, perfect example of a law-abiding, gun-owning citizen who will probably give me crap after tonight's meeting because he disagrees with me. But my point in saying all of this is that we always have to look at what we can do to further prevent gun violence. And one small but critical component of the conversation is do everything in our power to keep guns out of the hands of those who should not have them. That means ensuring that our existing federal firearm licensees operating in the city operate to the highest possible standards with good security and surveillance requirements. I think they want to do it. I know they're capable of doing it. That better protects our community. So that's where I'm at. I think option 3 is the way to go. And I'd love to see where we're at.
Yep. Mr. Mayor, if I could offer, I think a couple of our colleagues are a little bit on the fence with an unknown. We mentioned earlier that staff would like to come back with possible red line after speaking with the community when this comes back for a second read. If that does happen, what I would like to suggest is that staff go out and do its due diligence and check the borders and do the permitting requirements potentially for the sensitive areas in LA City and in Glendale on the border, so that we at the city council level can see where the actual map would be. If that's possible, I would like to table the final vote for option 1, 2, or 3 until we come back with that final map, if council is amenable to that. Because I'm comfortable with 3 today, but if we have colleagues that are questioning that, if that's possible, could we do that survey?
Maybe you can ask that question of Mr.
I just wanted a follow-up question to this. Now, are we taking into consideration sensitive uses, residential zones, and other firearm retailers that are within the border, or just sensitive uses?
If I can, council member, so just based on our definitions, as we have them, the only thing that we would look at are buffers from sensitive uses. Given that those are identified in LA County databases, records, it would not be buffers from any City of LA R1 residential zones, because residential zones is defined as our residential zones, R1, R2, R3, R4, so on and so forth. So we could do that. Only question I would ask to the attorney's office is this. So we do have an expiration of this ordinance, of the urgency ordinance, come July 26, 2024. I guess the question is, could we do this, still introduce it, and as part of the second reading, potentially make that kind of an update? Reason being that if it is not adopted by the currently scheduled second reading, we may not make that July 26 deadline.
So, yeah, I guess the question for the city attorney, can we move forward approving the ordinance with the potential change for option 1, 2, or 3, and include any potential red line changes simply for the second reading?
Well, first, if it's evenly split, you're not passing anything tonight. So you'll have to figure out where your colleagues are. Secondly, it looks like on the border, option 3 essentially is the industrial parts of the Golden State area. If you look at that, it's the industrial area by Valhalla. The only thing next to that in Los Angeles looks like multifamily residential for at least a super block. And then on Clybourne, that looks like mostly all single-family residential. Again, to staff's point, we only count our residential zones, so none of that should conflict unless there's a small or large family daycare that ends up being a sensitive use. And then you have the residential on the north side of Clybourne, over by where the Lincoln Brewery is, that industrial area near Woodbury University. So those are the 3, from what I can gather, the primary areas of potential conflict. They all seem to be residential. You can make amendments to the ordinance you introduce prior to adoption, provided they're still within the scope and purpose of your ordinance. And I would say the scope and purpose of your ordinance, whether you go with options 1, 2, or 3, is unaffected by which option you go with. So I would encourage the council to see what you have the votes to approve, and then staff can come back and tell you if they found conflicts in those primary areas. Because option 3 is the most restrictive. It's going to narrow what they have to look at in terms of sensitive uses or schools.
I think Councilmember Anthony technically has the floor, and then I'll kick it over here.
So I'll put this forward. I'd be comfortable moving forward with option 3, moving it to a second reading, and then having staff come back with a map, and then have us reevaluate. And if we need to open it back up to option 2 or option 1, we can do so at that point and adopt any red line language that's gotten from the community.
We'll go Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Takahashi.
Yeah, I have to be honest. Thank you for the clarification, because I was considering the R1 zones in the city of LA. That would have meant all of that area above, which is Sun Valley, would have essentially negated that piece of land, which was where I think Councilmember Takahashi was going, right? Given that that's not the case, and we're just looking at sensitive uses, that would not create a problem in that sense. So I'm open to option 3.
Councilmember?
So I just want to clarify. So you're suggesting we look at option 3 moving forward to move forward this ordinance, and then take another look at the next reading at 2? Is that
Yes,
what you're
so
saying?
when we get a second step back, it would include 2 things. One, an updated map so that we can look at option 3 and all the restrictions in the
sensitive
LA
uses,
area.
okay. Yeah.
And 2, any potential red line language that staff feels would be appropriate at the time to adopt. And then at that point, if we find the map being too restrictive, then we could open up the discussion again, move to option 2 or option 1, and take a final vote.
Mr. City Attorney, if we did vote on option 3 tonight, can we look at option 2 at the second reading, or would that be outside the scope because we've already selected the map we want? Yeah.
If the council adopted the ordinance and selected option 3, first of all, for clarification, this would come back as a report to council and not on consent, because it wouldn't really be agendized for a report unless it came back as reports to council. And you could say, bring back the ordinance for adoption, not a second step, it's actually adoption. Bring it back with a map of more detailed map of what section 3 looks like, and show us today, because staff can't tell you in the future, if there's any sensitive uses or schools, because all of the residential won't count. Because as staff indicated, they've only defined Burbank residential zones. To just identify within those 3 areas, there could be others, but those are the 3 that stick out. Above Clybourne, west of Clybourne, above Cohasset, and west of Valhalla. If there are any of these sensitive or other uses that would negate those available sites. And it would basically be confirmation. If council, if it looked okay to council, then you could adopt the ordinance. If not, you could, what you're doing is, you're not picking a map. You're just changing a 1,000 to 500.
Got it, okay.
You're changing the separation for residential uses from, in fact, or if you wanted to go to option 1. So if you wanted to, you're either changing the sensitive use and or the residential to 500 feet. In fact, it's only the sensitive uses that would change.
Right,
Because
okay,
the residential
got it.
doesn't count.
Clear as mud?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay, yes, so I'm still really interested to see, it sounds like there's not going to be sensitive uses nearby, but I'm still interested to see what they are. Having that flexibility of changing the numbers, I feel comfortable moving forward with that. My gut also tells me that once we have our 5th council member here, the discussion might shift a bit, just because of having another person. But I want to say just kind of in general that the main concern for me, really though, is the current businesses, as has been expressed already. And whichever numbers we choose, what we know for sure with this proposed ordinance is that our current businesses are protected, that they're helped, that they're supported, and that's the main thing. The future businesses, we don't know who those are going to be. And honestly, until we pick some sort of feet from somewhere, we won't know what the challenges will be from that. So I'm comfortable at this time with option 3 with these numbers because our current businesses are protected. And at this time, we don't have any particular urgency to add more gun stores to our city that have more space, but the current ones are protected. So that's really important to me. Also, the rules are clear, and that's really important to me. And I also feel another thing that's really important to look at is parity with the rest of the communities around us, too. So that's why I asked that question about other cities. And it seems like any of these options would be, but being connected to LA, it's important to know if we got parity, and so I'm comfortable with that for now because it's got parity. But I'm glad we have the flexibility so that we can look at it one more time. So I'm okay now going with option 3.
Thank you. I had Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Anthony.
I'm okay with option 3 for the reasons I said before. I thought it included residential before. It does not outside of the city, which is fine. And to the mayor's point, you made a good point, which is our goal and what we're talking about here is not our current gun stores, which you reiterated. Our goal is future gun stores, and at the end of the day, our community does not want another gun store in Burbank. We don't want to be the gun store capital of the country, and that is what we have been told. And so, quite frankly, in that spirit, Mr. Mayor, option 3 looks good to me.
Councilmember Anthony, anything to add?
If you're okay with it, I'd like to make a motion.
Feel free to do so.
All right. I move that we introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Burbank, amending Title 10, Chapter 1, Articles 5 and 11 of the Burbank Municipal Code, establishing regulations and development standards for firearm and ammunition retail uses, including safety and what was the thing? Regulatory changes. In addition, a 1,000 feet requirement from sensitive uses, a 1,000 foot requirement for residential uses, and a 500 foot requirement from other existing firearm retailers.
Great. Is there a second? I'll second. The only other thing I'll add to staff is, I know it's a little bit beyond the scope of the agenda, but one thing Mr. Topher said that I thought was a very good point is that we should be viewing our gun stores as partners in the endeavor to really be that frontline defense. So as you're thinking, should the ordinance pass at a later date, and should you feel that you need additional resources to do the proper education and outreach to truly partner with them, I would welcome a mid-year appropriation to facilitate that. So just wanted to throw that out there. Any other discussion? Okay, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes, noting the absence of Councilmember Mullins, motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
So that brings us next to our next agenda item. We have 2 reports to council this evening. Now, after staff's presentations, the City Council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the agenda item at the conclusion of the staff presentation. And thank you, staff, on the last item. Comprehensive work. Great job. As long as the speaker has not spoken on the agenda item during the first period of general public comment, you'll be allowed to do so now. We'll go again with 1-minute speakers followed by 3-minute speakers. Our first report to council this evening is a continuation of the review of the proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 city budget. We have with us Ms. Jennifer Becker, Financial Services Director Extraordinaire. Wanted to give you an extra title there. Please present the report.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and thank you for that extra special title. I appreciate it. My name is Jennifer Becker. I'm with the Financial Services Department, and I'm here tonight to present the continuation of our proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget presentations. These were originally presented on May 7th was our first bulk of our presentation, so we're here tonight to kind of continue that item. So we'll go ahead and bring up the presentation. I see that there. So on our May 7th presentation, we covered the entire general fund, as well as all of our enterprise funds, which contain the large majority of our overall budget, as you can see by those colored sections of the chart. So now we're going to review those remaining city funds in our budget that are highlighted here in yellow, including our internal service funds, special revenue funds, the housing authority, the parking authority, and the successor agency, which combined account for about 20% of the city's overall budget. So let's begin with our internal service funds. So internal service funds are used to accumulate funds for specific purposes, such as insurance or equipment replacement. The required funds are collected from city departments and funds through a non-discretionary budget line item in your applicable cost center budget. So the city has 7 internal service funds, all requesting budget appropriations. The first 2 are managed by management services, and those are the general liability and workers' compensation funds. Next is Fund 532, the Vehicle Equipment Replacement Fund, which is managed by Public Works. We have our 533 Office Equipment Replacement Fund, which is managed by Financial Services. Following that, we have another fund managed by Public Works, our Fund 534 Municipal Infrastructure Fund. Now that fund's budget is going to be presented by Mr. Berkman next as part of our CIP presentation. Fund 535, the Communication Equipment Fund, is managed by BWP and was covered during their presentation 2 weeks ago. And last but not least, we have our Fund 537 Information Technology Fund. So we'll start, of course, with our General Liability Fund. This fund covers the cost of citywide insurance premiums and self-insurance programs, along with all claims against the city. For fiscal year 24-25, the fund will receive about $13.9 million in revenue and has $14.5 million in proposed appropriations. The General Liability Fund receives the majority of its revenue from rates that are collected from most departments and funds through the insurance line item account in their line item budgets. As you are well aware from past budget reports, and we also discussed this last week, or 2 weeks ago, the City of Burbank, like other public agencies, is facing an extremely difficult market for insurance. Staff is anticipating a 26% increase for general liability, a 30% increase for citywide property insurance, and a 10% increase for all other lines of insurance, such as power generation, property coverage, cyber liability, environment liability, crime, and earthquake. Based on this forecast, Management Services is recommending a $1.725 million increase to the Fund 530 insurance budget for fiscal year 24-25. Management Services also requesting a new Administrative Analyst 2 position within the Liability Fund to address the growing needs of the General Liability Office, including providing staff training, working to resolve insurance disputes with third parties, and attending to ongoing insurance inquiries from city staff. These requested items increase the overall operating budget for the fund, which must be collected from city insurance rates. Overall, citywide insurance rates for departments are expected to increase by an average of 9% for fiscal year 24-25. Now, the next fund in our presentation is our Workers' Compensation Fund, which is also managed by Management Services.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can I?
Go for it.
Can we go back one slide real quick?
Absolutely.
And Ms. Becker, I know we haven't taken public comment, we haven't done anything yet. I appreciate your thoroughness on this, and this has been, the whole budget season has been really great. What you're seeing on this slide right here is preposterous. This is a ridiculous increase in our liability insurance. And Ms. Becker, if you could, just for my sake and for the people at home, can you just dive in a little bit about what is going on with insurance right now and why this number is so high?
Absolutely. And I know we broached this topic 2 weeks ago, but
Yes.
I would like to bring up Ms. McClinton to sort of answer that question a little bit better than I can.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, procedurally, I know this is out of order, but it is important for the people at home to know what's going on.
Yes, and as we go through the rest of our funds, feel free to stop me if you have questions. Otherwise, I'll just keep, paging through.
Okay. We'll give you jazz hands when we like it too. Good work.
So good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Betsy McClinton. I'm with the Management Services Department. So the reason why we are seeing such extraordinary increases in our insurance premium costs is because over the last 5-ish years or so, we've seen really significant trends upwards for municipal liability insurance. And really all insurances that municipalities have to place, including property insurance, crime insurance, workers' comp, all the various lines of insurance that we place. And really it's due to really significant increases in judgments and settlements that we're seeing within the municipal space. Some of the main drivers, the main types of claims that drive the increases in premiums are police liability, which is a very unique exposure for municipalities and for counties. Private industries don't have that kind of exposure with police liability claims. We also see a lot of dangerous conditions claims that result in rather large judgments. So if there's a potential accident or something on the street or a serious injury to somebody who trips and falls, we see a lot of those types of claims as well. There's also been some rather large sexual molestation claims, particularly for school districts, but also for cities. And all of these big types of claims impact the general insurance market for municipalities. And so even though the city of Burbank itself hasn't necessarily seen these types of really extensive large settlements or large claims, we still have to obtain our insurance within the same market that is impacted by these claims. And as expenses for claims rise and rise, carriers flee the market, and municipalities are in a very tough spot. In the 1980s, municipalities were in the same spot. And so risk pools popped up, and we actually were the founding member of the risk pool that we are a member of. And what we're seeing now is a lot of other cities in surrounding areas are also moving to risk pools where they weren't in them previously. For example, the cities of Pasadena and Glendale, both within the last couple of years, went to a risk-sharing pool as well. That's really the safe haven that municipalities are going to now that they are having a real hard time placing insurance. I would say I feel like Burbank's participation in our risk-sharing pool, which is the Authority for California Cities Excess Liability, XL, has been really beneficial to the city. When you compare our general liability coverage and SIR, our self-insured retention levels, and the premiums that we paid compared to our neighboring cities, despite the huge increases that we've seen over the last couple of years, we are in really, really good stead. We pay less in premiums for higher limits and a lower SIR. So for those reasons, I understand the huge increase we're seeing. I still believe that Burbank is rather well placed compared to our neighbors.
Thank you, Ms. McClendon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for going out of turn there. I think that was just important to tackle that right there.
Oh, I just construed that as a clarifying question for the presentation. Ms. Becker, please feel free to continue.
Thank you. So we'll move on to our Workers' Compensation Fund next. This is also managed by Management Services, and it provides for the city's workers' compensation program and all related expenses, including medical, salary continuation, permanent disability, legal expenses, and investigative services. The Workers' Compensation Fund receives most of its revenue from rates that are collected from all city departments and funds based on a percentage of overall budgeted employee salaries. For fiscal year 24-25, the fund will collect $12 million in total revenues to go against $10.5 million in appropriations. The workers' comp budget does include one position upgrade of a workers' comp rep 2 to a workers' comp rep 3 for fiscal year 24-25. This will allow for handling more complex claims and assist the department with successfully passing state-mandated workers' comp audits. And the good news is the actuarial liability for our workers' comp fund remained largely flat this year, and that's based on our latest actuarial report completed in February of 2024. We do an actuarial each year to determine our outstanding liability. This means the city was able to avoid any significant increases in our overall workers' comp rates for the upcoming fiscal year, which of course is great news for the city. And Management Services, in conjunction with our labor unions, will continue their ongoing efforts towards mitigating future workers' comp cost increases. So next we'll move on to our Vehicle Equipment Replacement Fund. This fund is managed by the Public Works Department and provides for the scheduled replacement and maintenance of all vehicles within the general city's fleet, including parts, labor, and fuel. The $12.6 million in projected revenues for the fund come from rental rates that are charged to city departments based on the depreciable value of their vehicles as well as the annual maintenance and fuel costs. The vehicle fund continues to experience cost increases due to the rise in new vehicle prices, as well as parts, maintenance, and fuel for existing vehicles. As a result, the vehicle rental rates collected from departments increased by about $500,000 or 5% from the prior year. Total appropriations of $19.4 million are proposed for Fund 532, with over $7.5 million of that amount going directly towards the scheduled replacement of depreciated vehicles and equipment in fiscal year 24-25. I should point out that the Public Works staff does a thorough review of each vehicle at the end of its life and only replaces those that are truly in need of replacement. Because so many of our vehicles remain in good condition, Public Works has been able to defer 94 fully depreciated vehicles at a savings of $3.9 million in vehicle replacement costs this year. The Vehicle Replacement Fund also has some planned capital spending budgeted for fiscal year 24-25. First, the exhaust system modernization project at $200,000 and the vehicle lift equipment modernization project at $500,000. Moving on to our Office Equipment Replacement Fund. This fund is managed by the Financial Services Department and provides for the replacement of a variety of city assets, including furniture, machinery, and various safety tools and equipment. Similar to the vehicle fund, total revenues of $1.3 million are collected from rental rates, with $1.6 million in appropriations going towards the scheduled replacement of capital assets and small equipment as needed. A couple notable items are budgeted here to be replaced within the 533 fund. These include the replacement of the walk-in refrigerator for the Park and Rec Senior Nutrition Program and the replacement of monitored defibrillators for the fire department, the cost of which is split between the 533 fund and the general fund. And last, but certainly not least, is Fund 537, the Information Technology Fund. Of course, this is managed by the Information Technology Department, and the entire department is housed within Fund 537. Fund 537 also provides for the replacement, maintenance, and upgrades of all of the city's computer and network equipment, as well as software. Overall, the IT fund will collect around $16 million in revenues for fiscal year 24-25. Fund 537 receives its revenues from rates paid by all departments and funds based on the results of an annual IT cost of service study, in addition to one-time contributions from the general fund and other city funds for special projects. The IT department is proposing total appropriations of $17.6 million for the upcoming fiscal year. Some notable budget highlights for the IT fund. The department is requesting the upgrade of 2 technology product managers to principal technology product managers to be able to provide the appropriate level of support for the city's Oracle Enterprise Resource Planning and Human Resources Management systems. Also included in the IT budget is the proposed investment of $1.3 million across 10 different projects that will modernize and enhance the city's technology infrastructure in fiscal year 24-25. $1.1 million of that amount comes directly from the general fund, with other funds contributing their proportionate share for applicable projects. And here's a look at some of those planned technology projects for the coming year. I won't read the entire list since I admittedly don't even know what some of those words mean, but our Chief Information Officer, Kevin Gray, is here with us tonight and is happy to answer any specific questions you may have about our upcoming IT projects or the IT fund budget. Okay. Well, that concludes our internal service funds. And if there aren't any questions, I'll go ahead and shift over to our special revenue funds. Okay, so special revenue funds are established by the city to account for revenues that are restricted for specific purposes. So these funds play an important role in the financial health of our city. The city has 15 special revenue funds, and cumulatively, these funds account for approximately $65.3 million of this year's budget and help support important regional needs like regional power supply, transportation services and infrastructure, and affordable housing. We'll review 12 of these special revenue funds, as Burbank Water and Power staff already presented street lighting, Titan Hydropower, and Magnolia Power project funds as part of their budget presentation 2 weeks ago. So the city has 4 different special revenue funds that provide transit programs and transportation infrastructure, including the Burbank Bus Fixed Route Services, Senior and Disabled Transit, maintenance of the downtown Metrolink station, and a variety of street improvement capital projects, which will be discussed further during our infrastructure presentation. As shown here in the chart, combined appropriations for Burbank's transportation funds total nearly $11.8 million for fiscal year 24-25, with projected revenues of approximately $11 million. Prop A, Prop C, Measure R, and Measure M each receive their funding from one of 4 Los Angeles County voter-approved quarter-cent sales tax measures. While operating budgets remain largely the same from the prior year, there are a couple of budget highlights to point out for fiscal year 24-25. Propositions A, Funds 104, will continue its regular operations with no new budget appropriations, while Prop C, Fund 105, has $250,000 in new private contractual services to fund increases to the Burbank bus contract, as well as a comprehensive operational analysis of the city's transit routes. The Measure R Transportation Fund 107 budget includes $700,000 for Phase 3 of the I-5 arterial project and $358,000 for the downtown San Fernando reconfiguration. Measure M, Fund 108, will be funding $3.1 million of the city's annual street and sidewalk repair program. And all of these projects, along with the rest of the city's infrastructure program, will be discussed as part of Mr. Berkman's CIP presentation shortly. The last of the city's transportation funds is the Air Quality Management District Fund. The AQMD fund receives revenues from state vehicle registration fees, which have a small portion dedicated for local return to cities in the South Coast Air Quality Management District. These funds are restricted to only be used for clean air mitigation measures. The City of Burbank's share of these revenues is projected at about $147,000 for fiscal year 24-25. Consistent with prior years, this revenue will be used to fund the city's rideshare program, which helps reduce vehicle trips generated by city employees. The Measure W Fund 109 accounts for revenues received from the city from the LA County Safe Clean Water Municipal Program. This program is funded through a special parcel tax of 2.5 cents per square foot of impermeable area, which was approved by LA County voters in November of 2018. Burbank receives about $1.5 million annually from this revenue source, which is managed by the Public Works Department. For fiscal year 24-25, the Measure W Stormwater Fund includes a capital appropriation of $492,200 to fund the McCambridge Park Stormwater Project, which will improve water quality and groundwater supply through a multi-benefit stormwater capture system. The next fund I'd like to present is our Community Development Block Grant Fund, or CDBG. The city receives annual revenue from the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD. These funds are allocated towards activities that benefit persons of low and moderate income. The Economic Development and Housing Division of the Community Development Department is responsible for the administration of this program. The proposed CDBG budget for fiscal year 24-25 is right around $1 million in revenues and appropriations. The Community Development Department will be presenting the proposed CDBG Public Service and Capital Projects Plan at the June 25th City Council meeting, so stay tuned for more detail on this fund's budget. Now let's talk about our street improvement funds, which include the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Fund 123 and the State Gas Tax Fund 125. Both funds receive revenues from the state of California, which are collected by the vehicle registration fees and fuel excise taxes. The combined revenues for the RMRA fund and the gas tax fund total approximately $5.6 million for fiscal year 24-25, with total proposed appropriations of just under $7.4 million. So the RMRA fund is proposing a budget of $3 million, which is entirely dedicated to the residential and arterial pavement rehabilitation programs for fiscal year 24-25. The city is required to submit a list of city council approved projects to the state in order to receive these funds. The Public Works Department presented this report to the City Council on April 23rd, and the proposed budget before you incorporates the direction and projects approved by the City Council at that time. The Gas Tax Fund 125 supports public works staffing for street projects and the annual maintenance of the city's traffic signals and regulatory guide sign replacements. The Gas Tax Fund will also be contributing $1.9 million towards sidewalk and pavement rehabilitation for fiscal year 24-25. Now we'll move to our Drug Asset Forfeiture Fund, Fund 124. This fund was established to account for drug asset forfeiture revenues and expenditures, which are restricted for law enforcement purposes. The proposed budget includes about $24,000 in revenues and $100,000 in appropriations for fiscal year 24-25. That $100,000 is being allocated for the deployment of 40 automated license plate reader cameras for the coming year, the cost of which is split with the general fund. The Public Improvements Fund is funded by development impact fees, which are charged to developers who bring new projects into our city. These revenues are restricted to funding projects that appear in the city's infrastructure blueprint or projects identified at the inception of the impact fee program. The Public Improvements budget includes anticipated revenues of $840,000, with proposed appropriations of approximately $4.5 million for fiscal year 24-25. Budget highlights for this fund include some building upgrades at Police Fire Headquarters, along with a number of park and transportation projects, including the Dick Clark Dog Park, the Rancho Providencia Neighborhood Protection Plan, and the First Street Bike Lane. And again, these projects will be reviewed shortly during our CIP budget presentation. Fund 128, or HUD Affordable Housing Programs, receive funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to increase the city's supply of affordable housing. This fund provides permanent supportive housing vouchers to assist unhoused individuals. And also included with this fund is the Home Investment Partnership Program, which uses HUD funding to increase the supply of affordable housing in the city. The majority of this year's Fund 128 budget is dedicated towards continuing Continuum of Care Permanent Supportive Housing, which will cover administration of materials, supplies, and service costs along with housing assistance payments. So that completes our special revenue funds, but I'll move along to our housing authority. The Burbank Housing Authority contains two funds whose purpose is to provide affordable housing for low-income residents. The Section 8 program provides rent subsidy payments directly to landlords on behalf of very low-income tenants. Of the approximately $14.4 million operating budget for this fund, over $11 million will go towards housing assistance payments to help households experiencing homelessness and those at risk of being unhoused. The remaining balance is used to cover the administrative costs of the program. The Low and Moderate Income Housing Fund 305 lost its primary funding source with the elimination of the redevelopment agency when it received 20% of the RDA tax increment. Current revenue projections of $527,000 are from rehabilitation loan repayments provided to low and moderate income households and interest earnings on the fund balance. The proposed budget for this fund covers program administration and does not include any new projects or appropriations for fiscal year 24-25. Our next fund, the Parking Authority Fund 305, is managed by the Community Development Department's Transportation Division. Currently, the only revenue stream for this fund comes from parking permits and leases and is projected to total about $684,000 in fiscal year 24-25. Proposed appropriations of approximately $831,000 are needed to continue to fund the operations and maintenance of downtown parking lots and structures and the administration of parking maintenance agreements and parking permit programs. This means we'll be utilizing nearly all of that $168,000 fund balance to keep the Parking Authority operations running for the coming year. And there are no new budget items proposed for the Parking Authority in fiscal year 24-25. And the final fund we'll look at this evening is our successor agency. The successor agency is actually a fiduciary fund maintained by the city. This means that we are responsible for these monies, but they don't actually belong to the city of Burbank. As part of the legislation that eliminated redevelopment agencies in 2012, successor agencies were established to oversee the unwinding of redevelopment agencies. The total successor agency budget for 24-25 is right around $2.5 million, most of which will be utilized to pay bonded debt service. In order to receive these dollars, the city needs to submit an annual Recognized Obligation Payment Schedule, or ROPS, to the County Oversight Board, and then subsequently to the California Department of Finance for approval. This was completed in January, and the city received its final approval from the Department of Finance in April. So this concludes our review of special revenue and internal service fund budgets for fiscal year 24-25. I'm happy to answer questions, any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Ms. Becker. Before we take questions, I do have a comment card from Mr. David Donahue. Mr. Donahue, I think you're still in the room somewhere, right? Okay. Mr. Donahue, were you wanting to make a comment after this presentation, or are you wanting to speak to capital improvement, or both? If we're going to allow questions, fair is fair. We're going to allow public comment after each presentation. So if staff would prefer to go all the way through, that's totally fine, but we usually take comments before council questions. So looking at the faces of staff, why don't we go to the next presentation on capital improvement? Mr. Donahue, don't go too far. You're first in the hopper, and then I have Matt Fabius.
Well, in that case, I'd be happy to introduce Ken Berkman, our Public Works Director, who will take us through the fiscal year 24-25 CIP.
Did I keep you awake there, Ken?
Honorable Mayor, council members, coming up on 10:30. My last cup of coffee is at 3, so I'll try and get through this quickly and with energy.
I can make you a cup in my office if you need it.
I see how I do. Let's see. Thank you.
Okay.
So you may recall I titled this annual presentation Commitment to Infrastructure because that's exactly what Burbank did when it passed Measure P, which provides significant investment for our capital program. A bit of recent history here. We see a steadily increasing CIP budget except for the COVID year where we weren't sure what was coming. The peak of $37 million in this current fiscal year's program, of which about $17 million is funded by Measure P. We are proposing an additional investment of $33 million for the coming fiscal year. After a few years of presentations, I think we finally got it right. Hopefully we can all see these projects on the screen easily. There are about 40 projects being funded in this coming fiscal year. So I'm going to provide high-level summaries of very select projects in the interest of time. The project managers are here to answer any specific questions at council's pleasure. First off, you see our critical annual projects that so many of our residents and businesses really notice to improve our sidewalks and roadways along with our facilities work. The projects take care of and order our 10 million square feet of sidewalks, 230 centerline miles of roadways, and we also have 50 miles of alleys as well, and I'll have some good news on that later. And our facilities capital work for our over 1.3 million square feet of building area. So for this, I wanted to point out a key difference in the funding amounts for our street and sidewalk projects. As Ms. Becker mentioned, in previous years, we had budgets of $1.4 million for sidewalks, $1.6 million for arterial paving, and $5 million for residential roadway paving. In the past couple of years, we have seen significant increases in construction costs, especially this past year. So we're in the last 2 years of our first ever 5-year cycle to rehabilitate streets citywide that are in fair to poor condition, and we don't want to lose that momentum to get to our citywide pavement condition index goal of 73, which is solidly in our good category. It is green on the chart, but it's good. So fortunately, we're able to increase the project funding for these projects to maintain them at the necessary levels without impacting Fund 534 using Measure M, Road Maintenance Rehabilitation Act, or SB1, and gas tax funding. On this page, to highlight, the police department's forensic service area will receive a much-needed update to its 25-year-old facility to meet current program and operational mandates and obtain proper accreditation. Funding will be used to significantly complete design in the coming fiscal year. And we have 3 significant park and recreation projects that are included, with shade structures for the bleachers at Olives Ball Fields and the replacement of playground equipment at Maple and Brace Parks. There's a new Emergency Operations Center at City Hall, a very recent new project thanks to a $1.2 million grant that the fire department received to construct this in the basement of City Hall. It will replace the outdated one that exists at the fire training facility and provide a more centralized and effective location within the Civic Center block. A 25% match is required, which is being provided over 2 fiscal years from Fund 534, half of which you see here. And design of this complex project will commence in the coming fiscal year. Like the parks at Brace and Maple, McCambridge Playground will also be replaced. Of note for this one, this was a project that was not funded last year to fund several other projects instead, such as picnic facility and shade structure improvements at a couple of the parks. But now we're happy to let you and the public know that it is in the program for next year. In total, 13 new projects are slated for design and or construction in fiscal year 24-25, totaling about $19 million, as you see, and close to $9 million funded with Fund 534. This next part of the program is the ongoing or multi-year projects that are larger or more complex projects, require more extensive planning, design, or construction, or in some cases were lower priorities within previous fiscal years put aside to address unexpected or urgent work. On this slide, the City Hall fountain restoration and modernization is a important project. A couple of years ago we went into a extreme drought emergency. So non-functional turf and fountains were eliminated from potable water use. Therefore, the City Hall fountain could no longer operate. Last year, as folks might have noticed, BWP installed a new recycled water main extension in 3rd from Orange Grove to Olive. And with Parks and Recreation's collaboration, the lawn in front of the City Hall was once again able to be watered properly. And in parallel, design of a much needed full rehabilitation for the fountain commenced and will be completed next month. Construction to update this historical fixture inside and out is slated to begin in the fall. Also at the bottom, the PD Fire Headquarters building needs foundation, waterproofing systems restoration work adjacent to all the planters and parking areas. It's a complicated project that requires deep excavation methods and will have disruptive construction impacts. So we're going to phase it over several years. And construction is estimated to commence in fall of '25, not '24 as was noted in the project sheet. So at the top, the new Central Library and Civic Center project is an exciting opportunity that has been in the planning phase for a long time. After working with our consultants on everything from alternative project sites, financing options, and the project delivery methods, we reached a point just this past March that we have determined the scope of work for the project and the delivery method. The library will be situated on the CSB, the Community Services Building parking lot, adjacent basically to Olive and Glen Oaks, and the Administrative Services Building will be demolished to make way for creative open space. The project will be delivered via the design, build, procurement, and delivery strategy. The potential housing in the Civic Center area will be addressed in coordination with the downtown Burbank transit-oriented development specific plan that is currently in progress. Preliminary design will begin the next phase, and we will be coming back to you with a full update in the coming months. Another exciting opportunity for a project at the bottom, we're again going to work on the transformation of the Starlight Bowl Amphitheater. We're going to proceed with preliminary design in the community outreach phase. And that will build on the work of the architectural consultant from 2013 to 2018, which included a facility needs assessment and schematic design. Last year, the architect completed renderings and an updated cost estimate. And the next step in the coming fiscal year will be to provide extensive community outreach to showcase that schematic design and the renderings. The I-5 arterial phase 3 at the top is actually a signal reconstruction project for 4 major intersections on Magnolia at Reese, Mariposa, and Screenland, as well as the intersection at Victory and Elmwood. In the design phase, 100% Measure R funded. And in the middle there, the downtown San Fernando reconfiguration is a top priority. Complete Our Streets project, which, as we all know, has been implemented in a pilot phase that will remain in place for 12 months so staff can collect data. With a successful and community-supported conclusion to this pilot project, staff will determine what permanent improvements should be designed and constructed. The Dick Clark Dog Park is progressing, and it's in the final design phase. Community meetings were held in March, and construction is slated to start in the fall. With a distinct and new facility, we always need to be mindful of the maintenance obligations and cost impacts. And here, Parks and Recreation will be creating a Friends of the Dog Park group to assist with moderate ongoing maintenance. That will be very helpful. At the bottom there, the Olive Avenue Bridge replacement. This project is now recommended to be included in the program, not only because it is practical, but because the fact that Metro is constructing the bus rapid transit line in Olive Avenue. The estimated $150,000 development impact fee effort for next fiscal year will provide the means to update the 2016 widening feasibility study to define a potential project and strengthen the city's position to obtain federal and state grants to design and construct the project in collaboration with Metro. So for the ongoing and multi-year projects, there are 26 of them with about $20 million of funding in the prior years, another $14 million or so slated for the coming fiscal year, and as you see, a little over $8 million from Fund 534. So with a quick financial overview, this pie chart demonstrates the diversity of improvements within our $33 million program, where we have over $11 million in streets and sidewalks, over $11 million in our facilities, a little over $8 million for our parks and recreation, and another almost $2.5 million for traffic and transportation improvements. So leveraging money for our maximum benefit, staff always seeks to acquire and apply grant funding, then use restricted dollars, and finally put Measure P to work before considering any other general fund usage. As you see, this coming fiscal year's program is funded with 44% of restricted funds, along with a little more than half of unrestricted funds and 6% by grants. So there are 12 restricted fund sources bringing improvements to the city, from the $250,000 of park development fees up to the $3 million of Measure W development impact fees and Road Maintenance and Repair Act, or the SB1 contributions each. So it's easy to see that, as Finance Director Becker loves to say, we were really focused on using other people's money before looking to general fund or 534. I learned well. So, Finance provides this annual slide which shows how our projected revenues are anticipated to be consistently around 21 million and increasing, and subsequently why we can confidently continue the level of infrastructure investment proposed for this coming fiscal year. Fund 534 is comprised of the general fund infrastructure commitment of 4.7 million in green, the Measure P actual and projected revenues in dark and light blue, respectively, as well as the interest income from revenues not being spent in yellow at the top. So now the best part, let's take a look at some completed projects. The 21-22 annual arterial pavement project, I showed this one last year as under construction at this time, so I wanted to include a couple of after photos since it was completed back in August within the fiscal year. We improved Victory from Clybourne to Buena Vista and San Fernando from south of Hollywood Way to north of Buena Vista. And as we've been doing the past couple of years, we have also found city facilities that have had asphalt in need of rehabilitation. And this project allowed us to resurface the fire department's training center parking lot. At the left is Victory, at the right is San Fernando aftershots. So here's our downtown San Fernando Phase 1 pilot project. We know it implemented one lane of traffic in one-way direction northbound. We installed signage, modified roadway signal and striping, reconfigured the parking, and added outdoor dining opportunities. It was completed on March 8th, so that kicked off the one-year data collection and evaluation phase to determine what Phase 2 improvements should be if supported. Larry Maximum Memorial Building renovation was a renovation for the restrooms also, improved functionality, updated the buildings to meet current codes and regulations. Very diverse scope, included new roof, seismic reinforcements, domestic water, sanitary sewer, and fire suppression systems, and many, many other improvements. We actually took the IOB on a tour of some of our projects, and this was one of them. And this is now full of children's stuff and is 100% used as a child care facility. So you can't see any wall or floor really, but it looks good there. Recently completed the McCambridge Park pool repair, removed existing layers of paint to expose underlying concrete, repaired all the concrete cracks in the pool, repaired all other concrete surface issues, rehabilitated all pool expansion joints, and provided upgrades to mechanical and plumbing systems. So the McCambridge Pool's electrical system modernization is an example of one of our real behind-the-scenes type of work that no one notices but is all too critical, and that's from our 1.625 million annual small capital facilities project. These projects typically take about 3 to 6 months to design and construct, include design and permitting and construction. Similarly, Verdugo Park pool lighting and infrastructure modernization, we don't like things when they look like the left slide where there's water and power kind of together, so we fixed that. Parks and Recreation always has great projects. They deliver year after year, and here you see a wraparound cantilever ball field bleacher shade structure that was installed at Schaefer. And McCambridge's Park, the ball field received completely new electrical and lighting systems that provided 11 new light poles with concrete bases for 57 new lights and an all-new electrical conduit and wiring systems. This actually comes with a 25-year maintenance and warranty program, essentially eliminating maintenance costs for that period. Last year's slide, notice this project under construction. Now we see the final results. For Valley Park, playground equipment was replaced and a new shade structure was installed, and at Overham, playground equipment and the shade fabric were replaced. A new shade structure was constructed for the Burbank Animal Shelter's 50 outdoor kennels. I wanted to point out on the right is Trevor, who I think is howling with happiness, not only because he is cool in the shade, but he found out he was adopted. Yeah. And because I asked this, they sent me pictures of like 3 other dogs that are just like Trevor, thinking I wanted to adopt one. So there's several more out there if anybody would like to adopt them. At Ralph Foy Park, Todd Park, the playground was destroyed by a large tree falling on it during severe storms last spring. So we had to replace the playground, and a notable improvement, the sand that was there was replaced with poured-in-place rubberized surface. And just quickly, a few projects currently under construction. Glen Oaks Boulevard Arterial and First Street Signal Improvement Project. This is going to reconstruct 13 signals along Glen Oaks Boulevard and a signal on First Street. 100% Measure R fund project, slated for completion this fall. And our 22-23 residential pavement rehab project under construction. We're just about done with this. On the left, you see 6th Street, that's repaved from Walnut to Fairmount. And on the right, that's Harvard, repaved from 3rd to Glen Oaks. Continuing on, back in the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned some good news about the alleys. Well, we've been making such good progress on our main roadways that we were able to initiate a focus on our alleys a couple of years ago. We did one just a couple of years ago. Last year we did 5 segments. And I'm pleased to let you know this current project improved 20 alley segments. All right, so the ones on the left are the alley. Saw that, thank you. The alley, on the left, the alley west of Verdugo, 9th to Bel Air, and the alley west of Angelino, Bel Air to Sunset, and on the right are similar alleys off of Sunset and off of Kenneth. The PD Fire Headquarters building, we finished the first phase of flooring replacement. It came out great last year, and now we're in phase 2. Executed the contract in April, so we're expected to be completing this in a few months at a cost of $183,877.38. I'm not sure why the cents got in there, but that's important. All right, 38 cents. Verdugo, Mary Alfred Rec Center backboard replacements. This project was to remove the backboards that had safety cross braces in disrepair, and now it's in the process of structural wall reinforcement and electrical work that's required to actually install the new automated backboards. So that'll be done by the end of the year. And lastly, but very importantly, we know the downtown Metrolink station waterproofing and elevator modernization is a huge project. Council awarded the construction contract recently, and work is set to start next month. All right, time. Thank you very much. We and the project managers are here for any questions that you may have.
We will go to our final wrap-up presentation for Ms. Becker, but everyone get it up for Mr. Berkman. You did great. Really, I love that. See, come on, council. All right.
Question?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yes. It's just a point of order, so it's a question.
The question is the public being able to address after a presentation by staff. On the item, there were 11 attachment items. There, I believe they're all going to have presentations, oral presentations.
Yeah, that's about to happen right now. Ms. Becker's going to get to that in a
Will
moment.
the public be able to comment on each one of those presentations? Because currently, the way that it was shown on the agenda is that they're not.
Okay, so my understanding, and I have the benefit of looking at the slide deck, in this wrap-up presentation, Ms. Becker is going to discuss in a slide the 15 budget papers, all the discussion points that we're talking about. So when you have your 3 minutes, Mr. Donahue, you can address any or all of them.
But I will only be allowed 3 minutes for one topic. That's my question.
Mr. Mayor,
That's my point
Mr.
of
Mayor,
order.
if I could interject.
Individual presentations.
Hold on, it's a point of information. What's your question?
If I could interject. Mr. Mayor, you have the prerogative to adopt changes to our public comment period as you see fit. This is a very large budget item. If you so choose, if you wanted to extend extra minutes for this particular item, I would be in favor of hearing that.
Thank you. I'm aware of that. I appreciate it. Yes, to your question, Mr. Donahue, you will have 3 minutes to discuss the topic, the agenda item of the budget. I understand there are different presentations, and quite frankly, I actually think moving forward, as we structure agendas moving forward, maybe it would make sense to break the presentations up more so there's a period of public comment after each one. Easier for staff to answer questions that way, easier for the public to engage. But as written, you'll just have your 3 minutes and you can address anything that was in any of the 3 presentations. Sorry to be the bearer of the bad news.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Ms. Becker, with that, we have one more presentation. Why don't you take us out?
Thank you again, Mayor. Jennifer Becker with the Financial Services Department. I'm back here and I'm pleased to say we are finished with the presentation of all of our proposed budget funds included in the fiscal year 24-25 budget. So now is the time for us to circle back and review all of the follow-up items and discussion papers requested by the City Council and take direction from you as to what you would like to see incorporated into the final budget package that we will be bringing back to you on June 4th. So before we get into the meat of our discussion paper presentation, I do have one follow-up item that I wanted to discuss that was directed for us to bring back. Last week, the mayor requested a 5-year history of recurring general fund budget growth, which is displayed on the graph that you see before you tonight. So unsurprisingly, we had very little to no budget growth in fiscal years 2021 and 21-22 as we experienced the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the last 3 years, we've seen our recurring appropriations expand as our revenues recovered from the pandemic and we simultaneously dealt with the impacts of inflation. So looking at the recurring general fund budget over time, our 5-year average budget growth was at 5.9%, while the 5-year CPI growth during that same time period was at 4.2%. I should note that the city's general fund revenue growth actually outpaced the CPI, growing by 5.4% average over that same time period. So I do think it's important to put some context to that recurring budget growth. This chart shows a snapshot of that 12% year-over-year increase between fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25. There are several different drivers of that $26.8 million budget increase, with MOUs accounting for more than half of the growth, or $15.1 million, as indicated by the orange section of the chart. New budget items or requests account for about 22% of overall budget growth, or $5.9 million, though I should note that more than half of these items are offset by corresponding increases to revenues. Internal service fund rate increases, some of the things we just talked about in my prior presentation, account for 12% of our budget growth. Here's where we see those inflationary impacts of things like insurance premiums, vehicle replacement and fuel costs, and software and hardware expenses. And of course, pension costs, more specifically, our annual unfunded actuarial liability, or UAL payments to CalPERS, account for about 10% of our total budget growth this year. Though, as you know, we've been making strategic one-time investments each year, which has helped control the growth of those annual payments. Okay, so now let's go back to that 5-year forecast chart that we presented at the very beginning of our general fund budget review. As I mentioned 2 weeks ago, our expenses, represented by the red bars, are expected to grow by an average of 5.7% over the next 5 years, while revenues, shown in the blue bars, are expected to grow by an average of 4.1%. We have a projected cash balance of $7.2 million at the end of the upcoming fiscal year, growing to $15 million over the next 5 years. But of course, this forecast is prior to the consideration of any discussion papers or additional budget items, which of course we're going to review on this next slide. So here's a list of the 15 discussion papers or follow-up items provided to the City Council in advance of tonight's meeting, along with their recurring or one-time budget impact, if applicable. The first 5 were included in the original budget binder, and they are the interpretation services for City Council meetings, the housing enforcement program, the business concierge coordinator position, the cultural affairs supervisor position, and BWP revenue streams as an alternative to rate increases, which was an informational-only item. Then at the May 7th budget presentation, the City Council directed staff to bring back some additional discussion papers, which you received in your packets last week. These include a department cost savings summary, which is information only, a Leadership Burbank funding request, a Metro Go Pass and student transportation options, public outreach for a potential local rent cap, facilitation of a youth fire camp by the Burbank Fire Department, a potential entry-level trainee program for the Burbank Fire Department, a school resource officer program, the 2-year community event and program grant pilot program, funding options for Burbank Pride Inc. Family Pride in the Park event, and a March 28th, 2024 IOB meeting minutes, which were also an information-only item. I should note that we are not showing a fiscal impact for either the youth fire camp or the school resource officer, as both are currently included in those departments' budget and don't need any additional funding for the upcoming fiscal year. And of course, we have staff available from each department here to answer questions about any of those items. But quickly, let's look at a revised forecast chart that includes all of the budget discussion paper items before you tonight, both recurring and one-time. So should the council elect to approve all of the items that have a fiscal impact, our recurring general fund budget balance for fiscal year 24-25 drops from $2.2 million to $1.2 million, and our projected year-end cash would go from $7.2 million to $5.5 million. The good news is, regardless of what we decide, we're still adopting a budget that is balanced for the next 2 years, during which we would have a healthy amount of remaining cash to implement solutions to address those projected recurring deficits we would anticipate in years 3 through 5. And given that context, I'll turn our attention back to that discussion paper slide and give the council an opportunity to ask questions or provide direction to staff as to which items they would like to see included in the budget.
So we will come back to that when we get to.
Okay, so now would be the good time for public comment, I believe. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, staff. Great job, everybody. Now is the time for public comment. Mr. Donahue, this gives me no pleasure, I assure you. Mr. Fabius did submit a 1-minute comment card, so Mr. Fabius, you're up first. Sorry. Matt Fabius, followed by David Donahue. 1 minute for Mr. Fabius, 3 minutes for Mr. Donahue.
Hi, City Council and City staff. I'm just a little concerned about the $200,000 allocated for public outreach for hiring a consultant. Seems like it's going to cost a lot of money when we have those resources in-house. I also believe that it's going to take a lot more time to do that outreach by hiring a consultant. I want to remind City Council and City staff that every month that goes by, more and more people are being displaced due to exorbitant rent increases. I have observed already 5 of my friends being displaced from the community. Many more are imminently going to be displaced. I think it's already too late for my wife and I, but I hope that we can reach a good outcome soon so that more people can stay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Donahue, thank you for your patience. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is David Donahue. So, to the council members and staff, I appreciate the point of order query. I would also bring it up again that there are multiple reports that I was able to print out online, and it does give a member of the public a little difficulty trying to balance how I'm going to speak to important issues of school resource officers, funding for the Burbank Pride, and a Leadership Burbank funding request, and that was the point of my question, because these are, I think, are important issues that are being approved, and advocating for or against, I think, is a component of the engagement, I think, that is allowed by it. So with that, 30 plus seconds, my comment here is to address the school resource officers. And I don't have enough time to be as eloquent as you, Mr. Mayor, as you were talking about the gun ordinance issues, and you very articulately said, you're worried about people getting hurt, being shot. You've seen the autopsies. You want to be able to protect the community. Vice Mayor Perez said that, protect the community. All of you have said how you try to envision how that is done. I could think of no better way in a community that at one point had 6 school resource officers, and now only has 2. To increase that number to 6 or more. A gentleman that I was talking to who was very familiar with this issue that I did not get permission to say what he told me is that he would recommend 1 SRO per high school, 1 per middle school, and both of them have extensive training. That, in my opinion, at $233,000, which again is in the report that we don't have that much time to talk about, $233,000 per SRO is what the cost is. If Burbank, you as leaders of this community, wanted to do anything that would protect our community, spending $1 million or $2 million of our money to be able to have the SROs to be there, and they, again, don't have the time, but if you read into the report of what their job is to do, they are there to intercede against violent attacks, against sexual assault. They are there to protect those children, those young adults, when they are the most vulnerable. So with the remaining 30, I would advocate that if there is an opportunity for this council, while you were here before the end of your term, the terms that are coming up, to consider agendizing, if not in this year, next year, and for the budget, that the allocation of monies, and I would say at least $1 million or $2 million, to get up to 6, if not more, and to involve the police commission to ask what they would think too as a body. I think that they would be able to deliberate this very well. So thank you again very much for your time and your service. Have a good night.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comment cards? Going once, going twice? Okay. So thank you to all of our commenters. And yes, Mr. Donahue, for what it's worth, I agree that we could probably restructure the agenda better moving forward, so I'll take that into consideration with the city manager. But I did want to explain, I just tried to be equal about giving everyone 3 minutes for the agenda item, which is the budget. Maybe moving forward, we should break that into a couple items. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So with that, colleagues, let's go to questions first. What I'd like to do, I'm just going to, with your permission, the last presentation from Ms. Becker, which covers the 15 discussion papers, I'd like to take those separately. Because they're all very detailed and very different. So if we could just start with questions, everything but the discussion papers. So the capital improvement, all the specialty funds, any questions related to that, just to start. Somebody, Councilmember Takahashi, do you want to?
Sure. Sure. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentations. I'm a little overwhelmed with the CIP presentation because it's got so many amazing projects that were presented from last year with the pictures and then the ones that we're planning for this year. So thank you for that thorough presentation. You know, I used to be on the IOB, so it's kind of neat to see the results from this year. I'm excited about a lot of these. I just had one quick question. I had a bunch of questions, but you answered them. But I do have one question that was not answered, and maybe I missed it, was about the First Street Pocket Park. What is that? And could you just kind of briefly explain? I think I know what it is, but just want to, I'm not trying to imagine where it is on First Street.
Yeah, sure, through the mayor, council member. David Krisky is behind me, I know, but I believe I could summarize this. The Pocket Park is over by Magnolia related to the First Street development, and it was in the development agreement, I believe, and we're partially helping to fund that. So that's just about final design, so they're going to be entering construction on that, and they will be, the developer will be responsible to maintain that.
So it's an actual park in downtown?
Yes, actual little park.
Sweet.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, that's great.
It is a cool one.
Yeah, great. Okay, that was the one little
All
question
right.
I had that didn't get covered. Thank you. And then, if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, I have
Sure.
a couple questions about the information technology slides. So,
Mr. Gray, come on down.
yes, I have been sitting on these questions since last time. Super
Before
excited.
we get to those, I'm just going to make the motion now to go past 11.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, there's motion. Is there a second?
sure. I'll second since I'm on the mic.
Anyone wonders what happens if we don't pass it?
We go home. I'm just kidding.
We can't do that. You all can't do that. All in favor, show of hands. 4-0, noting absence of Councilmember Mullins passes. Mr. Gray will come on down.
Yes.
Happy to have you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council.
Yeah.
Kevin Gray, Chief Information Officer.
So between the CIP program and the technology list of technology upgrades. There's just so many awesome things going on. But I did want to address some of the words that were on the sheet that were maybe what are these? I think this is the kind of thing where the city and any large organization depends heavily on the technology infrastructure to function well. And some of these that are listed here are really cool projects. And so I have a couple that I just would love for you to share with the community what they are. And then I have a couple questions about one. So the first one is the Hyperion Oracle upgrade. So my understanding of Oracle and Hyperion is that it's for budgeting, forecasting, reporting, and that kind of thing. Is this upgrade for the entire city departments? Can you just speak a little bit to the purpose of the upgrade, the scope of it, and how it's going to affect all of these what we're looking at right now?
There's a few components there. The first one being that our current Hyperion application is end of life, so we can't get security patches for it anymore. Which creates a big risk for us. So that was the primary driver for this.
Okay.
But also, what we will get from this is this upgrade will result in a migration to cloud. And that migration to cloud is going to save us over $700,000 over the course of 5 years. Also, we're going to get many process improvements out of it. So it's not just a technology upgrade, but we are actually digging deep into our budgeting processes, finding efficiencies, and deploying those as a part of this upgrade.
Okay. Is this for the entire city uses this?
All of the city uses this
Great.
application for budgeting.
Wonderful. Is that connected at all to the Nutanix?
Nutanix.
System that you're
No,
acquiring?
they're separate. They're
It's
separate, yes.
Okay. I do have a question about that. Before I go on to that question, though, the next cool thing is the Project Docs upgrade. Can you just share a little bit what Project Docs is? And
Yes, and I'm going to ask, I believe he's still here, Assistant CIO Kevin Woodruff.
Yeah.
He can come talk about that solution a little bit more. But it is our online planning and workflow solution. It allows developers to submit their plans online. They're reviewed online. All of that stuff is processed online. So in a lot of cases, it eliminates the need for people to come in to the community services building to submit those plans.
Great. Yeah.
Good evening. Similar to the Hyperion upgrade, it'll be a move to the cloud.
Okay.
Which gets us a little more capability and functionality.
Great. And I think that it's one of the issues in the past have been like permitting and getting planning, and this is an example of how having good technology and good upgrades can make a lot of the processes easier and more streamlined. Can you just speak a little bit to how this helps with that?
Sure, yeah. So this provides the capability of our residents to submit their plans via the internet, and then tasks are created for the various departments that improve. And as they get that done, the applicants are notified. And then when the entire process is done, the plans are stamped and then approved through the system. So it's very cost-effective and streamlined for our residents.
That's great. Man, I wish this was in place when we did our kitchen remodel, because that would have made things a lot easier. So thank you for explaining those two products. Really appreciate it. Okay, so Nutanix, that's what it's pronounced as Nutanix?
That is correct, Nutanix.
Okay, so that's a new acquisition, that one, right? It's a new system?
Yes, it's a replacement for current on-premises infrastructure that we have.
Okay. So can you explain a little bit of the purpose of Nutanix and instead of having it on site rather than moving it to the cloud like the other
Sure.
ones you just talked about? Yeah.
If you'll allow me, I'd like to tell a little story based on my personal experience, talk about our strategy as a department, and give you some figures to help explain that. So in my, excuse me, in my previous role, before I came to the city, I was a global IT and media infrastructure executive for a global media conglomerate. And one of the final projects that I executed on before leaving was a project to close one of two major data centers that we had on the East Coast. We had a data center in Secaucus, New Jersey, that served all of the IT workloads for the company, and we had one in Secaucus, which served all of the broadcast. So this project consisted of really three work streams. One was a consolidation, a densification of our virtual servers infrastructure so that we could run more servers on fewer physical servers. We also ran a work stream that allowed us to retire mini server and much of our server infrastructure and our storage infrastructure. And then we moved a lot of our workloads to cloud. Now, the workloads that we moved to cloud were workloads that could benefit from cloud. So cloud allows you to deploy systems faster, scale automatically, and of course, shut down servers really quickly, as opposed to having to do physical deployments in a data center. So what we moved to the cloud were all of our customer-facing properties, our streaming services, that kind of stuff. So that particular project allowed us to shut down a data center, saving the company hundreds of millions of dollars. As a matter of fact, we shut down that data center, and the company was able to lease that data center to a national bank. So we turned that, from a cost center into a profit center for us. And that's the kind of things that cloud can do for you, because you can eliminate maintenance costs, you can eliminate support costs, and in that particular case, we completely shut down a data center. Now, after we completed that, I left that company. My successor implemented a cloud-first strategy, and many organizations do cloud-first, right? I'm not a proponent of cloud-first. I'm not a proponent of cloud-first because sometimes cloud costs much more. Okay. So in this particular case, he implemented a cloud-first strategy, migrated all of the virtual server infrastructure that we had moved to Hauppauge, New Jersey, and he tripled the infrastructure budget, right? Okay. So our strategy is what I like to call a cloud smart strategy. Now, I first want to say I'm a big proponent of cloud. I believe cloud is the right choice in many instances, but in a lot of instances, it's not the right choice. So we run a lot of cloud today in all of its forms. Software as a service, that's where your network, your storage, your platform, and the application are all served by the cloud provider. There's platform as a service, and then there's infrastructure as a service. So some of our software as a service implementations include Civic Rec for our Parks and Rec department. Some of you might remember our COVID-19 tracking system. That was software as a service. Our infrastructure and security logging is software as a service. So we have a lot of software as a service. Our Burbank 311 is a platform as a service. It's cloud also. Our SharePoint, our Office 365, all of that is cloud today. We even do our disaster recovery for some of our enterprise applications in the cloud today, like Oracle ERP. But when we run our disaster recovery test and run Oracle ERP in the cloud for that disaster recovery test, the cost for that is 2 servers is $820 a month. Now, this particular environment houses 215 different servers. So if you extrapolate that $820 a month to 215 servers, that's $1 million a year, right? It's over $1 million a year. So not the best decision for these particular workloads.
So basically, a lot of it's a cost consideration, and also an efficiency consideration.
Mostly a cost consideration, because we could run some of those workloads in cloud, but again, it would drive our costs up.
Got it. Okay.
Significantly.
And council member, I will say Kevin's not giving himself enough credit.
Yeah.
If you want to hear him talk about this, I listened to an entire podcast
Yeah.
that you did where you had a wonderful presentation. I encourage
Thank you.
everybody to listen to it. It's actually really great.
Did I talk about Cloud Smart in
You
that particular one?
did, actually.
Yeah.
You did.
So I really appreciate you sharing this because it is really what runs the city. This runs the city. And I'm hoping some folks who are watching and hear what your explanation is of this who can really appreciate, what's going on behind the scenes. So
One other thing I can share is one of our comparable cities in Los Angeles County also adopted a cloud-first strategy. And they moved one of the applications. It's a similar workload to one of the applications that we have in this environment. They moved it to Amazon, cost them $75,000 a month to run it in cloud.
Wow.
Right, so we have to be thoughtful about what we move to the cloud and what we don't.
Okay.
So we have to keep some sort of on-premises footprint. But the Nutanix is what we call a hyper-converged infrastructure, so it works just like cloud.
right, but it's localized. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
well,
on-prem.
I would love.
Councilmember?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you really quickly. I am just keeping an eye on the hour.
Yeah.
And I know we have some discussion papers to get to, so I just want to get a poll. After your line of questioning, do either of my colleagues have any questions for staff, or should they start preparing for the budget discussion? Do you have any questions, Vice Mayor?
This is the last one.
Okay, do you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to thank Kevin for helping me change my password the other day.
Well timed. So much to say there.
Yeah.
So, Mr. S., go ahead and start getting folks
If
ready.
you have more questions, I'll keep the answers
Yeah, please,
short.
and yeah, it would be great to get like kind of some regular updates on these kinds, on how the upgrade's going, how the implementation's going. I know it's a lot of detail going on. Obviously, you could probably talk for 3 hours on this topic, but I think it's
Yeah.
important for us to know kind of how that's happening.
Sure, and we'll try to be more thorough about including those updates in our quarterly reports for you all.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. That it?
All right.
No, thank you, Mr. Gray. Thank you for the questions, Councilmember. So we're not approving anything tonight. So what I'd like to do is get to really the one action item we do have. Staff needs direction on the various discussion papers. So could we actually throw up, at least just for the start of this, slide number 5, last presentation. So colleagues, what I'd like to do is I think this can be a little bit of a combination question and deliberation. So for each item, if we could just have the relevant department just give a 15, 20 seconds, just recap what we're talking about here. So City Manager, I'm looking at you. And then what I'm looking for council is if you have questions, great. If we can reach a consensus and give direction to staff on whether to include it in the final budget or not, now would be the time. Mr. Hess, number one.
Absolutely. We're not looking to make any reports on any of these. We'll answer questions, but if you guys have consensus, we'd love to go from 1 through 15 and get your thoughts, and we will incorporate it at the next meeting for final adoption.
Wonderful. Mr. Hess, give us the 15-second primer on number 1, unless it's better answered by Ms. Clark.
Sure, I can do it unless the city clerk wants to. But basically, this is interpretation services for city council meetings. What we want to do is make sure that we have accessibility for all. So we do have a very cost-effective option. We do provide many of our, I think there's 244 employees that speak different languages. We do, now on your agendas, there is an advance notice. All we need to do is have them call us, and we could arrange for interpretation services. The reason we're asking for $3,000, which we think is pretty reasonable, and it's up to $3,000, because as you know, we don't get a lot of requests. The one thing is we do have a cadre of people that do get a bilingual bonus, a $100 a month bilingual bonus. Some of them are subject to overtime, some of them aren't. We try to do, depending on the language, we will reach out. There may be some overtime costs associated with it, but we think $3,000 is more than enough to handle those requests based on whether it's city council meetings or other different types of meetings. So that's your minute and 15 second.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Any questions on that? Or deliberation? We'll go in either order.
I have one question. So obviously we have folks who speak two languages more than others. Spanish and Armenian are our most popular languages. Is there any way to have folks at the ready? Because I know it's varied by who's available in the room at the moment.
We do request 48 hours. We would love that. That doesn't mean that we can't do stuff on the fly. It's just we can't guarantee it on the fly.
Okay, and the only reason I push that is because I'm being very honest. If I'm a Spanish speaker in the community, the fact that I've seen the agenda and I recognize it's very unlikely, right, that I'm going to call ahead to schedule this. And it's kind of what we've seen, right? For many folks, it's like their first meeting coming in. So if there's any way we can really focus at least on those two languages, because it's just the likelihood is higher.
Absolutely, and I think the $3,000 up to request, I think we could try to figure that out. So luckily we don't get that a lot, so it doesn't come into play, but we realize that it's important.
And at least for the next couple of years, you got me.
Thank goodness.
Okay, Councilmember.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask City Attorney, is there any legal reason why we can't increase from 100 to 200 for Spanish and Armenian and even ASL, like singling out specific languages and increasing that pay? To incentivize folks to have that. I mean, there's no reason why we can't target that, right?
You mean pay more?
Pay more for
Well,
those languages.
it's part of the city's compensation packages. There's bilingual pay.
Mhm.
So you wouldn't just kind of ad hoc do that here.
Right.
You'd want to work with the management services director.
And amend the
if you-
MOUs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I would definitely support, I was going to say something similar, support to have, at least through public comment, the general public comment, to have somebody here who speaks Spanish and somebody here who speaks Armenian. And the last time it happened that somebody wanted a Spanish interpretation, we had to pull someone from the audience. And their interpretation's not easy. It's not, I mean, you can know a language, but if you're not used to doing it, it's pretty tough.
But that person was really good.
Yeah, they were
Betty
really
was
good.
fantastic.
Yeah. But I think it's just good practice, I think, to have somebody do through public comment, and then you can let them go. So I would be in favor of that, if that's possible.
So with that guidance to staff, do we have consensus to have item 1 included in the final budget presentation in 2 weeks? Okay, I'm seeing 4-0. Next we have item 2, Mr. McDougall. Minute 15, can you do better?
Yes, I can.
You've already talked about it.
It's not a competition,
When does the clock
fellas.
start?
3, 2, 1, go.
The Housing Enforcement Unit is my effort and Mr. Prescott's effort to provide enforcement of tenant protections, make use of SB 567 to do intake review, provide tenant resources referrals, coordinate social services, investigate complaints and habitability, all on the CDD side with 3 new positions. And on the city attorney side, to review and conduct initiate civil enforcement actions, injunctive relief, receiverships, nuisance abatement, to enforce the laws under the new authorities granted by SB 567. I provided a supplemental paper after council's discussions about our proposal for access to legal services. And so Housing Rights Center has been used on an intermittent basis by our housing authority. They're very knowledgeable and connected with all the other nonprofits. So my suggestion is to explore a further relationship with them. And I've also proposed in here that we could take the discussion to Landlord-Tenant Commission. Once we pull the enforcement cases away, the council was curious about mediation options. If we use Landlord-Tenant Commission, aside from training them, that could be no-cost mediation. It would be Brown Act, but that's a possibility. And then I've separately proposed trying to set up a fixed fee private legal mediation with lawyers who specialize in unlawful detainer actions to see if we can do we prepare the cases and they review them and then sit. And then also possibility to offer a fixed or not to exceed grant to reimburse low-income tenants or landlords for legal representation.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Colleagues, this contemplates a $650,000 recurring appropriation from the general fund and then a $100,000 one-time appropriation. Who would like to start with questions or comments?
I can start.
Okay.
All right. First question on page 2 about the intake review. What is the method that we're going to use to document?
So, Maribel may wish to come up and supplement my answers if she finds them to be too crude, but we currently have an intake form that's used for landlord-tenant commission. We may modify that form, but basically it's receiving the form and then conducting basically a short interview with whoever the complainant is to get all the backup documentation. If it's a complaint for unlawful rent increase, we'll want to see the lease, we'll want to see the prior rent amount, we'll want to see the new rent amount. They will collect that information. If they believe there's a case, they will refer it to us, we'll receive their file, and then we'll undertake an interview with the parties and the landlord and consider whether we need an enforcement action. My sense is they'll adjust the rent. So that's how the intake would happen on that. If it's a habitability complaint, then again, they would fill out the form. We would try to get any documentation. They'd engage the new license and code inspector. They'd do inspection, work up a case file. Typically, building and safety can get a landlord to comply once they confront them about the habitability. If it becomes intractable, and we've had some of those cases, they would be referred to us and we could commence a legal action on the habitability issues under the building code. If the intake involves some unmet needs and we can't really find a violation, in their experience, increasingly, it becomes a social services referral, and the city already funds a social services supervisor in parks and in libraries. And for CDD, this is an unmet need that may resolve some of the housing issues. If any one of these lead to a violation of the Tenant Protections Act, we would undertake that, or if it falls within our bailiwick for code enforcement, again, we could commence legal action to resolve that matter.
Got it. Thank you. And then segueing into number 3, the coordinated social services. We talked about a social services supervisor. Is this an MSW? Are we looking at a social worker?
I'll have to refer to staff.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the question. It wouldn't necessarily be an NMSW. We do have a job spec that does require some background with social services, very similar, again, as the city attorney mentioned, to our existing social services supervisor with the Parks and Recreation Department.
Thank you. And generally, just going into the specs a little bit, usually these specs are either have a master's in social work, something, or what is the commensurate number of years of experience?
It can be a combination of the different experiences. I don't have that handy, but that is something that we'll look at very closely when we do the recruitment for that position.
Got it. Let's see. Question going into, thank you, Maribel. Going into the side memo for today. Number 2 mentions provide community mediation training to landlord-tenant commission. What would that training look like? Do we have any idea?
So we have to do some investigation, but LA City has what they call LA City has a program that they advertise, which turns out to be like a community peacekeeper program. They're basically training citizen mediators. We don't want to go that far, but some members of my staff we end up getting light and glare complaints. License and code gets light and glare complaints between neighbors, and it could be something that could expand beyond landlord-tenant. And I just threw it in there because there is a question, once we take enforcement cases away, what is the mission of landlord-tenant commission? Also, I think it would be good to ask them, what else is it that you see once we take the enforcement cases away? And so this is my put back to council. We don't have another body to purpose for this, but I kind of wanted to hear from you whether that was something you wanted us to explore.
So essentially, as part of the thought process, looking at this, like when something comes in this whole intake, if it's something like, I don't want to belittle any kind of dispute, but let's say a neighborly dispute of lights or something that doesn't reach the level of a code enforcement issue, it goes there. And possibly something that is higher elevated dispute, potential financial dispute between landlord, tenant, could go to a potentially private legal mediation, something that would warrant that.
So number 3, I would like to think that so we have hearing officers for the Section 8 program, and they are, or she is, a licensed attorney who previously worked in housing, and we pay a fixed fee, and we send a fully prepared case file. They review the case file and show up, and it's not a huge cost. I don't know what the cost is now. It's escalated. It's somewhere between maybe $500 and $1,000. And then they issue a decision, right? They have a hearing, they issue a decision. That's binding because it relates to the Section 8 program. This would be non-binding, but my hope is that we could identify a panel, maybe 4, 5, or 6 attorneys that would agree they could not represent the parties in any proceeding, but they would review our case file and then basically talk to the parties and advise them on the merits. It would be non-binding. That would be the program I would hope to be able to develop. It doesn't exist as far as I know right now.
Right. And to your point, Mr. City Attorney, it doesn't exist, but it is something that is in discussion. I'm just putting on my housing provider hat on right now because I have to be honest, absolutely no disrespect to the work that is being put into LA. These are very complex topics. I don't expect any tenant, I don't expect any landlord to be aware of the entirety of the law. And with the same one, I don't expect even trained mediators to be aware of the law. And I have been in the room, I have helped tenants, I've helped landlords do this, and they struggle with the mediation because it is often unclear. So having somebody with the professional background is really important, especially as we get more complicated cases versus a light issue. So thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and so we would use as the first prong, part of our proposal is, and it would probably take up half of this allocation, if not more, is the Housing Rights Center to conduct workshops and clinics for both tenants and landlords. They can provide context, but they're not going to provide legal advice. And then I would need to come back because I'm just kind of throwing out ideas to see which ones have traction.
And I will say in my referral experience, Housing Rights Center has been helpful, again, for these lighter cases or even to help tenants figure out where do I go from here. But the buck does stop at legal representation or even legal advice. So that often, I would say about 30% of the folks have their issue resolved. The other few have to seek out legal representation or some kind of mediation. So those are all my questions and apparently my comments. Sorry.
That's good. Who's next?
So I fully support this item, and I just and I recognize that this is kind of like you said, it hasn't been done this way before in most of what you're proposing, and so it may take adjustments along the way to figure out how to work. So if we could get like quarterly reports of like how it's going and then come back when there's a major, like for example, the supplementary sheet here that we were just talking about, to bring it back when you have more information to say, okay, which direction should we go? I feel very comfortable moving forward with that, knowing that process would roll out kind of that way. My one question though is, if we approve this through the budget, when could it get up and run? How fast can get it up and running with the basic services or the first step services?
So we have to be able to staff it. We could take a discussion to Landlord-Tenant Commission independent of the enforcement program. If you wish it to go to Landlord-Tenant Commission, we need to have that discussion about if we take this away, what's left? Does council want us to explore mediation training for landlord-tenant commission. I mean, there's a bunch of questions. I can bring this back. If council gives direction, yes, we want to fund this, and bring us back more details, I can come back in a couple of months, with more details and where we think it's going. We can schedule something for a landlord-tenant commission.
Okay. So the enforcement, in my view, the enforcement part is the most more urgent. So if we can get that up and running as fast as possible once it's funded. And then this secondary mediation part would be, like what you said, like after you pull the enforcement away and then you get a sense of what's actually left, then I think you'll have a better idea of what is best. And then I'm confident that you can bring it back when that's implemented. So my question is more, when can the enforcement part be up and running and going?
So normally we start the recruitments, I think, on July 1st, once the budget is fully in effect. We don't get people in the first month, so I think we start accruing budget savings.
Yeah, I mean, for this, for some of the priority ones where we know as soon as you adopt the budget, even if it's June 4th, or I think that's when we could look at doing this in June, knowing that we're still not going to hire until the next fiscal year, which is July 1. So we could start that earlier than July 1st.
Okay.
So if the city manager will let my requisition proceed, then we could start recruitment this budget year and have some progress.
Okay.
I'm loving the synergy between you two tonight. It's great. Really something.
Yeah, as soon as that gets up and running, the better. And as soon as we have some level of information and you start to see some patterns, to come back would be great for that information. But overall, I'm in total support of this item.
Great. Councilmember Anthony, anything to add?
No, this looks good. I'm okay. Yeah.
Colleagues, if I might, then my direction would be, this is great, but I don't want to see this without this. Like, the second half is really important to me. Councilmember Takahashi, what I would honestly like to see is I don't think these four things should be separate. I think if we're going to see landlord-tenant commission being trained for mediation, then we also need to see the fixed fee private legal. I think those two go hand in hand. I don't know that I'm personally comfortable with training the landlord-tenant commission to handle the more difficult things.
It sounds like you're saying you're in favor of funding it, and perhaps you want to see a report back from the city attorney's office before the end of this fiscal year, further fleshing out the potential program details?
Yeah, so number 1, number 3, and number 4 could all be explored independently and kind of brought forward as a package. Number 2 is really just kind of a wish list. If we have a group that could do mediation, there's probably more demand for them. So 1 and 2 are really tied together.
Right.
And you're talking about the second discussion paper, not the first.
The supplement.
The supplement.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just fleshing out the $100,000 one time, which will probably grow. It's a pilot program, but I may need more money if all of these things go together.
I hear you, and honestly, this is the meat and potatoes. The workshops are great. However, to be honest, they're available across LA County in many cases. So, I mean, I'm always in favor of more workshops. That's great, but this is the meat and potatoes.
Do you see more value in these numbered paragraphs than in the HRC piece?
I do.
Okay.
Because I've been to a couple of the local workshops, and it's hit or miss, because you have so many people there, and everyone's got their own individual situation, and they're trying to apply the general information of their specific, so you end up with a lot of specific questions.
Yeah.
And then it's, the more information that's given to the group, the more that there can be some, just kind of feelings of disagreement or frustration, and so the mediation is
And
definitely
the scheduling would be different too. So any of the fixed fee private mediation or the reimbursement grants, those would be on demand. So when the problem arises versus waiting for a workshop, your statute of limitations could be running, your notice to vacate could be running, and it might not be as responsive.
I think that's much more important. I think our community is asking for actionables like this versus the workshops, which quite frankly they can get. And we also run the risk of, it could be HRC, it could be any of our nonprofit providers. Self-included, we fall into the fault of going towards what is the greater need throughout the county rather than looking at individualized cities. And I would hate for a workshop to kind of focus there and us to lose sight of what our tenants and our landlords really need. So I think this is where I'd like to see our funding go, if my colleagues agree.
Mr. McDougall, I'll just add my take. I agree. I think 2 is a wish list. Not that we can't wish. That's free, but we'll see who signs up. I think 1 is helpful, but I think 3 and 4, speaking just for myself, are a lot closer to achieving the vision of a right to counsel. That's not going to be doable in this budget cycle, and there are real obstacles to making that happen. But with both 3 and 4, we are taking steps to provide both parties greater access to justice and access to legal representation. So I would echo the Vice Mayor's comments. I think 3 and 4 is where the meat and potatoes really lie.
Okay, do you want it vetted through Landlord-Tenant Commission? You want it to come back to council first?
I think
and
for
you
the
can
sake of
decide?
time, I'd recommend just bring it straight back to
Okay.
council.
Yeah. And also, this falls in line with our lovely goals. This was one of the pieces where both our landlords and tenants agreed on. They want to speak with folks who are knowledgeable, folks who have a legal background when they have disputes. And I think that's an issue where they're not arguing on.
Anything else, colleagues? Mr. McDougall, that give you enough direction?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sensing 4-0 consensus on number 2.
And just a huge thank you for putting all the work into this program, because it's going to be, I think it's going to have a huge impact, and I know that's a lot for your department to do, to both think about it and then to implement it. So thank you for all that work.
Yeah, it's also very forward-thinking. I haven't seen anything like this before. It's very unique and innovative. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, you've given us lots of opportunities to think about it. So.
And a few more probably ahead, I figure. Mr. Prescott, come on down. Number 3, Business Concierge Coordinator position.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the Community Development Department, Economic Development Section is proposing a business concierge in alignment with the City Council goal to assist small businesses and consistent with the recently adopted Economic Development Strategic Plan. We anticipate this position would focus on enhancing predictability, reliability, and speed in the permitting process, specifically for small and medium-sized businesses who don't have large staffs that can bird dog their work for them. It'll be a single point of contact for the applicant, as well as a contact primary liaison with all the departments who touch building permits. And we anticipate the position will reside in CDD with a dash line to the Assistant City Manager. The position and the job spec doesn't currently exist. We intend to staff it at the senior analyst level for now, and then work on the job spec and then come back with that. So it's I think a necessary, much needed position. So.
Jazz hands for you. You were prepped on that one. That was impressive. Any questions or comments?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, Mr. Mayor,
You're not done yet. Come on back. I'm not done with you.
I would just say we kind of already do this already, depending on what staff member you get in contact first. But what happens is, as they pass the permit along and as they pass the process along, you lose track of that individual business. So you don't get the concierge.
You get a single point of contact, but also internally, you get a single person going department to department if there are issues, rather than one plan checker having to go, you know what I mean?
And you
Or
pass the
planner
paper,
or
you're not
someone-
passing the paperwork on.
Yes, exactly.
I think this is a much better way to do that. Yeah.
Patrick, this has been day one thing for me. Thank you.
Good, welcome. Thanks for requesting it.
One thing I will ask, when the time comes, I would love to see, I know we're talking down the road, we haven't even hired somebody. I would love to see some report back on how this is actually reducing the permitting process time, because I know that is a huge burden on existing and new businesses, and we are known for a delayed permit process, and I want to see that go away.
Got it.
Thank you, Patrick.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Beat Glendale, that's your charge. Okay, number 4. I'll tell Ellen the same thing face to face. It's friendly competition. Number 4, Cultural Affairs Supervisor position. Welcome back.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and council members. Marissa Garcia, Parks and Recreation Director. Briefly, the Parks and Recreation Department is requesting a dedicated position that would be supporting our cultural affairs programming. So currently, we have in Parks and Recreation 8 positions, 2 full-time, 6 part-time that support cultural arts, as we call it. We're looking to transition that to cultural affairs. This includes supporting the Starlight Bowl, all programming, marketing, working the Starlight Bowl, as well as running the Betsy Lukey Creative Arts Center, which consists of monthly art galleries, youth art expo, classes, programs, events that take place at the Betsy Lukey Creative Arts Center, in addition to supporting the Cultural Arts Commission, running the pilot Cultural Arts Grant Program that we just launched, and supporting all the initiatives that we're working with the commission. All that being said, we've heard loud and clear from the community, the commission, the council, that as a community, we'd love to expand the arts in the city. With that, we're looking to have a dedicated subject matter expert that would be really focused to do that, right? Work alongside the commission, other staff, the community, to really expand the arts in the city. And that is what this position is, why we're asking for this position. It's would be at a recreation supervisor level position. Certainly, this person will need support, which there'll be support within our existing staffing resources. But again, we're looking to have a dedicated person to help with that. Any questions?
Anybody?
I think it's a great idea.
Great,
Yep.
thank you.
Well, it's an easy 4-0. Thanks for coming down. All right. Number 5 and 6 are informational. I'll just say for number 6, thank you everybody for going through the exercise of the one paragraph. I enjoyed the read. I hope someone else, I can think of one resident who probably did too. That's a different conversation. Number 7, Leadership Burbank funding request. Mr. Hess, I think that's you? Yeah, it says CM next to it. Ms. Padgett.
I'm going to delegate to the assistant city manager.
That's what happens after 11:30. I get it.
Hi, good
Ms.
evening,
Padgett.
Council. Courtney Padgett with the City Manager's Office. So what you're considering tonight is a request from Leadership Burbank to assist them in funding a new position that they're looking to onboard. I don't know that they have a definitive title yet, but it's a program manager, director position that would be a full-time compensated position that would help to supplement the efforts of the volunteer board that's in place right now. So with the retirement of Sue and Mary, who I know we've all been celebrating for the last month or so, the board is looking to revamp the program, update the curriculum, kind of be a little more contemporary, come up with ways to include some DEI initiatives within the program, pull in more regional partners. So what they're requesting is that the city help fund portion of this position. Their hope is to get 3 years of funding through a growth campaign that they are doing right now to onboard this position, which would ultimately reach out and apply for grants, develop new revenue streams, and then we'd be able to sustain that funding moving forward. So what they requested was $12,000 in funding per year for the next 3 years in the budget cycle. Should council choose to approve that, what the city is recommending is to do a one-time allocation of $36,000 all at once, just for logistical purposes. It's easier for us to manage the funding that way, but it's certainly up to council's discretion.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Padgett. Any questions or comments? Yep.
I'd like to propose something to council. Leadership Burbank, obviously, a wonderful program. I, however, went through the training as a scholarship applicant. One of the recurring problems that I see happening with the program is that it becomes cost prohibitive for some individuals. I'm perfectly comfortable with the $36,000. I would like to add an additional one-time $4,000 payment, making a nice round 40, and earmark that as specifically to use towards scholarships, and give that to Leadership Burbank and say, we would like you to encourage you to use this money for more scholarship applicants, because I don't want anyone to be turned away if they are an excellent applicant due to funding.
Can I ask, what is the current cost for an
It's
applicant?
$2,000 per year.
Okay,
And
so
there
that would
are
fund to-
funds, they typically sponsor 2 to 3 scholarships per year, and some of those are partial, some of them are full. I think the Leadership Burbank had 4 scholarship participants this year, and I am on the board, so I said we.
Anyone else?
Okay, so I'm a graduate from Leadership Burbank, and I think it's a fabulous program. And I also support I also support the idea of supporting folks who can't necessarily afford $2,000 to go through this wonderful program. I do have a concern to think about, though, kind of a more systemic issue, is that this is a request from an organization in our community, just flat out asking for money from us. And it seems to me that the process that this is basically using is just, there's this group, they see our budgeting process is happening, let's just go ask for money. And I don't have a problem with organizations asking for funding, but it basically is a situation where if it's an organization is privileged enough to know how the budgeting process works and how to get access to money, then they can use this process to ask for us. So there's a bunch of organizations out there that could have done the same exact thing as Leadership Burbank, as the Pride event. And so is it because they know how we work that they're able to ask for money? Is it because they, understand the process? And so I'm just a little bit uncomfortable with the process of waiting for someone to come up to say, hey, can I have money? Because then also, too, we don't have any kind of rubric to figure out who's going to get the money from different sources. So I'm just in general, not the specific Leadership Burbank, not specifically with the Pride event, but just more like I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the process. And so I don't want to encourage the community to say, hey, you know what, if you want money from council, come and write a letter, and then we'll debate whether your organization is worthy enough to give money just flat out in our budget. So I'm just uncomfortable with that.
Councilmember Takahashi, hence my item 13
Yes.
on here.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, on item 13, if council does consider that, an option that you may want to consider if you still want to provide funding to Leadership Burbank is to do the $12,000 1 year and have them come back if that process is approved next year and ask for additional funding. And that gives them time to come back to council too as well and say what they've been able to do with the $12,000 that you allocated this year, if you choose to do so.
I'm more leaning in that direction, and here's why, Councilmember Takahashi, and to your point, Councilmember Anthony, I think Leadership Burbank is a wonderful program. I think it's a great opportunity. I also think it has been utilized by certain members of the community who know about it, who have access, who perhaps work at a place, including our city, that will encourage them to apply, and perhaps not as accessible to members of the community who had my situation, right? I did not have $2,000 to do this. I would have loved to. I did not have a job that would have supported me going through the program itself. And I think it would be great if we could see Leadership Burbank grow and expand. I think even in their plans are the hopes to diversify, to grow, both in demographic, but also in serving different sectors of our community. So perhaps folks who maybe work in the studios, which we haven't seen much of, or, different sectors. That being said, whenever budget allocations come forward, one of the reasons I brought up number 13 is because, for example, in the city of LA, when I go ask for a penny from the city of LA for my program, I am questioned in every which way how I will use it. I have reports that I'm expected to give back. There are expectations. So I would feel comfortable offering the $12,000 and saying, we would like to see a report back of how you utilize that. What have you done to grow in diversity? What are you bringing forward? And then using the same rubric, if that item passes on 13, to judge them in the same way we are judging every other community program. And the only reason I would say we still allocate the amount for this year for them and for the other folks who are asking at random is because we didn't have this process in place until now.
Great. Well, great points about item 13, keeping the focus on number 7, though.
Yeah.
I'm hearing some consensus around maybe a one-time appropriation of $12,000 for the first year. Anyone feel differently?
We can start with 12 and then come back next year and see how it works.
12 with a report back. I would like to hear.
With the report
Yeah,
back.
I'm not speaking on behalf of the board today, but I'm sure that they would have no objection to that.
I do want to discuss, I would like to give them a little extra for scholarship and have them report back on who they've diversified with as well.
If it's okay, colleagues, I'll jump in. I love where you're going with it. I'm all about grants and opportunities to improve access. I am uncomfortable with appropriating money that someone hasn't asked for. Not that they would necessarily have an issue doing what we're proposing, but I think it's a conversation to be had and could be had as part of next year's appropriations process if item 13 passes. So I would rather appropriate what they've asked for, $12,000 for the first year, and engage the board in conversation about, hey, if we gave you some additional money, could you earmark that for scholarships for participants?
Right.
Because if we
Yeah.
start giving above what people ask, we're going to have to be consistent across the board, and that's
Right.
when I'm looking at
Well,
a
I was going to put
deficit-
some strings on it, but that's fine. Have them come back.
Councilmember Anthony, that would also give them the opportunity to give us the strings too, because I know this is something, to their credit, that they're working on. They would
Yeah.
like to do
Yes.
this.
Yeah.
So I'd love to hear from them and have them petition us and say, we'll
Yeah.
take the money for, and we'll ensure that we'll have folks in this category.
And maybe they'll want 10. You don't want to shortchange them. now. Come on.
Right.
All right, consensus on this one?
Okay.
So I just want to say that I have consensus on this one if we do 13. Like, I just feel like disconnected to me.
Can we knock out third? Well, first of all, is everyone
Yeah.
good on 7? Because I'm in agreement.
Yeah,
I'm
if
gonna
we do
construe-
13 later, yeah.
I think we are. So we're going to say that's 4-0. Let's just take up 13 right now. We've already kind of talked about it. Everybody in agreement?
Yes.
That's
Great.
The,
That's a-
wait, hold on.
13 is the funding for a 2-year community
the
event and
100,000.
program grant pilot.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Great. 4-0 passes. There you go.
We will come back and try to time it and provide you more information
Yeah,
as
okay.
we kind of put it together. But
Great, yeah.
we got
Oh.
what you're saying. It's going to be
Perfect.
low maintenance, user friendly. That's our mission.
Right. Yeah. And fair and consistent and transparent and open and all that. Yeah. Perfect.
I
So-
think Marissa would like to, you're good? Okay.
We have passed 13 unless, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, in the report, there was a discussion about, just a quick paragraph about the community development block grant and the way we do that. And I think that's an excellent model,
Yeah.
that kind of discussion. So, yeah.
We'd even like to streamline it so it's not all
Less
those
cumbersome.
federal.
Right.
We'd like to make the application process easy.
Great.
Yes, thank you. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, so back up to number 8, Metro Go Pass and student transportation options. Mr. Prescott, come on down. What do we got?
Oh, this is good.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt you're delivering this report. It's going to be good.
All right, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. In 2021, the Metro Board initiated a pilot fareless service initiative that they made permanent in 2024, April 25th, 2024. It's called the Go Pass program, and the Go Pass program provides unlimited free fare access to Metro and other participating transit agencies for all students participating in Los Angeles County school districts. Students become eligible for Go Pass program if their school district opts to participate, but there's a cost-sharing element of that, and it would be $7 per student per year for all enrolled students in each district. The cost includes tap cards, et cetera. So for Burbank Unified, 14,432 students, it would be a cost of about $101,000 per year. However, the State of California Department of Education has a funding program called the Home to School Transportation Reimbursement, which would cover 60% of the eligible transportation costs, which would lower the cost to BUSD to $40,409 per year. You could opt to participate, BUSD could opt to participate in that program. We could partner with them. We could also provide free student transit on Burbank bus. Just show your school ID and you ride for free. Currently, students make up about 3% of our ridership, which is about 15 per day. So that would be about the cost, whatever 3% is. So the options you have, the Go Pass program provides unlimited free with a partnership with the school district, which can be subsidized by the state up to 60%. So we could partner with BUSD, develop the memorandum of understanding, et cetera, and you could contribute. You could determine the amount to contribute up to the $40,000 or some of that. Without city assistance, BUSD can participate in the program with a 60% state subsidy. And then we could also partner with BUSD to give free rides to middle and high school students.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Prescott.
Okay.
Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, just a quick question. So the pass program, do the kids get a separate Metro pass, or is it their school ID? Like, how
We
does
just show the school ID
Okay.
to get on. I mean, with the Go Pass though, we would you would use the tap card. Yes, tap card.
Okay.
And yeah.
So
And-
they
and-
would need a tap card.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's part of the program. You get the tap. You get
Right.
the tap card. Yeah.
So here's my question. Is there any reason why we can't do the Go Pass tap card for the students on Metro buses and then also let them ride free on our buses?
You would use the tap card on our buses. We could set that up, right? Yes, they're
Oh,
saying yes.
so it would work on our buses too if we set it up.
So you're
Yes.
talking about a combination of option 1 and 3.
Yeah. We could do 1 and 3 with the single tap card.
Yes, and then the council would have to determine how much they would want to subsidize. The state's already subsidizing 60%, so it could be up to the 40,000 or so.
Who would pay, if we didn't cover the rest of the cost, who would we ask for the money?
The BUSD.
Have we had any conversations with BUSD about their ability to pay any portion of the 40%? I think I know the answer, but
We haven't. 40% is a very small amount,
Well-
but I understand the circumstances.
I would imagine that if we gave appropriation and authorization to go up to 40%, that this would be something we could negotiate in the course of developing the MOU.
Sure.
Cool. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'd be in full support of this, and even to go one step further with our buses, with the Burbank buses, if we could let any student from any college, high school, any student ride for free, that'd be really great.
So essentially, present your student ID and ride for free.
With Go Pass, they can do that if they're already participating in Go Pass. So
Right, but Go Pass is just for the K-12, right?
no, there's actually
Oh.
let's see here in the discussion section. There's about 1.15 million eligible students in participating districts, compared to about 6% of Los Angeles County residents who ride. So 376,000 unique Go Pass participants. So
Right, but to her point, to Councilmember Takahashi's point, if they go to a private school that doesn't have Go Pass and they're in Burbank.
It is private. K-12 public school districts, charter schools, independent charter and private schools.
What I'm saying is we don't know if those, there's a couple of private schools in the city that we don't know if they're going to do the Go Pass or
True,
not.
yes.
So if
Right.
they just show their ID,
For our two buses, that'd be
Right. Just
great.
for us.
Yeah, just for us, to get to and from, within the city for whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also just a little bit of shout out that MetroLink is free for students too, just FYI.
That's right.
Wonderful. Ms. Pan, did you have anything to add?
That's correct, that schools, whether they're private and community colleges, they can participate as long as they are part of that cost share. So they're part of it, correct.
Great job, CDD. So I'm hearing option 1 and then option 3 available to all Burbank students, whether BUSD or private education. Or Woodbury or next.
Essentially, show your student ID and you ride for free.
Yeah, there we go.
And work with the school district.
Yes, that'll be number 1. Okay. Seeing consensus 4-0, that passes. That brings us to item number 9, which is right back to you, Mr. Prescott. Public outreach for a potential local rent cap in the city of Burbank.
Yes, we would like to engage a consultant for robust outreach to do the next part of this landlord-tenant question. We're looking at the enforcement unit and all that goes with that. But the question of rent caps and so forth is a bigger one that we think, and council directed us to engage the community on an extensive outreach. In order to ensure robust outreach, we believe we should engage the assistance of a consultant to do that. So we would issue an RFP, select the consultant, begin that process, and be checking in with council along the way before we come back with final recommendations at a cost of about $200,000. Mr. McDougall is grabbing his microphone.
Just for reference, Vice Mayor said, like the California voting rights process, Mayor used the word robust. We found the consultant that we use for CVRA very helpful in organizing and facilitating, providing translators at the many different workshops that we had. We ended up coming back to council. We ran out of money at about $150,000, and staff finished up that. And that process involved 8 workshops at libraries, rec centers, the Fire Training Center, CSB 104 so we want to hit different events. We did several online events. And so we're kind of looking at different types of meetings, different places for meetings, and that was really how we facilitated those on the beginning. We also had 5 public hearings, and on top of that, we had our demographics expert that we also had engaged. So in this case, the material that's presented, and we haven't exactly figured out how to present it, are the different types of some council members specifically mentioned investigation and community outreach on the soft cap, like the Glendale version. And then there's the hard caps, and there's different levels of hard caps. And so there's a lot of material, and it would be a huge strain on staff to try to present that material. And sometimes the community's really happy with what we do, and sometimes they're not. So a consultant would help us deliver that swiftly.
So should the council direct us to proceed in the way we suggested in this memo, upon the completion of the public outreach, we'd engage the consultant to analyze all the data, look at costs and all that, and bring it back to council.
So, Mr. President, if it's okay, colleagues, I'd like to jump in first on this one. I appreciate the attention to detail. I think that many times consultants can be helpful. I am mindful of both the cost. I know $200,000 isn't a lot in the grand scheme, but it's still a substantial expense. And then, of course, the timing. I don't mean this to be flippant, but to me, it seems like a pretty straightforward question we want to ask the community. Do you think we should have a rent cap? And if so, what's the amount? So my mind is going like, okay, what if we did a walk and talk with the mayor, come hurl your tomatoes at him and give him the answers, and we just have a stenographer following me and taking the answer? I guess what I'm saying is I'm a little worried we're overthinking this. You know, the council historically, one second, Mr. McDougall, I want to hear from you. But in the past, we've done town halls. I'm doing one with the chamber in a couple weeks. I'm just thinking there are probably faster and more cost-effective ways we could get the data. And I'm just wondering what thought was given to that. But Mr. McDougall, what do you think?
So there's a group dynamic in the people who participate, when they participate, and how they participate. We have people who are kind of hyper participators. And so part of the question we have, like, I attended workshops for that other subject, and there were people who sat in the front row who didn't say a word until after the really boisterous A-types left, and then they came up and provided input. So we want to try to respond to council's desire for robust outreach, so whatever that is.
Sure. Can I just call an audible here? Mr. Jones, could I volunteer you? Of course. Thank you. Mr. Jones, we do the community survey every so often, right?
Yes, sir.
What does that entail?
That entails going out. It's a blind survey. We do it on the phone. We do it via email, all that good stuff. Completely blind, like I said. We do it once every, 10 years or so. Last time we did it was in 2022, and we ask a variety of questions. We worked with FM3, one of the leading survey consultants out there.
Could we do a follow-up? What would it cost? How much time would it take?
I don't want to answer right off the cuff. I'd have to talk to them and see what their availability is and all that good stuff.
Okay.
Happy to come back, though, with answers.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Yeah.
Colleagues, what do you think?
I mean, I'm a little skeptical, and I know, Mr. McDougall, you kind of answered my question, which is, have we learned something from the outreach we did with that other subject? And it sounds like we have. And so my question is, why would we be going out with a consultant if we have the roadmap already for what we want to do? And also, I am very concerned about the timeline. September is a ways away. Folks are here telling us. And I think on both sides, obviously tenants have housing to lose, but on both sides, I would not want to be a landlord sitting there waiting until September wondering what's going to happen. I want to know sooner.
So if I can just say honestly, about 6 discussion papers ago, we were told to waste no time in setting up a housing enforcement unit. They're the same people that have to do those recruitments. And in some cases, I don't know if we have duty statements, we have to do onboarding of a group to do enforcement. They're the same people that would have to be going out there and setting up interpreters and booking locations and coming up with survey questions. So part of it is there's a capacity issue and us delivering both as well.
Is it outside the scope for us to just go back to the folks who helped us with the maps and the districting and all that?
I think it's a lot of money. It's not a ton of money. It's a lot of money. Our process really encourages us to do competitive.
Sure.
We have a handful of people. I mean, we won't ask, but there's probably, actually Jonathan Jones did. It doesn't have to be a full RFP that's out there for 2 months. Actually, Mr. Jones did an informal. We got 3 proposals the last time. It happened pretty quickly, and we onboarded someone pretty quickly. I think the whole process, I'm just going to say it, I'm not going to ask him. It probably took about 3 weeks or less because we had to start that process quickly. So, we can adjust the timelines. Part of it is capacity and doing the organizing while we're doing the content, while we're setting up a housing enforcement unit. It's like the same 6 people doing all of this and bringing reports back to council.
And we also have the no-fault eviction ordinance that's coming back to us as well, right?
That is being written. They met yesterday on the provisions to bring that back. So that'll be a separate report to council as well.
The same people.
So here's where I'm thinking. I don't know if this will land right, but okay, I hear you. Trying to be very mindful of staff resources, also trying to be mindful of public money. We haven't had a good town hall in a while. Just set the council up, preferably outside of council. One topic all night, 6 hours. I'll bring protein shakes for everyone. Come tell us your thoughts on these questions. I'm just saying, because at the end of the day, we're going to spend all this money to do this outreach, to write a report, to hand back to council, and ultimately we have to make a tough decision, and we can't punt the ball 6 months because we want a report that summarizes data. Let's just go straight to the community. What do y'all think? We hear right from them, 6 hours uninterrupted, whatever. I'll staff it myself, Justin. And then we have to make a decision. But that seems to me like a better use of your time and energy, better use of money.
If I could, I think if we want to get the opinion of the community, I think rather than doing a town hall where we'll get a certain group, is actually doing a statistically valid survey using FM3, which we could come back at the next meeting and provide you. I think it's probably going to be around 50 grand to actually ask questions and get a real, a much more accurate depiction of what the community opinion is related to these questions.
1 second. If we did that, I like where you're going with it. June 4th, sounds like you could bring that information back. Do you think that that's something, can we move on a faster timeline than just starting an RFP in September? Do you think we can get a survey out this fall?
I want to say yes, but I need a few days to figure that out.
When we say robust outreach, survey has better potential for robust outreach because, again, no offense, we get the consultant and we end up in the same scenario where we have the same people showing up. If we can avoid that with the survey, great. And I think, Mr. Mayor, I hear you and I share the same concerns. For me, it is time. That is a huge concern because folks are asking for this yesterday. I asked for this in 2022. So.
What about the options? I mean, there's a great variety of the way that these rent stabilization measures play out.
So the last time we did the survey, there was like 100 questions. So this,
and that was a full-on community survey with talking about fire, police, libraries. Yeah, this would
I can't
be
imagine
a much
this
more
is
targeted one.
more than 5, 10 questions at most. On that timeline, we could get this done quicker and have options available and give people a wide spectrum of answers to give, and it would be done, I imagine, much quicker than the last survey.
I mean, really, the question is whether you're wanting to do community outreach or do you just want to get a pulse of the community? So if you want the pulse of the community, you do the survey. If you really want to do the outreach, we need to have meetings and a bunch of different things, throughout the city. That's going to take more time.
With all due respect, I think we have done the outreach. Those have been the meetings that people have come to us repeatedly. And again, we will have the same people at the meeting, be it at a town hall, be it if we blow $200,000 on a consultant. Let's do the survey if my colleagues are amenable. And if we could get that, the cost, the timeline by June 4th, or an estimate of the timeline, that would be helpful, at least in my opinion.
why don't we bring that back for continued discussion paper? We'll push that to the June 4th, and we'll provide you some options.
I think that'd be great.
Yeah, I like the idea of a survey. I also want to just point out that while we have had a lot of discussions around the topic, we haven't yet had a meeting or a discussion with the, a formal meeting with just rent caps as the topic. It's always been with everything else in there. And I think that it'd be valuable for us, the five of us, to really hyper-focus on that one element and get a chance to see if maybe, because I think we've shown a pattern of being really good at hashing out these issues between the five of us. And if we have all the information, we have the survey information, we've got the information of the different options.
Yeah.
I think if we had a good meeting just dedicated to that, we probably could get through it.
Yeah.
And that's more power to the survey. We'd have the information that we've been looking for so that we can have a robust discussion about that. then.
Mr. Mayor.
Please.
I don't want to annoy the council or prolong this. Some of the stakeholders were critical of the roundtable because there was a preference that the roundtable be a little bit more intimate in conversation rather than microphone in an auditorium. And so we talked about outreach. And I'm not sure, are we still accomplishing that? Is that still something? Because there's devising a method to get input that you feel is reliable, and then there's what do the stakeholders expect in terms of outreach? And I understand the frustration over delay, but I think I felt that the input from the roundtable contributed to some very structured output. I mean, one of these papers is about access to legal services, which came out of the roundtable, which wasn't being discussed as much in the other forums. So I just want to make sure that in the concern for this one outreach being too long and the RFP process, that council's still concerned about the outreach that we promised, for instance, the apartment associations, which weren't in the smaller group roundtable. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Are you suggesting more roundtables, Mr. McDougall?
No, I just want to make sure.
Volunteer Councilmember Takahashi, but if it means it comes faster, I'm game.
Well, I'm not one of the stakeholders, so I'm not sure what it is they believe they were promised.
Well,
and
to
what they're going to
Councilmember
get.
Takahashi's point, starting with the survey, having that data, and then doing a town hall specifically on that issue where we invite everybody and say, here's the information we've gotten from the community in an unbiased statistical way. Now let's talk to everybody in the room together and have you air all of your thoughts and grievances. I think those two combined, but would satisfy, because we've done the roundtable, we've done the community meetings here, we've invited people, we've had emails and phone calls.
I think that I'm part of the promise of, whatever outreach they believe they're still going to get, and that we're just meeting
Well, it's
whatever
quite
that is.
frankly a catch-22 because we have, I think folks in general would like to see the outreach, but they also want us to do it quickly. So it's up to us to bargain what,
So maybe the way to put a nice bow on this, colleagues, is it seems to me like the proposal as written is not meeting the council's expectation. And I think what I'm getting a sense of is we do want to do the outreach, but I think this is a project we want to finish by year's end. So what kind of outreach can we do within that time frame? It's mid-May right now. What can we do by the end of November, for example?
And Mr. Mayor, if I may add, I think for me, when I think robust outreach, what I think of is trying to reach as many people as possible. Not necessarily having 500 meetings, but making sure that everybody has a chance to have their voice heard. And I know there are some folks in the community who want to be at every single meeting and have their voice heard at every single meeting. But ultimately, when we're making decisions at the five of us, we have to look at the whole entire community, equitably. And so having something like a survey is an example of how we can reach as many people as possible. We could also do it with community meetings and other ways too. But I guess for me, it's like, what's the most efficient way to get as many people's opinions as possible in the community?
I wholeheartedly agree. And I'll just add one thing because the city attorney quoted me. So thinking with my 2:30 a.m. brain, maybe I did think about this wonderful grand idea of the demographer and whatnot. But quite frankly, what I wanted when I say robust is wholeheartedly that. I want data. And some of our tenants who were brave enough and here to speak shared the fact that there are folks out there who don't feel comfortable coming to the podium. And I gather that that's the same on both sides. And I also gather that there are landlords that do not have any idea of what is happening in this discussion. And they are probably the folks who we would like to hear from. So,
And they don't have time, they don't have access, and it is a privilege to be able to come to these meetings. It takes effort, takes some time, and so I think that having a way that we can get information from folks with that, outside of what we normally do would be great.
in a timely manner.
We hear you. You're not satisfied with what we presented. You're thinking maybe the survey that will inform future outreach, and we'll bring something back on the 4th for you to consider. Costs and timeline and all that stuff before the end of that would be a process that would be completed by the end of the year. Does that sound good?
Sounds great.
Yeah, great job.
And I just want to say thank you to staff. I know we've presented you with a very, very difficult task. Thank you for taking it on.
Yeah, same here. This has been a process, and it's changed many times as we've gone through it. So yes, thank you.
Thank you for rolling with the punches after midnight.
Last thing I'll add, Mr. Prescott, look, at the end of the day, I'm not trying to be hard on staff. The reality is we have tough political decisions we have to make, and we can't hide behind outreach. We need to do the outreach. We need to get the input, and then we have to make the call. So it's definitely not levied at any of you. It's really more of a reminder to us that eventually we need to act.
Not at all. Our job is to provide our best professional recommendation to you, and then when you give us direction to follow up on that.
Outstanding.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we go to Fire Department, potential entry-level trainee programs for Burbank Fire, $80,000 proposed recurring general fund appropriation. Chief, you're still with us. How we doing?
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, Council, Danny Alvarez, Fire Department. Mayor, number 10 was up next. Did you want me to discuss on that one first, or would you like me to go to 11?
10 isn't asking for an if you want to tackle both while you're up here, that's fine. I was just going off of what's actually requesting an appropriation. But if you want to talk about 10, that's totally fine.
I'll be 30 seconds on 10. 10 was a request for us to put together a discussion paper and explore hosting a girls' camp that has been done similarly in other departments throughout the region. We are currently in the planning phases with the cities of Glendale and Pasadena to host a Tri-City youth empowerment camp. We anticipate that taking place in August, and because we're pooling our resources together for this year, we'll be able to put that on without any additional resources as far as financial resources. So there's no request for that.
That is music to my ears, and I just want to give a big thank you to all the 3 fire departments for working on this together. I know, big shout out to State Senator Caroline Menjivar. That's who I worked with on this. She brought it up as an issue item and a really important thing for her. So I'm happy to champion that locally, and really glad to hear that it's going well, and let's get more women in fire.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. It should be a good program, and the Tri-City approach will allow us to provide some better outreach throughout the region as well. So, okay, the potential cadet or entry-level trainee program. There are various programs throughout the region in different departments. They look a lot of different ways. Some of them, the cadets are focused on administrative duties. Other ones, they're focused in fire prevention. And there's some where they are actually part of operations and get some operational experience responding to calls for service. Because there's so many different programs out there, and we want to make sure that if we set something up, that we take the time to set the program up for success, both for the department and for potential cadets. We are looking at potentially coming back with a proposal in the future. The $80,000 I think that's on here right now is a very, very rough estimate. I think we estimated about $60,000 to $80,000 per cadet. And that includes, we'd have to do backgrounds on them. We'd have to have some administrative oversight. So solidifying exactly what that program would look like and what it would take for us to be able to put together a comprehensive program would take just a little bit longer than where we're at right now. We have In this budget, we have a training captain and a administrative/logistics battalion chief. So we're trying to figure out whether they can oversee that program. So, and the last part is we'd want to have conversations, obviously, with labor because there's potentially some labor implications there. So for all those reasons, we're very supportive, but we think that we would be better off taking a little bit of time to explore it a little bit further. As is in the discussion paper, we do currently have a program that's a partnership with LA Valley College and the U.S. Forest Service. It's called the Monarchs. They are a Type 2 hand crew. We have several members of our department that came through that program. For many of those folks, that is their introduction to the fire service. And so it does kind of serve a little bit of that purpose that we were looking for right now, but we'd love to expand on that in the future. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
I don't have any questions. You know where I'm at.
Okay.
Great. Well, it sounds like you know where 4 of us are at. Good job, Chief.
Okay.
Consensus, 4-0. Next, we still have Chief Albanese with us. I don't think there's an appropriation tied to this, but if you have a brief comment, Chief, happy to hear from you always.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
So there's really no budget request on this. We're authorized for 2 SROs on the budget. Staffing, we're in a much better place, so I believe that we'll enhance our program from 1 to 2. It should be noted that myself, Lieutenant Lasacco, and Sergeant Loffer met with Dr. Paramo and one of the board members on May 9th. They were very supportive of the SRO program, a little bit of a sea change, and really wanted 8 SROs. So a little bit of a, did not expect that. So we talked about the role of the SRO, what now looks like and the future looks like, so I believe we are going to be in a better place moving forward. And I don't want to go beyond my 15 seconds, so I want to stay in that parameter. So any questions about the program?
Questions?
If BUSD is leading the discussion on this, I'm not in a position to tell them no or disagree with them. I'm okay with whatever their recommendation is.
Sounds like a great follow-up, Mr. Hess, for our next joint subcommittee meeting. If there's been a sea change, we can talk about it, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to appropriate money for something I haven't gotten a confirmation from the board that they want to do it. But down the road, it's interesting stuff.
Yeah,
Thanks,
future
Chief.
looks very favorable.
All right. Have a good night, Chief.
Yes,
Get home
thank you.
safe.
Good morning.
Next, we have 13 we already approved, and 15 is informational. It's just IOB meeting minutes. So that just takes us to item 14, Family Pride in the Park. Ms. Garcia, welcome back.
Good evening again, Mayor Schultz and council members. This is a request to fund a one-year appropriation to Burbank Pride, $15,000 request. Should council decide to move forward with this appropriation, I think staff is looking for some direction as to whether this is a sponsorship with a matching fund, sponsorship with matching funds. This could be a sponsorship with no matching funds, or council can allocate an amount different than what was originally requested.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Remind me, I believe, Mr. Hess, last year, the Historical Society, that was a relative first, right? A sponsorship of their event?
Yes.
Is that right?
And that was matching.
Yes,
That was matching?
That was up to $10,000 in matching funds for their, I'm sorry, if I may. It was a discussion paper, $10,000 to support their 50th anniversary celebration, that they had multiple events. That was, again, up to $10,000 in matching funds. Staff did verify that those expenses were toward their get matching funds, so there was some verification
Okay.
that staff did for that.
And it was dollar for dollar. So they raise up
Correct.
to 10 grand, we match it, so now 10 becomes 20. That's what we did with the Historical Society, I mean.
Correct.
Okay. Colleagues, questions, comments?
Do we know the average attendance to a Family Pride in the Park?
I believe per the information that they shared with us, they have up to 4,000 attendees at their event.
Oh, wow.
With 60 vendors. And they're looking, this would be their third annual event. The event would take place at the park. I believe we're looking at hosting it at Johnny Carson Park this year.
And we've never sponsored this event before.
That's correct.
Okay.
Last year they had it at the McCambridge Park, right?
Correct.
Did they pay for the park rental, or did we?
They did pay for the park rental. We do give a 50% discount to Burbank-based nonprofits.
Okay. And remind me, what was their estimated cost of the entire event? So 15,000 they're asking for, but how much percentage would that be for the entire cost of the event? Do you have that information?
I do not have that information.
Okay. Because if we do matching funds, I'm just curious, like how much above 15K they expect to be spending to pay for the event, so.
I mean, the way I figure it is, we've never given them $1, and I would have no problem if they wanted to do matching up to 10 or up to even 15. And it really bets on them, right? Because they're going to be doing a lot of community fundraising.
Yeah.
But if they raise $7,000, let's match it. Let's kick in another 7 up to maybe 15 cap. And I'm only throwing that out there just for the sake of consistency, because I'm trying to think we should treat them the same or similarly as we did the Historical Society, so it's not perceived as we're playing favorites between different organizations.
Right.
And the Historical Society didn't get 4,000 people.
I would agree, and quite frankly, they did send us a budget of how they expect to utilize them. So I would be comfortable with matching the 15,000.
I apologize. I don't know if that budget was sent to council, or if it was sent to staff.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, regardless, for our purposes tonight, what I'm hearing from the council is it would be a matching fund style system similar to how we handled the Historical Society. So it could be up to, but no more than $15,000, possibly less if they don't fundraise as well as they hope to.
Okay. And I just wanted to also tie this in again to item number 13.
Yep.
We don't have a process now, so this is how we're doing it today, but hopefully things like this in the future, once we get that working, go under that.
Great. Yeah. Well, I think that wraps up the budget for tonight. Anything I missed?
I think we're good.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
All right, good
So
work.
we'll come back to you in a couple weeks, and we'll do final adoption. So at that time, you could officially approve the budget documents.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hess. Did you want to proceed with the last agenda item?
Yes, it will be 3 minutes is the presentation.
Easy.
Awesome. Okay.
All right. Thank you to all staff who stuck around. Appreciate you. Final report to council this evening. Oh, yes. Final report to council this evening is the Burbank Water and Power Annual Wildfire Mitigation Plan. Let's have our staff representative introduce himself and present the report.
Good evening. My name is Sven Knaut, Senior Electrical Engineer, Burbank Water and Power Electric Services T&D Engineering. And, sorry, let me grab the clicker. We'll keep this brief. I'm here to provide an overview of this year's update to our wildfire mitigation plan. I'll start with a brief background, followed by our accomplishments, what we're still working on, and our next steps. In 2018 and 2019, the Public Utilities Code was modified to address wildfire risk related to electric utilities, and those modifications require that on an annual basis, each publicly owned utility prepare a wildfire mitigation plan that considers several required plan elements, present the plan in a public meeting, which is why we're here, accept comments and verify compliance, submit the plan to the California Wildfire Safety Advisory Board by July 1st of each year, Additionally, each POU is required to have their plan reviewed by a qualified independent evaluator to assess the comprehensiveness of the plan. We did that last year. And lastly, we are required to perform a comprehensive update every 3 years. And since our first plan in 2019, we have met all of our statutory obligations, and we're here tonight to present our annual update. The area you see here in blue is the high fire threat district in Burbank, and that's the area where we focus our mitigation efforts. And we'll take a quick look at our performance. Last year in the high fire threat district, we did not cause any ignitions. We had no pole failures. We completed all inspection, maintenance, operational activities. We modified our operational practices on 3 days with red flag warning alerts. And lastly, we had one risk driver event, which was a conventional fuse operation. And we'll do a brief review of our major accomplishments. Our line crews completed the annual patrol inspection of all poles in the high fire threat district. If they detect any issues, then repairs are made as needed. We replaced 3 deteriorated poles that were identified through our intrusive pole inspections, and we also replaced 4 transformers, 3 of which were replaced with a new pilot of a non-oil-filled transformer, and we'll talk about that in a second. And lastly, our tree trimming contractors completed all annual maintenance and clearance in the high fire threat district. This is a big effort due to the increased clearance requirements in that area. In total, we trimmed 145 trees in the high fire threat district. And a quick review of our upcoming mitigation. The enhanced system monitoring pilot was successful. Together with the manufacturer, we qualified for a grant to deploy enhanced monitoring devices to all risk driver poles in the high fire threat district. As device availability allows, we will deploy these additional monitors in the coming years. And oil-filled transformers are the typical transformer used throughout the BWP system. Oil transformers are both reliable and cost-effective. However, there is a chance that a transformer failure can result in a transformer fire. In this type of event, flaming oil can leak out of the transformer from a significant height. Using a dry-type transformer without oil removes the risk of the fire risk in the oil. And dry-type is very common in commercial applications, but it's new to utility distribution. Our initial pilot installation had some significant constructability issues, and we're working through these issues to see if we can use this as a mitigation option going forward. And our next step, that concludes our overview. Our next steps are to receive feedback on the plan, which is also available for the public to review online on our website, burbankwaterandpower.com. And we'll be back next year for our next annual update. And I'm available for any questions.
Great. Any in-person public comment? Seeing none. Questions? Anybody? Oh, well, I got to say, this is like my 6th time seeing this in 4 years. The read gets better every time. You know, in all seriousness, you're doing really phenomenal work. We're a very safe and responsible utility and really appreciate the attention to detail.
Thank you.
So great presentation. Let's get a motion and a second, and I only have 2 to pick from. So Councilmember Anthony.
All right, I will move to verify the Burbank Water and Power's wildfire mitigation plan, that it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, and standards. And 2, to direct Burbank Water and Power to accept all reasonable and appropriate comments on the wildfire mitigation plan from the public, other local and state agencies, and interested parties that are received prior to June 21st, 2024.
I'll second that.
Outstanding. Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Ms. Clark, if the vice mayor comes in later, can she add her vote? Okay.
Certainly, yes.
Great. So let's call the roll with who we got.
Councilmember Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi,
Yes.
Mayor Schultz,
Yes. Motion carries 3-0, noting the absence currently of the vice mayor and Councilmember Mullins.
One last item.
Yes.
Point of clarification. Mr. Mayor, if it's possible, I'd like to go back and change my vote on a consent item number 9 from a yes to an abstention without having to reopen.
I don't see any issue, Mr. City Attorney. Any issue with that? No. Record will still reflect abstention by Councilmember Anthony on item 9.
Thank you.
And of course, thank you very much. That takes us to our next item, council comments. Now we'll hear from council members, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance in conferences, regional meetings, and what you had for breakfast. Councilmember Takahashi, you're up.
Well, I was out of town for a week, so when I came back yesterday, the day before yesterday, my bread was moldy, so I did not have toast for breakfast like I normally do. So sorry I didn't have breakfast this morning.
That's why I called on you first. Good job.
All right, real quick, May 9th I went to, that's right. Yeah, May 9th I went to Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. And then yesterday I went to Sustainable Burbank Commission. And actually reminds me, I was going to ask about the Sustainable Burbank request. I don't know how.
At the end for new items.
New items, okay, great. And then that was a great meeting. And then yesterday, or actually earlier today, I attended the National League of Cities Human Development Committee meeting that I'm on that committee for the National League. And we talked about two interesting topics. One was about urban farms. It's basically like community gardens that are organized and you basically supply food to the local schools and BTAC and whatnot with the community gardens. It was really interesting. And then we also talked about how the different cities all over the country are dealing with organics and composting. So that was great. And then while I was gone on my trip, I was in Seattle for a few days. And I bring this up because our hotel was right in front of a street that had a dedicated bus lane. And so I sat there for an hour or so watching, because I was waiting for my taxi. It took a while to get there. So I was out in front waiting, and I was watching the buses on the dedicated bus lane, and the bikes also on the dedicated bus lane, and the cars next to them, and the pedestrians, and everyone was coexisting very nicely. So I thought that was kind of interesting to watch, and that it does work. So I'm just putting it out there. At least Seattle's doing it. So that's all I have for today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Anthony, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is the last week of school for a lot of kids in Burbank Unified, and so I've spent the last 2 weeks dealing with finals and just trying to get those grades in. However, I did take a tour of our animal shelter yesterday, and then attended the ribbon cutting ceremony today at the animal shelter for Leadership Burbank's Cause for Pause projects. That was awesome this morning. The vice mayor was there. There was a lot of puppies. And then this last weekend, I attended the Short and Sweet Theater Festival at the Victory Theater. They do 10-minute plays, all original. And it's a wide variety of stuff. You never know what you're going to get when you go in. And every week it's a new set of 10-minute short plays that all compete against each other. And at the end of the multi-week session, they will eliminate folks down with judges and audience votes to a final winner who wins a big grand prize. So it's pretty cool. If you got to check it out, it's on for another couple more weeks. Short and Sweet Festival at the Victory Theater.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor.
All right. Wednesday, May 8th, I was at the Library Board of Trustees. Friday, May 10th, Home Again LA Gala, which was great. The mayor and I and the city manager accepted a very, very nice recognition from them. Let's see, Saturday, May 11th, Fire and Police Service Day. If you didn't go this year, it happens every year. It's an amazing event. And I also had the pleasure of accepting a soccer jersey from the LA-10 Soccer Club here in Burbank, who the majority of their members are Salvadorian. So it was very nice to go and accept that recognition. Monday, May 13th, grand opening of Ballers and Brew with the mayor. Great coffee, if you haven't been. Wednesday, May 15th, Bike Walk Breathe event sponsored by BTMO. It's a great event if you want to learn about how to get around the city in not a car. I also attended the Leadership Burbank Class of 2024 graduation ceremony. Thursday, May 16th, I attended BHRC's Days of Remembrance. I'm trying to get through it. May 17th, I met with the... Do you have something you'd like to share?
The hour is late.
I'm trying to get through it. Isn't that a responsibility? I'm doing my responsibility to the city getting through this. Anyways, I met with the group about nuclear weapons from John Burroughs High School. And then Saturday, May 18th, I attended Acing Autism's last class at the Burbank Tennis Center, represented the proclamation for Autism Awareness Month to them. They were really gracious, and all of those kids could kick my butt at tennis. They are phenomenal. And then on Sunday, May 19th, I attended the end of season award ceremony for Burbank High School senior athletes. It was really cool. Gave them an award. They booed me for being a Burroughs graduate. Such is life. Monday, May 20th, I was at the Sustainable Burbank Commission with Councilmember Takahashi. And then Tuesday, May 21st, this morning, I was at the ribbon cutting and accepted the project from the class of 2024 on behalf of the city. I hope that was fast enough for you, Mr. Mayor.
That was pretty quick. Let's try this faster. Friday, May 10th, greeted the First Lady at Burbank Airport, and then went to, she's actually starting to know who I am a little bit. That's kind of, it's a good or a bad thing. I don't know. Then we had Home Again LA. No, she actually knows who I am. I don't know if that's good or bad, but every time she flies into town, I'm there, personal chauffeur. Home Again LA, 10th Annual Gala, Boots and Brews. That was fun. Horizon Gala on May 11th. That was organized by the Armenian American Museum and Cultural Center of California. Had a chance to rep the city there. Ribbon cutting for Ballers and Brew. Leadership Burbank class graduation. Congrats again, Mary and Sue. And then on May 16th, Chamber monthly board meeting. And I think I win. I've been working at this a while. With that, now is, I do so much that it's not even on my list. Now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council have any items to introduce? Councilmember Takahashi.
Yeah. And I think this should have been brought up during the budgeting, but maybe it's not a budget item. So yesterday at the Sustainable Commission, they brought up a need for assistance for when they had a Earth Day event, and they have other outreach programs that they're finding that they are, and they wrote us a letter, they sent us a letter with this information. They're finding that they are using their own money to run these events, and so they're trying to find a way for the city to be able to support these somehow. So if we could find a way to either put that in the budget or figure out how to help them.
You can't advocate, you can only ask for an additional agenda item.
Oh, that's the agenda item.
Yeah,
then.
based on me reading the letter, we could include that as part of the additional budget discussion paper item.
Great, thank you.
Fantastic. Anything else? No? All right. Thank you, everyone, for staying so late. We now adjourn the meeting to our next meeting on Tuesday, June 4th, 2024, for a joint meeting in the council chamber located at 275 East Olive Avenue on the second floor. Thank you, Burbank, and have a good night.